there. The day is over now. Whatever happened today can stay outside for a little while. I'm Nick, and tonight I'll keep you company with stories that are mysterious enough to quiet a busy mind, but gentle enough to fall asleep to. There are just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then nothing but peaceful storytelling for hours. If this little escape helps you relax, I'd love for you to subscribe and leave a like. Tell me what corner of the world you're listening from tonight. Now, let the night hold you. The coffee in front of him had gone 3/4 cold. He could tell from the way the surface sat perfectly still under the fluorescent lights, and he had meant to drink it, but had not, and now it seemed important that he account for why he had let it sit there. The diner was warm in the overheated way of these places, the kind of warmth that made you aware of your own skin. And Dennis Hoffman had pulled off the highway at 2 a.m. with the idea that coffee and a few minutes sitting still would be enough to get him the rest of the way to Columbus. The waitress had poured the cup and set it in front of him without asking if he wanted a refill or if the coffee was all right. And he had said nothing because there was nothing to say, and she had gone back behind the counter and stood near the register with her arms crossed. There was one other customer in the diner, a man sitting 3 stools down to Dennis's left. And Dennis had noticed him when he came in because the man had not looked up when the door opened, had not turned his head or shifted his weight or given any sign that he had registered another person entering the space. The man sat with both hands flat on the counter, fingers slightly spread, and his head was tilted forward just enough that Dennis could not see his face clearly, only the line of his jaw and the collar of his work shirt. There was a cup of coffee in front of him, full to the brim, and Dennis had seen the waitress walk over twice since he sat down and refill the cup without the man saying anything or moving to drink from it. It was the refilling that had made Dennis notice the time, because the first time the waitress had walked over with the pot, Dennis had glanced at the clock above the griddle and seen that it was 2:17, and the second time he had looked again, and it was 2:32. And it seemed strange that someone would let a waitress refill a cup they had not touched. But he had not said anything because it was not his business, and because he was tired, and because the diner was the kind of place where people did not talk to each other unless they had to. The man had not blinked. Dennis realized this slowly, and the way you realize you have been hearing a sound for some time before you consciously register it. He had been watching the man peripherally while pretending to look at the menu board above the counter, and at some point he had stopped pretending and had simply stared, and the man had not blinked, had not moved his hands or adjusted his posture, or done any of the small things a body does when it is alive and waiting. The work shirt the man wore was dark blue, the kind with a name patch over the breast pocket, but Dennis could not read the name from where he sat, and the man's hair was cut short and neat, and his hands on the counter were broad and clean, and there was nothing visibly wrong with him except that he was absolutely still. Dennis looked at the waitress. She was standing near the register with her back to him, writing something on a pad of paper, and her posture suggested she was absorbed in whatever she was writing. But Dennis had the sense that she was aware of him looking at her because her shoulders stiffened slightly and she stopped writing for a moment before resuming. He wanted to ask her if the man was all right, if she had noticed that he had not moved. But the question felt absurd even as he framed it in his mind, and he did not want to be the kind of person who created a problem where there was none. The clock above the griddle read 2:47. Dennis had been in the diner for nearly an hour, and in that time, the man 3 stools down had not moved, had not blinked, had not shifted his hands or turned his head, and the waitress had refilled his cup twice, and Dennis had let his own coffee go cold while watching this happen. The man's coffee steamed faintly. Dennis could see the thread of vapor rising from the surface, and the man had been sitting there as long as Dennis suspected, and the cup should have cooled by now and should have gone as cold as Dennis's own cup. But the waitress had refilled it twice, and so the coffee was still hot. The logic of this seemed important, seemed like something he should pay attention to, but he could not figure out why it mattered. And the question sat in his mind unresolved. He became aware that he was holding his breath. He let it out slowly and shifted his weight on the stool, and the vinyl seat made a small sound under him, and the man 3 stools down did not react. Dennis counted to 10, watching the man's back, watching for the rise and fall of breath, and he saw nothing. The man could have been a photograph, could have been something placed there for Dennis to discover, and the thought made Dennis's hands cold. The waitress turned and walked toward him, and Dennis looked down at his cup instinctively, not wanting her to see that he had been staring. She stopped in front of him and picked up the coffee pot from the burner behind the counter. "You want that topped off?" Her voice was flat, not unfriendly, but not warm, and Dennis looked up at her and saw that her face was pale and composed, and that her eyes were fixed on the cup in front of him, not on his face. "It's fine," Dennis said. She set the pot back on the burner and wiped her hands on her apron, and Dennis thought she was going to walk away, but she stayed where she was, standing on the other side of the counter with her hands resting on the edge, and he had the sense that she was waiting for him to say something. "Is he all right?" Dennis asked. The waitress did not look at the man. She kept her eyes on Dennis, and her expression did not change, and for a moment Dennis thought she was not going to answer. "He's fine," she said. "He hasn't moved." "He's fine," she said again. And this time there was something in her voice that Dennis could not identify, something that made him think she wanted him to stop asking questions. And he nodded and looked back at his coffee and did not say anything else. The waitress walked away, back toward the register, and Dennis sat with his hands around his cup and thought about the man who had not moved and the waitress who had refilled his cup twice and the way her voice had flattened when Dennis had asked if the man was all right. The parking lot had been empty except for his truck and the man's car. The man's hands had not moved. Dennis stared at them, at the way the fingers lay flat and slightly spread against the formica, and he tried to see if there was any tension in them, any sign that the man was gripping the counter or holding himself still deliberately. But the hands looked loose, perfectly still. The nails were trimmed and clean, and there was a pale band of skin on the ring finger of the left hand where a wedding band might have been. The waitress refilled the man's cup. Dennis watched her do it, watched her walk over with the pot in her hand and pour the coffee carefully, filling the cup to the brim again, and the man did not acknowledge her, did not move, and she did not speak to him. She set the pot down on the counter and stood there for a moment, looking at the man, and Dennis thought he saw something pass across her face, something quick and unreadable, and then she picked up the pot and walked back to the burner and set it down. Dennis looked at the clock. It was 3:02. He had been in the diner for just over an hour. He could leave now. There was no reason to stay. The man was none of his business. The waitress had said he was fine, and there was nothing Dennis could do even if something was wrong. But he did not stand up, did not reach for his wallet, and the decision to remain came to him as something already made, something he recognized rather than chose. The diner smelled like old grease and burnt coffee, and under that there was a faint chemical smell Dennis could not place, something industrial and clean, and the combination was oppressive in a way that made him aware of his own breathing. The floor was pale green linoleum with a pattern of darker green flecks, and there were scuff marks near the door and a long scratch that ran from the counter to the men's room. And Dennis found himself following the scratch with his eyes, tracing its path, and the scratch looked deliberate, like something had been dragged. The booths along the wall were empty, their red vinyl seats cracked in places, and the tabletops had a dull sheen that suggested they had been wiped down many times with the same rag, and Dennis could see water rings on the nearest table, overlapping circles that had dried into faint white marks. And how long did a place have to be neglected for water rings to become permanent? The waitress had not cleaned anything since Dennis arrived, had not wiped the counter, or refilled the napkin dispensers, or done any of the small tasks waitresses usually did during slow hours. She had not adjusted the blinds on the front windows, or checked the register, or done anything except stand behind the counter and refill the dead man's coffee. And Dennis thought this was strange, but not strange enough to mean anything on its own. But it added to the wrongness, added to the feeling that the diner was not operating the way it should. And Dennis found himself cataloging all these small deviations from normal, all the things that did not quite fit, and the list was getting longer. The menu board above the counter was missing letters, gaps in the words where plastic tiles had fallen off or been removed, and the specials listed were for breakfast even though it was the middle of the night. The coffee pot on the burner behind the waitress was nearly empty, and Dennis could see the dark residue at the bottom where the coffee had been sitting too long, and the diner should have gone through more than one pot by now, should have needed to brew fresh coffee at least twice. But the pot looked like it had been sitting there for hours, burning down to nothing. The man's posture had not changed. Dennis studied it, trying to find some variation, some evidence that the man had shifted his weight or moved his hands even slightly. But the position was exactly the same as it had been when Dennis first sat down. The man's head was still tilted forward at precisely the same angle, his hands still flat on the counter with the fingers spread in that deliberate way that now seemed less like relaxation and more like something else, something Dennis could not name. People waiting for something fidgeted, checked watches, looked around. The man did none of these things. Dennis found that the longer he looked, the less the man seemed like a person, and the more he seemed like an object, like something staged, like a mannequin someone had placed there to see how long it would take for someone to notice. Dennis thought about mannequins, about the ones in department store windows, about how they looked almost real from a distance but wrong up close, about how their skin had a waxy quality and their eyes did not focus on anything, and the man at the counter had that same quality, that same sense of being a reproduction rather than the original thing. The work shirt the man wore was clean, the creases sharp, and Dennis could see the name patch over the breast pocket now, could make out the letters, Carl. And Dennis found himself constructing a story, who Carl was, whether he'd come in alone, what he'd been doing before he sat down and stopped moving. He looked at Carl's hair, at the way it was cut short and neat with a part on the left side, and it looked freshly barbered, looked like Carl had gotten a haircut recently. And Dennis tried to imagine Carl sitting in a barber's chair having his hair cut. Tried to imagine Carl talking to the barber about the weather or about work, and the image would not form in his mind. Carl did not look like someone who had conversations, did not look like someone who moved through the world in the ordinary way. Carl looked like he had been placed at the counter and left there. And Dennis could not shake the feeling that Carl had never been alive in any meaningful sense, that whatever Carl had been before he came to the diner, he had stopped being it the moment he sat down. The waitress was standing near the cash register again, not writing this time, but looking out the front window at the parking lot. And Dennis followed her gaze and saw nothing but the darkness beyond the glass and the reflection of the diner's interior, the fluorescent lights and the empty booths and the two men sitting at the counter. The parking lot was not visible from where Dennis sat, and he had no way of knowing if there was anyone out there or if the lot was empty. And the thought made him aware of how isolated the diner was, how far from the highway, how many miles from the nearest town. He realized he had not seen a car pass on the road since he arrived. The diner sat on a two-lane county road that ran parallel to I-70, the kind of road you took when you knew the area or when you were trying to avoid the interstate. And Dennis had turned onto it because He had seen the diner sign from the highway and had thought it would be faster than getting off at the next exit. But in 48 minutes, no car had passed. No headlights had swept across the windows, and the silence outside was complete. He listened for the sound of a truck engine or the hiss of tires on pavement, and he heard nothing except the hum of the refrigerator behind the counter and the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. The waitress turned away from the window and walked toward the coffee maker, and Dennis watched her pour herself a cup and bring it to her lips and drink without adding cream or sugar. Her hands were steady and her face showed no expression. And Dennis thought that if she was nervous or afraid, she was hiding it well. But there was something in the way she held herself and the tension across her shoulders that suggested she was not as calm as she appeared. She set the cup down on the counter and looked at Dennis, and their eyes met for a moment before she looked away. "How long's he been here?" Dennis asked. The waitress did not answer immediately. She picked up her cup and drank again, and Dennis saw the muscles in her throat move as she swallowed, and then she set the cup down and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Couple hours," she said. Dennis nodded, though the answer told him nothing he wanted to know. 2 hours was a long time to sit without moving. Long enough that the stillness could not be accidental, could not be the result of someone lost in thought or dozing lightly. He wanted to ask if the man had been moving when he first came in, if he had ordered food or spoken to the waitress or given any indication of why he was there, but he could see from the way the waitress was looking at him that she did not want to talk about it, that she wanted Dennis to stop asking questions and drink his coffee and leave. "Did he say anything?" Dennis asked. The waitress shook her head. No, she walked away before Dennis could ask anything else, and he sat with his hands around his cold cup and tried to think of a reason why a man would sit motionless in a diner for 2 hours, why a waitress would refill his cup 3 times without speaking to him, why no one else had come into the diner in nearly an hour. The explanations, drunk, sick, sleeping, fit nothing Dennis was seeing. A drunk man would slump, would lose the perfect rigidity of that posture. A sick man would show some sign of distress, would hold his stomach or his head. A sleeping man would sway, would list to one side, would eventually fall. The man looked like he was listening. That was the thought that came to Dennis, unbidden and unwelcome, and once it was there, he could not shake it. The man's head was tilted forward in the way someone tilts their head when they are trying to hear something faint, and his stillness was the stillness of someone who does not want to make noise, and Dennis found himself listening too, straining to hear whatever the man might be hearing, and there was nothing except the refrigerator and the clock and the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead. The waitress refilled the man's cup again. Dennis watched her do it, watched her walk over with the pot in her hand and pour the coffee in a smooth, practiced motion, and the man did not react, and the coffee in the cup was still steaming, and Dennis thought that if the man had not touched the cup in 2 hours, the coffee should have overflowed by now, should have spilled over the rim with each refill, but the cup was full and the counter around it was dry, and Dennis could not understand how that was possible unless the coffee was evaporating, or unless the man had been drinking it when Dennis was not looking. But Dennis had been looking, had been watching almost continuously, and the man had not moved. He became aware that his own hands were shaking. He set the cup down and pressed his palms flat against the counter, and the formica was cool and smooth under his skin. The man's hands lay so still, Dennis thought they would not respond even if he touched them. The clock read 3:16. The waitress was standing behind the counter with her arms crossed, looking at nothing in particular, and Dennis thought she looked tired. Not in the way someone looks when they have worked a long shift, but in the way someone looks when they have been awake for days, when exhaustion has settled into their bones and will not leave. He wondered how long she had been alone in the diner with the man, how many times she had refilled his cup, How many times she had looked at him and seen what Dennis was seeing now. He decided he was going to check on the man. The decision came to him fully formed, and he stood up before he could talk himself out of it, and the stool scraped against the floor, and the sound was very loud in the quiet diner, and the waitress looked at him sharply. "You leaving?" she asked. "No," Dennis said. "I'm going to see if he's all right." The waitress did not move, did not say anything, and Dennis thought she was going to tell him not to, but she only looked at him with an expression he could not read, and then she looked away. Dennis walked toward the man slowly, his footsteps loud on the linoleum, and he was aware of the waitress watching him from behind the counter, aware of the fluorescent lights overhead, and the hum of the refrigerator, and the absolute silence from the man 3 stools away. He stopped when he was standing directly behind the man, close enough to see the stitching on the back of his collar, close enough to smell the faint odor of laundry detergent, and something else, something metallic and wrong, and he hesitated, his hand hovering in the air a few inches from the man's shoulder. The man's shoulders were level, his spine straight, and there was no rise and fall of breath that Dennis could see. He looked down at the man's hands, at the way the fingers lay flat against the counter, and he saw that the skin was pale, almost gray, and that there was a faint discoloration around the nails, a bluish tint that Dennis had not noticed from his seat. Cyanosis. The word surfaced in his mind, the way blood looked when it was not carrying enough oxygen, and the thought made his throat tighten. He reached out and placed his hand on the man's shoulder. The fabric of the workshirt was coarse under Dennis's palm, and beneath it, the shoulder felt solid and unyielding, and Dennis pressed down gently, the way you might press on someone's shoulder to wake them, and the man did not respond. Dennis pressed harder, and the man's body shifted slightly, tilting forward, and Dennis pulled his hand back instinctively, and the man slumped sideways off the stool. The body hit the floor with a sound that was too heavy, too final, and Dennis stepped back, his hands rising to his chest in a gesture he did not plan. And the waitress made a small noise behind the counter, something between a gasp and a sob. The man lay on the linoleum with his face turned toward the wall, one arm folded under him and the other stretched out, and his eyes were open, staring at nothing. And Dennis knew without checking for a pulse that the man was dead. "Jesus," Dennis said. The waitress came around the counter, moving quickly, and Dennis saw that her hands were shaking, that her face had gone white, and she stopped a few feet from the body and stood there looking down at it, her arms wrapped around herself. Dennis could hear her breathing, quick and shallow, and she was about to scream or cry or run, but she did neither of these things. She simply stood there, and Dennis stood there, and between them, the dead man lay with his eyes open and his hands stretched out toward the door. "How long have you known?" Dennis asked. The waitress did not answer. She was looking at the man's hand, at the way the fingers were slightly curled, and Dennis followed her gaze and saw that the hand was reaching, that the fingers were shaped as though they had been trying to grasp something, and the posture looked wrong, looked staged, and Dennis felt something cold move through his chest. "How long?" he asked again, and this time his voice was harder. The waitress looked up at him, and her eyes were wide and bright with tears, and she started talking, the words coming fast and broken. She had come in at midnight and found him sitting there like that. She had thought he was resting, waiting for someone. She had poured his coffee, and he had not responded, and she had gone to the back for eggs, and when she came out, he was still sitting there, and she had asked if he wanted to order, and he had not answered. She had thought he was drunk, or high, or sick, and she was going to call someone. But then she had seen his eyes, and she had known, and she had not known what to do. Dennis stared at her. She'd been serving the man coffee for 3 hours. She had been refilling his cup while he sat there dead. The waitress was crying now, the tears running down her face in thin lines, and she said she had not known what else to do, that she had not wanted to be alone in the diner with him, that she had thought if another customer came in, they would see him and know something was wrong, and she would not have to be the one to deal with it. She was shaking so hard she could barely stand. Dennis asked why she had not called the police. The waitress looked at him, and something passed across her face, something quick and unreadable, and then she looked down at the body again. She said she had been going to call, but then she had seen the car. Dennis waited. The waitress wrapped her arms tighter around herself, and when she spoke again, her voice was almost a whisper. She said there was a man outside in the parking lot, that he had been out there for the last hour, walking back and forth between the cars, and she thought he had a gun. Dennis felt the floor shift under him, felt the warmth drain from his skin, and he turned and looked at the front window. But all he could see was the reflection of the diner's interior, the lights and the booths, and the two of them standing over the body. The parking lot beyond the glass was invisible, a wall of darkness, and Dennis realized that anyone standing out there would be able to see into the diner perfectly, while remaining unseen themselves. He asked what she was talking about. The waitress said there was a man. She had seen him when she was looking out the window. He was walking around out there, and she thought he was waiting for someone to leave so he could come in. She had thought that if she kept the diner looking busy, if she kept refilling the coffee and moving around like there were customers, he would think there were too many people in here, and he would go away. Dennis turned back to her, and he saw that she was looking at him with an expression of desperate hope, as though she wanted him to tell her that this made sense, that what she had done was reasonable, and Dennis could not find the words to respond. He looked at the dead man on the floor, at the way Carl's hand was still reaching toward the door, at the cup of coffee still steaming on the counter as though someone might drink it, at the waitress with her tear-streaked face and her shaking hands, and nothing about this made sense. Nothing about this could be explained by fear or panic or any rational motive, and the waitress's story was full of holes, but he did not know which parts were lies and which parts were truth. He said they needed to call the police. The waitress said the phone was dead. She had tried it an hour ago. Dennis walked to the phone on the wall behind the counter, the old rotary model with the long cord, and he picked up the receiver and held it to his ear, and there was no dial tone, only silence. He pressed the cradle down and released it, and the silence continued, and he hung up the receiver and looked at the waitress. He asked about her car. She said she did not have one. She had walked here. She lived a mile down the road. Dennis thought about his truck in the parking lot, thought about the keys in his pocket. Was there really a man out there with a gun? Or had the waitress invented him? He said they needed to lock the door. The waitress nodded, and Dennis walked toward the front of the diner, toward the glass door with its metal frame and its faded sign that read, "Open" in red letters, and he reached for the deadbolt, and his hand was shaking, and then he turned the bolt and heard it slide home with a solid click, and he felt a brief, irrational sense of relief. Dennis stood at the door for a moment, his hand still on the bolt, and he looked out through the glass at the parking lot. And now that his eyes had adjusted, he could see the shapes of the vehicles, the dark bulk of his truck, and a smaller sedan that must be Carl's, and a third car he had not noticed before. A pale station wagon parked at the far edge of the lot near the road, and the station wagon looked old, looked like something from the 70s, with its boxy shape and its wood paneling along the sides, and it was strange that he had not seen it when he pulled in, that it had been there the whole time without him noticing it. He watched for movement, for the shape of a man walking between the cars, and he saw nothing, and the parking lot was absolutely still. And Dennis could see the faint glow of the highway lights in the distance beyond the trees, could see the dark line of the county road running past the diner, and there were no headlights, no sign of traffic. and in the hour and a half he had been in the diner, not a single car had passed on the road, and the isolation of the place pressed on him like a weight. The station wagon sat at an angle, nose pointed toward the road, and the driver had parked it that way deliberately, had positioned it so they could pull out quickly, and the parking job looked purposeful in a way that made Dennis think the driver had been in a hurry or had wanted to leave themselves an exit, and he wondered who had driven the station wagon here, whether it had been Carl or whether someone else had brought Carl to the diner and left him sitting at the counter. His truck sat facing the diner, keys in his pocket. How long to unlock it? Start the engine, get away? He turned back to the diner, and the waitress was still standing near the body, her arms wrapped around herself, and Dennis walked toward her and stopped a few feet away. He asked her name. She looked at him, startled, and then she said, her name was Rita Wallace, and her voice was steadier now. Dennis told her his name, and Rita nodded, and they stood there in the fluorescent light, looking at each other, and under other circumstances this might have been the beginning of a conversation. The kind of small talk people made in diners at 3 a.m. But now it felt like something else, like an agreement or a pact, and he could not say what they were agreeing to. Rita asked what they should do. Dennis looked down at the body. The man's eyes were still open, staring at the wall, and Dennis thought they should close them, should cover the body with something. But he did not move, and Rita did not move, and the body lay between them like an accusation. He said they should wait until morning. The diner would open at 6, and other people would come in, and they could call the police from somewhere else, and in the meantime they would stay inside with the door locked, and they would not go out to the parking lot. Rita nodded, and Dennis saw relief pass across her face, and she had been waiting for someone to tell her what to do, that she had been alone with the body for 3 hours and had been paralyzed by the need to make a decision. And now that Dennis had made it for her, she could let herself believe that everything was going to be all right. She uncrossed her arms and wiped her hands on her apron, and the gesture looked automatic, the kind of thing a waitress did without thinking, and Dennis watched her do it, and she was already starting to recover, that the panic that had been visible on her face a moment ago was fading, and she was returning to the role she had been playing all night, the role of the frightened woman who needed help. The refilling had been too smooth, too methodical. If Rita had really been terrified, she would have shaken, spilled, shown some sign, but she had poured the coffee with perfect steadiness. And Rita was very good at performing normalcy, at making her actions look routine even when nothing about the situation was routine. Dennis looked at Rita's hands, at the way they moved as she smoothed down her apron, and he saw that they were steady now, that the shaking had stopped. And Rita recovered very quickly from things that should have left her shaken for hours. If there was a man outside, why had Rita not called the police before the phone died? Why had she waited an hour, long enough for the man to establish himself in the parking lot before trying to get help? And if the phone had died an hour ago, why had Rita stayed in the diner instead of locking herself in the back and hiding? The diner had a back door. Dennis had seen it when he looked through the kitchen window, and Rita could have left through the back, could have walked to her house a mile down the road, could have gotten away, but she had stayed, and Dennis could not think of a reason why she would stay unless there was something about her story that was not true. But Dennis did not believe that. He looked at the dead man on the floor, at the way the body had fallen, and something about the position was wrong, that the man had not fallen naturally, but had been moved, and the thought made him uneasy. He knelt down beside the body, moving slowly, and Rita made a small sound of protest, but did not stop him. The man's face was turned toward the wall, and Dennis reached out and touched the side of the man's neck, feeling for a pulse he knew would not be there, and the skin was cool and waxy under his fingers. How long for rigor mortis to set in? If the man had died at midnight, he should be showing signs of stiffening by now, but the body felt loose, pliable, and Dennis could not account for that. He looked at the man's hands. The right hand was folded under the body, and Dennis could not see it clearly, but the left hand was stretched out toward the door, the fingers slightly curled, and Dennis saw again the bluish discoloration around the nails, the way the skin seemed too pale. Blood would pool in the lowest parts of the body. Lividity. If the man had been sitting upright for 3 hours, the blood should have settled in his legs and buttocks, not his hands, and the discoloration he was seeing should not be there. He moved around the body, positioning himself so he could see the man's back, and he reached out and pulled the collar of the workshirt away from the man's neck, and the fabric was stiff in places, and Dennis saw a dark stain spreading across the lower back, a patch of wetness that looked black under the fluorescent lights, and he touched the fabric, and his fingers came away damp. He stood up quickly, his heart pounding, and Rita was looking at him with wide eyes, and Dennis held up his hand and showed her the dampness on his fingers, and even in the harsh light, he could see that it was red, that it was blood, and Rita's face went white. Dennis moved back to the body and pulled the shirt up, exposing the man's back, and there was a wound there, a clean puncture, just below the left shoulder blade, and the edges of the wound were neat and precise, and there was blood still seeping from it, fresh blood. And this was wrong, that a dead man should not bleed like this. But the blood was there, and it was real, and he could not deny what he was seeing. He looked up at Rita, and her eyes were fixed on the wound, and Dennis saw that she was not surprised, that she was not shocked or confused. And the expression on her face was not horror, but something else, something calculating and cold. And Dennis felt the air go out of his lungs. She had lied. There was no fugitive in the parking lot, not an armed man waiting outside, and Carl had not died of a heart attack. He had been stabbed. Dennis stood up slowly, his legs unsteady, and he took a step back from the body. And Rita was watching him now, her face very still, and Dennis thought that she was deciding something, that she was weighing her options. And the silence between them stretched out until it felt like a physical thing. He asked her what happened. Rita did not answer. She looked at him for a long moment, and Dennis saw her eyes move to the door, to the deadbolt he had turned, and then back to his face, and he understood that she was measuring the distance between them, that she was calculating whether he could reach the door before she could stop him, and the understanding made his mouth go dry. Rita moved then, not toward Dennis, but toward the counter, and she reached under the edge and pulled out a small revolver, the kind of gun waitresses kept in places like this for robberies, and she held it loosely in her hand, not pointing it at Dennis, but not setting it down either, and Dennis stopped moving. She did not explain. She did not tell him what had happened or why Carl was dead or what she planned to do with Dennis. She simply stood there with the gun, and Dennis stood near Carl's body, and the silence between them was absolute. Dennis looked at the door, at the deadbolt he had locked, and he thought about unlocking it, about running for his truck. But Rita was closer to the door than he was, and she had the gun, and Dennis knew he would not make it. The windows were plate glass, thick and heavy. He could not break them before Rita shot him. Rita stood with her weight evenly distributed, the revolver steady in her hand. She had held it before. The swinging door to the kitchen moved, and a man stepped through. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, and he was wearing a butcher's apron streaked with old stains, and in his right hand he held a long filleting knife. His face was blank, expressionless, and he looked at Dennis without curiosity, without malice, without anything Dennis could read. And then he looked at Rita, and Rita nodded once, and the man walked to the nearest booth and sat down, the knife resting on the table in front of him. Dennis understood that the man was Rita's brother, understood that he had been in the kitchen the entire time, understood that Rita had been refilling Carl's coffee, not just to fool Dennis, but to give her brother time to clean the knife, to wash the blood off his hands, to prepare for whatever they were going to do next. Rita told Dennis to sit down. Dennis did not move. He looked at the brother, at the knife on the table, at Rita with the gun, and he considered refusing, about forcing Rita to shoot him or let him go. But he could not make himself move, could not make himself do anything except stand there. And after a moment, Rita repeated herself, and her voice flat, and Dennis walked to the counter and sat down on the stool where he had been sitting when he first came in. His coffee cup was still there, 3/4 full and cold. Dennis looked at it, and if only he had left when he first noticed something was wrong, if he had walked out the door and gotten in his truck and driven away, none of this would be happening. But he had not left, and now it was too late. Rita stood behind the counter and looked at him, and Dennis looked back, and neither of them spoke. The brother sat in the booth with the knife, and the fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and Carl's body lay on the floor between the counter and the door, and Dennis thought that this was how it was going to end, that Rita and her brother were going to sit there and wait until they decided what to do with him, and Dennis was going to sit at the counter and wait to die, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. A part of him wanted to ask Rita why she had killed Carl, what he could have possibly done. But even if she answered, the answer would not matter, because whatever Carl had done or not done, Dennis had done nothing except walk into the diner at the wrong time, and Rita was going to kill him for that. A passing trooper might see the lights and stop to check on them. If someone did, Rita would kill them too, and Dennis would be responsible for that. And the thought made him feel sick. The clock on the wall read 3:38. Dennis had been in the diner for an hour and 38 minutes. Rita walked to the coffee maker and poured herself a cup, and she drank it standing up, and Dennis watched her. And the next difficult thing would be killing him. He watched the way she held the cup, the way she sipped the coffee slowly. And Rita was in no hurry, that she had all the time in the world. And Dennis had no time at all. Rita drank coffee while Carl's body lay on the floor and Dennis sat waiting to die. She must have killed before. No one could be this calm the first time. She set the cup down and looked at Dennis, and Dennis thought she was going to say something, but she did not. She simply looked at him, and Dennis looked back, and the silence stretched out, and Dennis realized that Rita was not in a hurry and that she was willing to wait as long as it took for her to decide what to do. And the waiting was worse than anything else, worse than being shot or stabbed, because the waiting gave him time to think about what was going to happen, and he could not stop thinking about it. The brother stood up from the booth, and Dennis's muscles tensed, and the brother was coming for him. But the brother walked to the kitchen and disappeared through the swinging door, and Dennis heard water running, and he realized the brother was washing his hands, washing the blood off, and the brother had done this before, that he and Rita had done this before, and Dennis was not the first person to sit at this counter and wait to die. Headlights swept across the front windows. Dennis turned his head and saw a car pulling into the parking lot, and his heart leaped. And someone was coming, that he was going to be saved. And then he saw that it was a police cruiser, and he knew that whoever was in that car was going to die unless Dennis could warn them. Rita saw the cruiser too. She moved quickly, sliding the revolver under the counter, and she looked at Dennis, and her eyes were very calm, very clear, and she told him that if he made a sound, if he did anything to alert the officer, she would shoot the officer, and then she would shoot Dennis, and Dennis believed her. The brother came out of the kitchen, and Rita said something to him in a voice too low for Dennis to hear. And the brother nodded and walked back into the kitchen, and the swinging door closed behind him, and Dennis knew the brother was standing just inside, waiting, listening. The cruiser's door opened, and a state trooper stepped out, a tall man with a gray mustache, and he walked toward the diner, and Dennis watched him come. He wanted to shout, to warn the trooper, but Rita's hand was under the counter, and Dennis could not speak. The trooper opened the door and stepped inside, and he looked at Rita, and he looked at Dennis, and his eyes moved to Carl's body on the floor, and Dennis saw the trooper's hand move toward his gun, and Rita smiled. She told the trooper that there had been an accident, that the man on the floor had collapsed, that she had called for an ambulance, but it had not showed up yet. Her voice was steady, concerned, but not panicked, and the trooper looked at her, and he looked at Dennis, and Dennis could see him trying to decide whether to believe her. The trooper asked Dennis if he was all right. Dennis looked at the trooper, and he looked at Rita, and he saw Rita's hand move slightly under the counter, and he knew that she had her finger on the trigger, and he knew that the wrong answer would get them both killed. He said he was fine. He said he had just stopped for coffee, that he did not know the man on the floor, that he had been sitting at the counter when the man collapsed. He said it in a voice that did not sound like his own, in a voice that was flat and dead. And he saw the trooper's eyes narrow, and he knew the trooper did not believe him. Knew the trooper could hear the fear in his voice, even though Dennis was trying to hide it. Dennis could feel sweat running down his back, could feel his hands shaking where they rested on the counter, and he tried to keep his face calm, tried to look like someone who had simply witnessed an accident. But his body was betraying him, was showing the trooper exactly what Dennis was trying to hide. The trooper looked at Dennis for a long moment, and Dennis saw the trooper's expression change, saw something like concern pass across the man's face, and Dennis knew the trooper had read his fear, had understood that Dennis was terrified, and the trooper was going to try to help him. The trooper walked toward Carl's body, moving slowly, and Dennis wanted to shout at him to leave, to get out. But Rita's hand was under the counter, and Dennis could not speak. The trooper knelt down beside Carl and checked for a pulse, and Dennis saw the moment when the trooper realized Carl was not just unconscious, but dead, saw the trooper's shoulders stiffen, and the trooper stood up and turned toward Rita, and his hand went to his gun. Rita pulled the revolver out from under the counter and pointed it at the trooper, and the trooper drew his weapon, and Dennis threw himself sideways off the stool, and 2 gunshots sounded almost simultaneously, and the front window shattered, and glass rained down across the booths, and Dennis hit the floor and curled into a ball, his hands over his head, and he heard the trooper fall, heard the heavy sound of the body hitting the linoleum, and he knew the trooper was dead. The kitchen door swung open, and the brother came out with the knife, and Dennis looked up and saw Rita standing behind the counter with the revolver still in her hand. And he saw the brother standing over the trooper's body, and he knew that he was next, that they were going to kill him now, and there was nothing he could do to stop them. But Rita did not shoot him. She looked at Dennis on the floor, and she looked at the trooper's body, and she looked at her brother, and Dennis saw something pass between them, some unspoken communication, and the brother nodded and walked to the front door and looked out at the parking lot. Rita told Dennis to get up. Dennis stood slowly, his legs shaking, and Rita kept the gun pointed at him. And the brother opened the front door and stepped outside, and Dennis heard the brother's footsteps on the pavement, heard him walking toward the cruiser, and Dennis understood that they were going to move the bodies, that they were going to put Carl and the trooper in the cruiser and drive it somewhere and leave it, and then they were going to come back for Dennis. Rita told Dennis to sit down at the counter. Dennis sat, and Rita stood behind the counter with the gun, and they waited. Dennis could hear the brother outside, could hear the sound of the cruiser's door opening, could hear the radio crackling, and the trooper's dispatcher would be calling, would be asking for a status report, and when the trooper did not answer, they would send someone to check on him. And maybe he could wait. Maybe he could stay alive long enough for someone else to come. But he did not believe it. The brother came back inside, and he said something to Rita in a low voice, and Rita nodded. And the brother walked to Carl's body and picked it up, lifting it easily. And he carried it outside, and Dennis watched through the window as the brother put Carl in the back of the cruiser, And then the brother came back inside and picked up the trooper. And Dennis saw the blood on the floor where the trooper had fallen, saw the dark pool spreading across the linoleum. And this was real, that this was happening, and he could not make himself believe it. The brother carried the trooper outside, and Rita walked around the counter, and she stood between Dennis and the door. And Dennis knew that if he tried to run, she would shoot him. And even if she missed, the brother would catch him. And he would die in the parking lot instead of in the diner, and it would not matter. Dennis sat at the counter under the fluorescent lights, and through the broken window he could hear sounds from the parking lot, sounds he did not want to identify, the wet drag of something heavy across pavement, the metallic creak of the cruiser's trunk opening, and he sat very still and tried not to listen, tried not to imagine what the brother was doing out there in the darkness. The diner was bright, every surface lit and visible, and Dennis could see his own reflection in the remaining window glass, could see himself sitting at the counter like a customer, and beyond his reflection he could see nothing but darkness, could hear but not see what was happening, and the not seeing was worse than anything. The brother came back inside, and he closed the door, and he locked it, and he turned and looked at Dennis, and Dennis looked back, and the brother's face was still blank, still expressionless. And Dennis thought that the brother was going to kill him now, thought that the brother was going to use the knife. But the brother did not move. He simply stood there, and Rita stood there, and Dennis sat at the counter, and no one spoke. Dennis realized they were waiting for something. He did not know what, did not know whether they were waiting for the parking lot to be empty, or for the night to be darker, or for some other condition to be met, but they were waiting, and Dennis was waiting with them, and the silence in the diner was so complete that Dennis could hear his own heartbeat, could hear the blood rushing in his ears. And this was what dying felt like. This waiting, this knowing that it was going to happen, and not knowing when. He looked at the clock and saw that only 4 minutes had passed since the brother had come back inside. And time was moving differently now. That every second stretched out until it felt like an hour, and if Rita made him wait much longer, he would start screaming, would start begging, would do anything to make the waiting stop. And he clenched his hands into fists and pressed them against his thighs and tried to stay quiet. The clock read 3:52. Rita poured herself more coffee, drank it without sitting down, and set the cup on the counter. The brother stood by the door with the knife in his hand, and Dennis sat at the counter with his hands flat on the formica, his truck, his apartment. The route he'd been driving, all of it seemed very far away, like something that had happened to someone else. Rita set her cup down and looked at Dennis, and Dennis looked back, and he saw that she had made her decision, saw it in the way her shoulders straightened, in the way her hand tightened on the revolver, and he knew that the waiting was over. She told the brother to get the car. The brother unlocked the door and stepped outside, and Dennis heard his footsteps on the pavement, heard the station wagon's engine start, and he knew that the brother was going to pull the car up to the door, and they were going to put Dennis in it, and they were going to drive him somewhere, and they were going to kill him, and no one was going to stop them. Rita kept the gun pointed at Dennis, and Dennis sat very still. Should he grab the gun, run for the door? He knew it was useless, and so he sat there and waited. The station wagon pulled up outside, and the brother got out and came back inside, and Rita told Dennis to stand up, and Dennis stood, and the brother walked toward him, and Dennis thought this was it. This was the moment, and he closed his eyes. And then there was a sound outside, the low rumble of a diesel engine, and headlights swept across the windows, and Dennis opened his eyes and saw a semi-truck pulling into the parking lot, the big rig angling in across the entrance, blocking the station wagon's path to the road, and Dennis saw the driver leaning out of the cab, saw the driver looking at the cruiser with its lights off, at the station wagon idling by the door, at the diner with its lights on, and Dennis knew the driver could see them through the broken window, could see Rita with the gun, could see the brother standing over Dennis, and the driver was reaching for his CB radio. Rita saw it too. She bolted for the front door, and the brother was right behind her, and Dennis heard the station wagon's engine roar. And he ran to the broken window and looked out and saw the station wagon tearing across the grass, its headlights cutting wild arcs as it bounced over the lawn toward the county road. And he saw the semi-driver climbing down from his cab. And Dennis staggered through the front door and out into the parking lot. The station wagon's taillights were already disappearing down the road, heading away from the semi, away from the highway, deeper into the back roads. And Dennis stood in the parking lot and watched them go, and he knew that Rita and her brother were not trapped, and were not hiding in the woods waiting to be found, but were driving away into the network of county roads and dirt tracks that spread through the countryside like veins, and no one would catch them. The driver asked if Dennis was all right, and Dennis said no. And the driver asked what happened, and Dennis looked at the diner, the open door and the lights inside and the blood on the floor, and he did not know where to start. The driver had a CB radio in his truck, and he called for help, and Dennis sat on the curb in the parking lot and waited. He could see the county road stretching into darkness, could see the point where the station wagon's taillights had disappeared. And Rita and her brother were driving deeper into the back roads, thought about how many turns they could take, how many directions they could go, and they were already miles away, already beyond any roadblock the police could set up, and he did not know if they would keep driving or whether they would circle back. Police arrived in ambulances. Dennis told them what had happened, and they took him to the hospital and checked him for injuries and asked him questions, and he answered them as best he could. They told him they would find Rita Wallace and her brother, and Dennis nodded. But the vast, empty country roads beyond the diner offered too many ways to vanish. He couldn't bring himself to believe the police would find them. They did not find them. The police searched the county roads and the back highways, checked every diner and truck stop within 100 miles, and they found nothing. The station wagon had vanished into the network of dirt roads and farm tracks that spread through the countryside, and Rita and her brother could be anywhere, could have changed the plates and driven to another state, could be sitting in another diner right now. The case stayed open, and detectives called Dennis every few weeks to ask if he had remembered anything else, if he had seen anything he had not mentioned, and Dennis told them he had not, and eventually the calls stopped coming. He quit driving. He took a warehouse job in Columbus, worked days, went home when it got dark. He did not go into diners anymore and did not stop at truck stops or rest areas. And when people asked why he had left the road, he said it was his back, and they believed him. But sometimes at night, he would wake and think he heard coffee being poured, the sound of liquid filling a cup. And he would lie in the darkness and listen, and the sound would not fade. And he would get up and check the kitchen, and there would be nothing there, but he could still hear it, and he did not know if it was memory or if it was something else. The trooper had been 34 years old, and he had stopped at the diner because he had seen the lights on and thought he should check that everything was all right, and Dennis had answered his questions and lied to his face, and the trooper had died for it. If he had told the truth immediately, warned the trooper about the gun, maybe the man would have lived, but maybe Rita would have shot them both, and Dennis could not know which, and the not knowing was worse than anything else. Rita and her brother were still out there. They had found another diner in another town. He could see her, Rita standing behind a counter in some other town, pouring coffee for someone who would never drink it, performing the ritual again, the smooth, practiced motion, the cup filling to the brim, the steam rising. And Rita would do it again because she had done it before, because the refilling had not been about fooling Dennis or about keeping up appearances, but about something else, something Dennis could not name, something that had made Rita stand in an empty diner at 3 a.m, pouring coffee for a dead man over and over and over. How many times had she refilled Carl's cup before Dennis pulled in? Had she lost track? Had she spoken to the corpse while she poured, had said the things waitresses say to customers, or whether she had done it in silence, and he would never know, that no one would ever know, because Rita was gone and Carl was dead, and Dennis had only seen the end of it, had only witnessed the performance after it had been running for hours. Dennis stood at his apartment window one evening and looked down at the street below, at the cars passing and the people walking, and Rita was somewhere out there in some other town, in some other diner, standing behind a counter with a coffee pot in her hand, and wondering if she was pouring for the living or the dead. It didn't matter. Rita would pour either way, that the act of pouring had become something Rita could not stop doing. And wherever Rita was, whatever name she was using, she was still refilling cups that would never be emptied, still performing a routine that had no purpose except its own repetition. If he drove the highways again, if he stopped at diners in small towns, he might walk into one and see her there, might see her standing behind a counter with her hand on a coffee pot, might see her turn toward him with that same flat expression. And he would know, and she would know, and neither of them would say anything, and she would pour his coffee, and he would sit there and wait to see if she ever stopped pouring, and he did not know what he would do if she did not. The house had been a gift, though she had never asked for gifts, least of all from the dead. The state had arranged it, the lawyer explained in his letter. Something about victim compensation, estate dispersal, the bureaucratic parsing of accounts no one had known her husband kept. But the words had blurred together in the Florida heat, and what remained was the address and the keys and the promise that no one would ask questions if she simply went. She had gone. The house stood in a gated community north of Palm Coast, low and pale and stucco, the palm trees too symmetrical, the lawns too green. Inside, the air conditioning hummed against the August thickness, and the room smelled of new paint and carpet glue, everything blank, everything waiting. She poured coffee in the bright kitchen that first morning and thought how different it was from Alaska, how warm the sun felt through the glass. The cup was ceramic white, purchased 3 days earlier when she realized the furnished house had everything but the small necessities. She lifted it to her lips, and her hand hesitated, hovering in midair for a beat too long, and she had to remind herself how to drink from a cup without spilling, had to think about the angle and the tilt when it should have been automatic. The coffee was too hot. She set it down and looked at her hands, turned them over in the morning light. They looked thinner than she remembered, the knuckles more prominent. But hands changed when you stopped using them for hard work, when you stopped splitting wood and skinning rabbits and scrubbing floors on your knees. That was all it was. She was still adjusting. The neighbors kept to themselves. The guard at the gate waved her through without looking up. It was exactly what she needed: space, silence. Time to forget what had happened in the cabin, in the workshop, in the fire that had taken everything and left her standing in the snow with blood on her hands and a name that was not hers by birth, but was hers now by law and sympathy and the strange mercy the state extended to women who killed monsters. She had killed a monster. She was sure of that. The troopers had told her she was brave. The victim services woman had told her she had done everything she could. The lawyer had told her she deserved this house, this money, this clean start. And she believed them because the alternative was a darkness she could not afford to look at directly. But forgetting proved harder than distance suggested. She noticed it first in the mornings. The bedroom was cold, not uncomfortable. The thermostat still read 72, but wrong, a chill that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with presence. She would wake with the feeling that someone had been standing beside the bed watching her sleep. And when she reached for the lamp, her hand would tremble in a way she told herself was just nerves, just the body remembering trauma, just the normal aftermath of survival. The house had 3 bedrooms, and she used only one, kept the others closed, and moved through the bright rooms during the day and tried not to think about the dark. At night, she heard the air conditioning cycle on and off, the pool filter in the neighbor's yard, the distant hum of traffic. Nothing else, and no wind, no branches, no footsteps. She had left all that in Alaska, buried under snow and ash in the story everyone had agreed was true, that she had tried to save the woman in the cellar, that the fire had been too fast, that survival was not the same as fault. Except sometimes, in the gap between waking and full consciousness, she remembered hands. Not her own hands, but someone else's, thin and shaking, unlocking chains in the dark. And she remembered the flood of relief so intense it felt like drowning, and then the flood of rage when she understood how long those hands had waited before coming, how many days she had been left down there while someone decided whether her life was worth the risk. She would sit up gasping, and the memory would dissolve, and she would tell herself it was just a nightmare, just her mind trying to process what she had seen, what she had witnessed, the woman she had found too late to save. By the second week, the cold had settled into the house like a permanent guest. She called the property management company, and they sent a man who examined the air conditioning unit and pronounced it perfect. That night, she woke at 3 a.m. to find her breath misting above the bed. She sat up, reached for the lamp, and saw condensation forming on the inside of the windows, water running down the glass in thin streams. The thermostat still read 72. She stood at the window, watching the water pool on the sill, and felt something shift inside her chest, some small certainty coming loose. The house was sealed, climate-controlled. There was no reason for this. She walked to the hallway, and the temperature changed at the threshold. Warmth meeting cold like crossing from one room into another. She stood with one foot in each and tried to understand what she was experiencing. But understanding required explanations, and explanations required acknowledging that something was wrong in a way she could not fix by calling a repairman. She closed the bedroom door and slept on the couch. In the morning, the condensation was gone, and the bedroom was warm, and she might have convinced herself she had dreamed it, except for the faint smell that lingered in the air. Something she could not name at first, but recognized when she opened the kitchen cabinet and found herself staring at a can of WD-40 someone had left behind. Oil, kerosene. The smell of work sheds and lanterns and things that burn. She threw the can away and opened every window, but the smell stayed with her all day, faint and persistent, caught in her hair and her clothes and the back of her throat. That night the cold came back, and with it something else, a sound so soft she almost missed it. Breathing. Not her own. Someone else's breath moving in the dark on the other side of the closed bedroom door, patient and wet. The sound of damaged lungs working hard to pull in air. She lay on the couch with every light on and told herself it was the house settling, the air conditioning, the pool filter, anything but what it sounded like. By morning, the sound had stopped, and she had almost convinced herself it had never been real. But when she walked past the closed bedroom door on her way to the kitchen, she saw water on the floor, a small pool of it, dark and spreading, seeping out from under the door where no water should be. She did not open the door. She stepped over the water and kept walking and told herself she would call someone, a plumber, the property management company, someone who could explain this with words that had nothing to do with the cold or the breathing or the smell of things burning. She made coffee with shaking hands and sat at the kitchen table and looked out at the palm trees and the retention pond and the normal world where houses did not weep and bedrooms did not fill with the presence of the dead. Except she had not said dead. She had thought it, but she had not let herself say it, because saying it would mean acknowledging what she already knew, that the woman in the cellar had died, that she had died badly, and that somehow the dying had followed her here. She spent the day at the beach, walking in the heat until her skin burned and the smell of salt and sunscreen replaced the smell of kerosene. When she returned to the house, the water was gone and the bedroom door stood open, and everything looked exactly as it should. She stood in the doorway and searched for some sign of wrongness, but found nothing except the faint feeling that the room had been occupied recently, that someone had been standing exactly where she was standing now, looking out at the hallway, waiting. She closed the door and wedged a chair under the handle and told herself it was just to keep the cold contained, just to prevent the temperature from spreading to the rest of the house. It had nothing to do with fear. It had nothing to do with the memory that kept surfacing unbidden. Hands unlocking chains, a voice whispering, "We have to go now." And the understanding that came too late, much too late, that rescue was not the same as salvation. The next 3 nights passed without incident. The cold did not return. The bedroom door stayed closed. She slept on the couch with the television on low, letting the voices and canned laughter fill the silence, and she told herself the worst had passed, that whatever had been in the house had moved on or exhausted itself or decided she was not worth haunting. She went to the grocery store on the 3rd day, pushed a cart through the bright aisles and tried to remember what she needed. Milk, eggs, bread, coffee, the basics. But when she reached for the coffee, her hand hesitated, hovering over the shelf, and she realized she could not remember which brand Donna had used. Not which brand she had used. The distinction was starting to blur. She grabbed a bag at random and kept walking. At the checkout, the woman behind the register smiled and asked how she was settling in, and she heard herself say, "Fine, just fine," in a voice that sounded almost convincing. The woman scanned the items and made small talk about the heat and the traffic and the new restaurant opening up near the beach, and she nodded and smiled and felt like she was watching herself from a distance, performing normalcy for an audience of one. When she got back to the house, she unpacked the groceries and put everything away, and only then realized that her hands had known exactly which cabinet to open, which shelf to use, where each item belonged. She had not consciously decided. Her body had simply known. She stood in the kitchen with the empty grocery bags in her hands and felt the wrongness settle deeper. The house was teaching her how to be Donna. Or maybe Donna was teaching her. Or maybe there was no difference anymore. That night she dreamed she was in the cellar. The chains were heavy on her wrists, the metal cold and slick with the condensation. She could hear footsteps overhead, slow and deliberate, and she knew they were his footsteps, knew that he was deciding whether to come down or leave her there another day, another week, another however long it took for her to understand that she belonged to him, the way a possession belonged to its owner, permanently and without question. The trapdoor opened. Light spilled down the wooden stairs, and she looked up expecting to see him, but instead she saw herself standing at the top of the stairs, looking down with an expression she could not read. Not pity, not horror, something colder, more calculated. The expression of someone deciding whether saving her was worth the risk. She woke, gasping, her wrists aching even though there were no chains, and she had to turn on the light and look at her hands to prove to herself that she was free, that she was in Florida, that the cellar was thousands of miles away and buried under snow and ash. But the ache in her wrists remained, and when she looked down, she saw faint marks, red and raw, circling her wrists exactly where the chains had rested. She ran to the bathroom and scrubbed at the marks with soap and hot water, but they would not fade. They were not bruises. They were not scars. They were something else. something that had been waiting underneath her skin and was only now rising to the surface, marking her as what she was, not the rescuer but the rescued, not the wife but the captive, not Donna but Leah. Except she could no longer remember which name was which. On the fourth night, she woke to the smell of gasoline so strong it burned her throat. She sat up choking, fumbled for the lamp, found the living room empty and thick with fumes. The smell was everywhere, soaked into the couch and the curtains and her own skin. She ran to the kitchen and threw open the back door, gasping, and when she turned around, she saw condensation covering every window. Water running down the glass in sheets, pooling on the counters and dripping from the ceiling in slow, cold drops. The thermostat read 48 degrees. She stood in the doorway with the warm night air at her back and the freezing house in front of her. This was not a malfunction. This was not something she could fix. This was something that wanted her to know it was here, wanted her to feel what it had felt, wanted her to understand that the cold and the water and the smell of gasoline were not random, but specific, not atmospheric, but accusatory. She grabbed her phone to call for help and found her hands shaking too badly to unlock the screen. The kitchen lights flickered. The water kept dripping. And somewhere in the house, distant but unmistakable, she heard the sound again, breathing, wet and labored, and underneath it, a new sound, softer, broken, weeping. She ran. Out the back door, across the lanai, into the yard where the grass was wet with sprinkler water, and the air was warm and thick and real. She stood under the stars and listened to her own heartbeat, and tried to slow her breathing, tried to think rationally about what was happening. Behind her, through the open door, she heard the weeping grow louder. She could not go back inside. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. She could get in her car and drive away from this house and this community, could disappear into the anonymous sprawl of Florida cities and leave the haunting behind. But when she tried to move toward the driveway, her legs would not obey. Her body knew something her mind was still refusing to accept. That running would not help, that distance would not matter, that whatever was in that house was not in the house at all, but in her, carried in her blood and her bones, and the space behind her eyes where memories lived, whether she wanted them or not. The weeping stopped. The house went silent. And after a long time, she walked back inside because there was nowhere else to go. The kitchen was warm. The thermostat read 72. The water was gone. But the smell of gasoline lingered in her hair, faint and permanent. And when she looked down at her hands, she saw they were shaking not with fear, but with something older, something that felt like recognition. She had seen hands shake like this before, thin hands, raw at the wrists, reaching up from the dark. She closed her eyes and pushed the image away and told herself it was just empathy, just the natural aftermath of witnessing suffering, just her mind trying to process what she had seen when she opened the trapdoor and looked down into the cellar and found a woman who had already stopped hoping for rescue. But the image would not leave. And underneath it, rising like water through floorboards, came another memory. Not opening the trapdoor, but hearing it open. Not looking down, but looking up. Not finding a woman in chains, but being the woman in chains, wrists raw and bleeding, looking up at the pale winter light and the silhouette of someone standing above, someone who had known she was down there, who had known for days, for weeks, and had done nothing. She opened her eyes. The kitchen was bright and normal and empty. But the memory remained sharp-edged and specific, and with it came a question she could not afford to ask. Whose hands had she been remembering? The hands that unlocked the chains, or the hands that wore the chains? The rescuer or the rescued? She made coffee she did not drink and sat at the table until sunrise, trying to hold on to the story everyone had told her. The story she had told herself, that she was the wife, that she had survived 15 years of marriage to a monster, that she had found a stranger in the cellar and tried to save her and failed, that the fire had taken the stranger and left her alive, that she deserved this house and this name and this second chance. But the story was starting to crack, and through the cracks, she could see something else, something dark and cold and true. The weeping came back the next night, and the night after that, always in the hours before dawn, always soft enough that she could almost convince herself it was the wind or the air conditioning or her own breathing. But it was none of those things. It was the sound of someone crying alone in the dark, and it came from inside the house, from behind closed doors, from rooms she had never entered, and hallways that should not exist. She searched every closet and crawl space and found nothing. The sound moved. When she stood in the kitchen, it came from the bedrooms. When she stood in the bedroom, it came from the walls. When she pressed her ear against the wall, she heard it clearly, intimately. The sound of grief so vast it had nowhere to go but inward, collapsing into itself, becoming a presence rather than a feeling. And with the weeping came flashes of memory that did not feel like memory, but like intrusion, like someone else's past bleeding into hers. She would be standing at the sink washing dishes, and suddenly her hands would know they had never washed dishes before, had never learned how Donna's husband wanted the plates stacked, had never memorized which cabinet held the glasses. She would reach for the silverware drawer and hesitate, uncertain, her body waiting for instructions that should have been automatic. She would walk to the linen closet and open the door and find her hands reaching automatically for the towels on the third shelf, the shelf she had never used. And only when her fingers touched the fabric would she realize she had not decided to reach for them, had not consciously known they were there. She would sit down to eat and find herself cutting the food in a specific pattern, small, deliberate movements she had never used before, movements that felt borrowed, learned, inherited from someone who had spent years making herself invisible at a dinner table, where any wrongness might be noticed and corrected. The intrusions grew stronger. She would be reading a book, and suddenly she was not in the Florida house, but in the cabin, sitting in the chair by the wood stove, the book open in her lap, but her eyes on the door, waiting for the sound of his truck in the driveway, the crunch of his boots on the gravel, the weighted quality of silence that meant she had 30 seconds to put away whatever she was doing and arrange her face into the expression he preferred, blank, pleasant, ready. She would blink, and she was back in Florida, the book still in her hands, but her shoulders were tight, and her chest was doing something she had not told it to do, and her face was holding an expression she had not made, pleasant and blank and ready for inspection. The intrusions did not feel like memories. They felt like invasions. Donna forcing her way in, showing her what 15 years had been, what it had cost, what it meant to survive by disappearing. Every memory came with physical sensation, the weight of silence, the texture of fear, the grinding exhaustion of constant vigilance. She would be washing dishes, and suddenly her hands would start to shake, and she would remember, or Donna would make her remember. The sound of glass breaking, the feeling of being grabbed by the arm, the calculated cruelty of being corrected. She would remember the cabin kitchen, smaller than this one, darker. And she would remember standing at that sink, wondering if today would be the day he decided she was more trouble than she was worth. She would be lying in bed, and Donna's memories would rise like floodwater. The sound of boots on the floorboards outside the bedroom, the waiting, the understanding that whatever happened next, she would have to endure in silence because crying made it worse. because protests made it worse, because the only thing that sometimes made it stop was stillness, blankness, the complete absence of self. And underneath every memory was the question, if this was what Donna had survived, if this was what she had endured for 15 years, what kind of courage had it taken to walk down into that cellar and unlock those chains? What kind of strength to risk everything for a stranger? And what kind of betrayal had it been to repay that courage with murder? She started avoiding mirrors. Every time she looked at her reflection, she saw less of herself and more of Donna, the way she held her mouth, the tension in her jaw, the way her eyes tracked movement, always aware, always watchful, always waiting for the moment when watchfulness would not be enough. She covered the bathroom mirror with a towel, then the hallway mirror, then every reflective surface she could find. But she could still feel it happening, could still feel her face changing, even without seeing it, her posture shifting, her movements becoming someone else's. One afternoon, she found herself in the spare bedroom, the one she had kept closed since moving in. She did not remember walking there, did not remember opening the door. But she was standing in the middle of the room, looking at the empty space and feeling a pull, a certainty, that something belonged here. She left the room, closed the door, tried to forget about it. The next day, she found herself in the spare bedroom again, this time with cleaning supplies, wiping down surfaces that were already clean. The day after that, she found herself measuring the windows for curtains she did not remember deciding to buy. On the fourth day, she found herself arranging furniture in the room. A small desk, a chair, a lamp. She did not remember owning these things, did not remember bringing them into the house. But they were there, and her hands were arranging them. And when she tried to stop, her body kept moving, kept working, kept building something she did not understand. It was only when she stepped back and looked at the completed room that she understood. This was Donna's office. The place Donna had gone when her husband was out, the place she had hidden her small rebellions, the books she read, the letters she wrote and never sent, the plans she made and abandoned. Donna was rebuilding her life, piece by piece, room by room, and Leah's body was the instrument. The wrongness kept accumulating. She did not recognize the view from the bedroom window, even though she had been sleeping in that room for weeks. She could not remember how she had gotten to Florida, who had driven her, what route they had taken. When she tried to picture the cabin in Alaska, her mind offered only fragments. Cold darkness, the smell of wood smoke, a man's face empty of expression. But she could not see the kitchen where she had supposedly cooked for 15 years. She could not remember the pattern of the quilt on the bed, or the color of the curtains, or any of the small, specific details that should have been burned into memory by repetition. What she could remember, with terrible clarity, was the cellar, the dirt floor, the chains, the raw ache in her wrists, the sound of footsteps overhead, and the terror that this time he was coming down. This time it would not be food and water, but something worse. The days blurring into each other until time stopped meaning anything except the gap between visits, the slow certainty that no one was coming, that she had been forgotten, that she would die down there and no one would know. But those were not her memories. Those were the captive's memories. She was the wife. She had found the woman in the cellar. She had unlocked the chains. She had tried to save her. Except her hands did not remember unlocking chains. They remembered wearing them. She stood at the bathroom mirror one morning and studied her face, searching for a proof of identity. The face that looked back was pale, thin, marked by exhaustion, but recognizable. This was her face. She had seen it in the hospital mirror when she woke after the fire, had seen it in the lawyer's office, had seen it every day since. But something about it was wrong, some small detail that did not match the face she remembered having before the fire, before Alaska, before everything. She could not remember what her face had looked like before. The realization hit her like cold water. She could not remember her own face. She could not remember looking in a mirror in the cabin, could not remember what she had seen, could not remember whether the woman in the glass had been older or younger, whether her hair had been long or short, whether her eyes had been this color or some other. The face in the mirror was the only face she knew. Everything before it was blank. She touched her cheek, her jaw, her throat, feeling for some confirmation that the flesh under her fingers belonged to the same person who had lived in the cabin, who had unlocked the cellar, who had escaped the fire. But flesh was just flesh. It proved nothing. She opened the medicine cabinet looking for something, anything, that might anchor her to herself. Toothpaste, ibuprofen, a razor she had bought 3 weeks ago. Nothing personal, nothing that proved who she was. She closed the cabinet, and the mirror reflected her face again, and she saw it. A flicker, just for a second, of another face underneath, older, burned, weeping. She stepped closer to the glass, stared at her reflection, waited for it to happen again. The face in the mirror stared back unchanged. She pressed her palm against the glass. Cold, smooth, real. She pulled her hand away and saw the handprint fade. And as it faded, she saw the burned face again, just for a second, staring out at her from behind her own eyes, and she stumbled backward and hit the wall, and when she looked again, the face was gone, and there was only her own reflection, pale and shaking and terrified. But she had seen it. She was sure of it. Donna was not just inside her. Donna was underneath her, waiting, rising closer to the surface every day. The weeping started again, closer this time, and she realized it was coming from her own throat, her own chest, a grief that had been building for weeks and had finally found a voice. She did not know who she was crying for, the woman who had died in the fire, or the woman who had survived it, or the woman she was pretending to be. She sank to the bathroom floor and let the crying run its course, and when it was done, she felt emptied, scraped clean. And in the silence that followed, she heard a voice that might have been her own voice or might have been someone else's, thin and hoarse and certain. "You left me down there for 2 weeks." She stood up fast, dizzy, looking for the source of the voice. The bathroom was empty. But the words remained, echoing, and with them came a surge of rage so intense it stopped her breath. Not her rage, someone else's. The rage of a woman left to rot in the dark while her rescuer slept in a warm bed, and told herself she was waiting for the right moment, the safe moment, the moment that would not get them both killed. The right moment had never come. And when it finally did, when the wife finally descended those wooden stairs with keys she had stolen too late, the woman in chains had looked up at her rescuer and understood that mercy delayed was just another form of cruelty. She pressed her hands against the sink and tried to breathe, tried to separate her thoughts from the thoughts that were not hers, but the distinction was dissolving. The memories were mixing. The cabin and the cellar, the rescuer and the rescued, the woman who had unlocked the chains and the woman who had worn them. They were bleeding into each other, becoming one narrative instead of two, and she could no longer tell where one story ended and the other began. For 3 days, she tried to prove to herself that she was still Donna. She searched the house for evidence, found the legal documents with her signature, found the hospital discharge papers with her name, found the letter from the lawyer explaining the estate, the compensation, the fresh start. All of it said she was Donna Clifton, survivor, widow, brave woman who had tried to save a stranger. The fire had made it easy. The workshop had burned so hot that the body in the cellar was unidentifiable. Dental records impossible. Bone structure collapsed. Nothing left but ash and the chains they had used to determine there had been a victim at all. And Donna had never had a driver's license, had never been to a hospital, had never been photographed except in a wedding album that burned with everything else. Her husband had kept her off the grid for 15 years, paid everything in cash from accounts no one knew existed, kept her isolated in a cabin with no neighbors and no paper trail. When the troopers found Leah in the snow with a head wound and smoke inhalation, when she woke in the hospital and said she was Donna, there was no one to contradict her. No family, no friends, no records, just her word and the sympathy of people who wanted to believe a woman could survive a monster. But the documents were just paper. They proved what the state believed, not what was true. She tried to remember being Donna, tried to summon memories of the marriage, the cabin, the 15 years. But all she could find were fragments, disconnected images that might have been memories or might have been dreams or might have been things she had imagined while lying in the dark in the cellar, inventing a life for her captor's wife, the woman she could hear walking overhead, the woman she had begged silently to find her. She could not remember the wedding, could not remember the first year in the cabin, could not remember her husband's face before it had become a mask of blankness, before whatever had been human in him had burned away and left only the mechanism that kept her trapped. What she could remember was the cellar, every detail, the smell of the dirt, the texture of the chains, the way the cold seeped into her bones until she could not remember what warmth felt like, the sound of the trapdoor opening, the flood of light, the thin hands reaching down with the key, and the rage that had come after the relief. The rage at being left down there for 2 weeks while the woman above her slept in a warm bed and told herself she was waiting for the right moment. The rage that had made her pick up the burning wood and strike. She pressed her hands to her face and tried to push the memories away, but they would not go. They were hers. They had always been hers. She was not Donna. She had never been Donna. She was Leah, the woman who had been kept in chains, and everything that had happened after the fire, the hospital, the sympathy, the house, the name, was built on a lie she had told because the truth was too hard to carry. She sat at the kitchen table and tried to decide what to do. She could confess, could call the state and tell them they had made a mistake, could explain that the woman in the cellar had been Donna, that she was Leah, that the whole story was backwards. But what would they do? They would take the house, they would take the money, they would ask questions she could not answer. Why had she lied? Why had she stolen Donna's identity? Had she murdered Donna deliberately, or had it been self-defense? And when they asked about the fire, when they asked what had really happened, would she be able to explain the rage, the betrayal, and the choice she had made in the snow? She did not think they would understand. She did not think they would call it self-defense. She thought they would call it murder, and they would be right. So she said nothing. She kept the house and the name and the lie. And she waited for the haunting to come, because she knew it would come. Because Donna was not the kind of woman who would stay buried when the woman who killed her was living her life. She tried to leave the house that afternoon, tried to pack a bag and walk out the door and keep walking until she found somewhere the memories could not reach. But when she put her hand on the doorknob, it would not turn, not locked. The deadbolt was open, but frozen, immovable. She tried the back door. The same. The windows would not open. The garage door would not lift. Every exit sealed. And when she pulled harder, the temperature dropped, and she heard the weeping start again, louder now, angry. The weeping was not coming from the walls or the hallway or the closed bedroom this time. It was coming from right behind her, close enough to feel breath on the back of her neck. And when she turned around, she saw it. The figure stood in the kitchen doorway. Not fully formed and not solid, but present. A woman made of water and smoke and cold. Her face burned, her hair hanging in wet strings, her hands reaching forward with fingers that were blackened and split. The face was ruined but recognizable. The body was charred but familiar. This was Donna, the real Donna. The woman who had risked everything to unlock the chains. The woman Leah had murdered. The woman whose life Leah had stolen. And she had come to take it back. Leah could not move. The figure stood between her and the door, dripping water onto the tile, its burned face turned toward her. The temperature dropped. The lights flickered. And from the ruined throat came a sound that was not quite a voice, but close enough to understand. "You let me die." "No," Leah whispered. "No, I tried to run. You struck me. I don't know what happened after that." The figure's head tilted, slow and deliberate. The fire had started. The husband was dead. The workshop was burning. And Leah, freed from the chains, her wrists still raw and bleeding, had looked at the woman who had waited 2 weeks to save her and felt not gratitude, but rage. The rage had given her strength, adrenaline flooding her starved body, turning desperation into momentum. She had grabbed a piece of burning wood and struck the woman across the head hard enough to send her falling into the snow unconscious. And then Leah had looked down at her rescuer and made a choice. Donna was slight, malnourished herself from 15 years of living with a man who rationed everything, including food. Leah had dragged her through the snow, her body moving on something beyond exhaustion, beyond pain, had pulled her through the workshop door, down 3 steps, not a ladder, just wooden stairs Donna had descended 100 times to bring food and water and apologies, had locked the chains around Donna's wrists, hands shaking, smoke filling her lungs, and then she had run, her body collapsing the moment she reached the trees, waking hours later when the troopers found her. The figure moved closer. Its burned hands reached out, and Leah stumbled backward until her spine hit the counter. There was nowhere to go. The kitchen was too small. The figure was too close. "I'm sorry," Leah said. "I know what I did. I know it was wrong. But I can't undo it. I can't bring you back. What do you want from me?" The figure stopped. Its hand hovered inches from Leah's face, close enough that she could see every detail of the charred flesh, the melted skin, the blackened fingernails. And then it touched her. The cold did not burn, it erased. Where the ghost's fingers made contact, her skin went numb, dead, and she felt something underneath the numbness, something moving through her veins that was not her own blood. The ghost was not just touching her, it was entering her. Leah screamed, but the sound had no power. The ghost's other hand pressed against her chest, and she felt her heart stutter, felt the rhythm change, felt a second heartbeat start up underneath her own, cold and slow and patient. And then the ghost pulled back, and Leah collapsed to the kitchen floor, gasping, her whole body shaking. The figure stood over her for a long moment, watching. Then it turned and walked out of the kitchen, leaving wet footprints on the tile, and the sound of weeping faded into silence. Leah lay on the floor until her breathing steadied, until the feeling returned to her hands and face, until the second heartbeat faded to something barely perceptible. But it was still there. She could feel it. An actual presence lodged beneath her sternum, pulsing with a rhythm that was not her own. She pushed herself upright and looked down at her hands. They looked the same, pale, thin, shaking. But when she flexed her fingers, they moved wrong, hesitated, as though waiting for permission from someone else. She crossed to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Her face was unchanged. Same pale skin, same hollow eyes. But underneath the surface, something was different. The set of her mouth, the way she held her head. She touched the glass, and the reflection touched back. But the movement was delayed by a fraction of a second, and in that gap she saw it. Another face underneath her own, older and burned and weeping, staring out through her eyes. It started small. Her hands would move without her willing them to move, reaching for objects she had not intended to touch, performing tasks she had not decided to do. She would find herself standing at the sink washing dishes, the water running hot, her hands scrubbing in small circular motions she had never used before. She would try to stop, and her hands would keep moving, would finish the task, would put each dish away in the cabinet where Donna had kept them. She could not drop the sponge, could not step away. She was locked into the motion, trapped in someone else's routine, and she could not stop until every dish was clean and rinsed and placed in the drying rack at the exact angle Donna would have placed it. When it was done, her body released her. She stumbled backward, gasping, and her hands were shaking and the water was still running, and she understood then that the possession was not gradual anymore. It was accelerating. Donna was not just influencing her movements. Donna was controlling them. She tried to call for help, picked up her phone and tried to find a number, any number, someone who could explain what was happening. But when she opened her contacts, she found only a handful of names: the lawyer, the victim services coordinator, the property management company. No friends, no family, no one who had known her before the fire. She tried to dial the victim services number. Her thumb moved to the home screen, closed the phone app, opened the notes app instead. Her fingers began typing, words she had not chosen, words appearing in neat rows: grocery list, milk, eggs, bread, coffee, cream, dish soap, the items Donna would have needed, the routine Donna would have followed. She tried to delete it. Her thumb pressed save. She threw the phone down. It bounced on the couch and she left it there, screen still glowing, the list still visible. She tried again, picked up a pen, grabbed a piece of paper from the drawer. She pressed the pen to the paper and tried to write her own name. Tried to write Leah in letters large enough that they could not be ignored or erased or reinterpreted. Her hand wrote Donna Clifton in perfect cursive, the signature she had been practicing, the signature that appeared on all the legal documents, the signature that was becoming more natural every time she signed it. She crumpled the paper and threw it away, grabbed another sheet, tried again. Donna Clifton. And again, Donna Clifton. She tried with her left hand, the hand she did not write with, the hand that might still be hers. She gripped the pen awkwardly and pressed it to the paper and forced her fingers to move, to shape the letters, to spell out her own name. Her left hand wrote Donna Clifton in shaky block letters, the handwriting of someone learning to write with their non-dominant hand. But the name was the same. The name was always the same, and she understood that it did not matter which hand she used. Donna owned them both. She tried to scream and her throat closed, the sound dying before it could form, and she understood that her voice was no longer hers either, that even the act of screaming required permission she no longer had. The neighbor was outside. She could see him through the window, checking his mailbox in the late afternoon sun. Mr. Hendricks, she thought his name was, or maybe Henderson. She had met him once, briefly, when she first moved in. She ran to the front door, yanked it open, tried to scream for help, tried to shout that something was wrong, that she was not who they thought she was, that she needed help. Her mouth smiled, her hand waved. Her voice called out in a pleasant, flat tone she had never used before. Beautiful day. The neighbor waved back, called something about the heat, about the storm coming in the night, about how she should bring in her patio furniture if she had any out. Will do, thanks, her voice replied, still in that flat, pleasant tone. The neighbor nodded and went inside. The door closed. The street was empty. Leah stood in the doorway, her throat burning with the scream that would not come. Her face still holding the smile she had not made. She stood there for 30 seconds, a minute. Her arm raised in a wave that would not end, her face locked in neighborly friendliness. Finally, her arm lowered. Her face relaxed. Her body stepped back inside. The door closed. She tried to leave, packed a bag with clothes and money, and the documents that proved she was Donna. If she could just get far enough away, if she could outrun the possession, maybe she could find someone who could help her. A doctor, a priest, someone who understood things that should not be possible. She walked to the front door. The handle turned this time. The door opened onto warm morning air and bright Florida sunshine and the normal world where ghosts did not exist and women did not steal each other's lives. She stepped outside, walked to the car, got in, started the engine. The radio came on by itself, and from the speakers came the sound of breathing, wet, labored. The sound of someone struggling to pull air through the fire-damaged lungs, and underneath it, weeping. She reached for the radio dial to turn it off. Her hand would not move. It stayed on the wheel, fingers gripping, knuckles white. She put the car in reverse anyway. Backed down the driveway. The breathing grew louder. The temperature inside the car began to drop. Frost formed on the windshield from the inside, spreading in delicate patterns that looked almost deliberate, almost like fingers reaching. She turned on the heat, and cold air blew from the vents, colder than any air conditioning, cold enough that her breath came in clouds, cold enough that her fingers began to stiffen on the wheel. She drove faster. The frost thickened. Her breath came in clouds. The windshield was nearly opaque now, covered in ice, but she kept driving because stopping meant going back, and going back meant surrendering to whatever was happening in that house. The weeping from the radio grew louder, more anguished, and underneath it she heard words. Not English. Not any language she recognized. Just sounds, broken and wet and full of rage. She turned left out of the gated community. The guard waved. She could barely see him through the frosted glass. She waved back, or her hand waved back. She was no longer sure which. She made it 2 blocks before her hands let go of the wheel. Not a choice. Not a loss of nerve. Her hands simply opened and released, acting on instructions from someone else, and the car drifted across the lane toward the shoulder. She tried to grab the wheel again, but her arms would not move. She screamed at her hands to obey, screamed at her body to respond, but nothing happened. She was locked inside her own skin, watching her hands rest calmly in her lap while the car drifted. The car hit the curb, bumped over it, rolled into the grass, stopped. For a moment, nothing happened. The engine idled. The frost covered the windshield. The breathing from the radio filled the car. Then Donna reached out. Donna's hand, Leah's hands, gripped the wheel. Donna put the car in reverse. Donna backed off the grass, straightened the wheels, pulled back onto the road. Donna executed a flawless 3-point turn. Donna drove back to the gated community at exactly the speed limit, signaled at every turn, stopped completely at every stop sign. When a pedestrian crossed the street, Donna's foot pressed the brake, and Donna's hand waved the person across. When another car cut her off, Donna simply slowed, made space, continued driving with mechanical calm. Donna waved to the guard and smiled. The guard waved back, asked if she was having a nice day. Donna's voice said, "Yes, lovely, thank you." The gate opened. Donna drove through. Donna parked in the driveway with the car perfectly centered between the lines, exactly 1 foot from the garage door. Donna turned off the engine. Donna unbuckled the seatbelt. Donna got out of the car, closed the door, locked it with the key fob. Donna walked to the front door. Donna unlocked it. Donna stepped inside. And Leah was just a passenger in her own body, watching from behind eyes that no longer fully belonged to her, screaming silently while her face remained calm, her breathing steady, her movements controlled and deliberate. She could feel everything. The heat of the Florida sun on her skin, the texture of the door handle under her palm, the taste of salt where she had bitten her tongue. But she could not control any of it. Her body moved, and she could only watch. The moment Donna crossed the threshold, the warmth returned. The frost melted. The breathing stopped. The radio fell silent. Leah's body walked to the kitchen and poured coffee and sat at the table. And she had no control over any of it. Could only watch as her hands moved and her mouth drank, and her body settled into the chair where Donna used to sit when this house had been her house, when this life had been her life. She tried to move. Nothing. Tried to speak. Nothing. Tried to blink, to twitch a finger, to do anything that would prove she still existed inside this body. Nothing. She was completely paralyzed, trapped behind her own eyes, and for the first time she understood the full shape of the punishment. Not death, not even possession, but imprisonment inside her own flesh while someone else operated the controls. She could feel her heart beating, could feel her lungs filling and emptying, could feel every sensation, every stimulus, every physical input. But she could not act. She could not move. She could not even close her eyes. She was awake, aware, trapped in a body that no longer answered to her. She did not know how long it lasted. Minutes, hours. Time stopped meaning anything when you could not move, could not speak, could not do anything but exist. Then slowly control returned. Her fingers flexed. Her jaw unclenched. She could move her eyes, could turn her head, could stand if she wanted to. She stood, walked to the bathroom, looked in the mirror. Her face looked back unchanged. But when she tried to speak, tried to say her own name, the name that had been hers before all of this, her throat closed and no sound came out. She opened her mouth and forced air through her vocal cords. What came out was a whisper, thin and hoarse, the sound of vocal cords that had forgotten their purpose. Leah. She tried again, louder. Leah. Her throat began to close. The name came out choked, strangled, each syllable scraping against tissue that was rejecting it, expelling it like poison. She coughed and gasped and had to stop. She tried one more time. Her throat sealed completely. The muscles spasmed, crushing her windpipe, and she could not breathe, could not swallow, could not make any sound at all. She clawed at her neck, trying to force air through, trying to speak, trying to say her own name one more time. And then the pressure released, and she could breathe again. She stood there gasping, her hands on the sink, and without thinking she whispered, Donna. The name came out perfect, clear, resonant. Her vocal cords shaped it with practiced ease, no strain, no resistance, the syllables rolling out smooth and natural, as though she had been saying that name her entire life. She felt the rightness of it in her throat, in her chest, the way her breath supported the sound, the way her mouth knew exactly how to form it. She tried again. Donna. Even easier this time. The name fit. Her body recognized it, welcomed it, claimed it as truth. And when she tried once more to say Leah, her throat closed before the first letter could form, sealing shut with such violence she tasted blood. She understood then. She could say Donna. She could say it as many times as she wanted, in any tone, any volume. But Leah, her own name, the name she had been born with, the name that proved who she was, that name was forbidden now. Her own body had rejected it. Donna would not allow it. The days blurred. She lost track of time. She would be sitting at the kitchen table, and the light would change, and she would realize hours had passed. Hours she could not account for. Hours where her body had been moving and functioning and living while she had been somewhere else watching from a distance. She found things that proved the lost time was real. A load of laundry washed and folded and put away. The bathroom clean. The mirror spotless. The grout scrubbed. The refrigerator reorganized. Every item in its proper place. Labels facing forward, arranged by category and then by size. Donna's work. Donna's habits. Donna using her hands to rebuild the life she had lost. She tried to fight it. Tried to make a mess, scatter things, break Donna's patterns. She pulled all the dishes out of the cabinets and left them on the counter. Took every towel out of the linen closet and threw them on the floor. Opened the refrigerator and turned all the labels backward. She went to bed exhausted, her whole body shaking from the effort of resistance. In the morning, everything was back in place. The dishes washed and stacked, the towels folded and shelved, the refrigerator perfect. And she had no memory of doing it. She had slept through the night, or thought she had. But her body had woken without her, had walked through the house in the dark, had corrected every wrongness, had restored Donna's order. She woke the next morning and could not remember her own name. She knew it was not Donna, knew there was another name underneath, a name that had belonged to her before the fire, before the hospital, before the lawyers and the sympathetic social workers. But when she reached for it, her mind found only blankness, a space where the name should have been. She looked in the mirror and saw Donna's face, not layered over her own, not hiding underneath. Just Donna's face, older and marked by the exhaustion of someone who had survived something they should not have survived. The face in the mirror looked back at her with recognition, and she understood that this was what Donna had looked like before the fire, before the cabin, before the marriage. She tried to say her own name aloud, but her throat would not cooperate. Her mouth would not form the shape. She stood at the mirror trying to speak, trying to force the syllables out, but all that came was silence. And after a few attempts, she gave up because she could no longer remember what name she was trying to say. Her body moved through the house, performing tasks she had not chosen. Cleaning, cooking, arranging the furniture the way Donna had arranged it. Her hands knew where every object belonged, knew which drawer held the spare light bulbs, knew how to fold the towels in thirds and stack them with the edges facing out. Her feet knew how to avoid the creaky floorboard in the hallway. Her voice knew how to speak in the flat, careful tone of someone who had spent 15 years being corrected. The days compressed. She stopped trying to count them. She stopped trying to resist. Every attempt to reclaim her body failed. Every attempt to speak her own name failed. Every attempt to leave the house failed. She was trapped, not in the house, but in herself, and the prison was getting smaller every day as Donna expanded to fill it. She woke one morning, and her first thought was in Donna's voice, not her own internal monologue, not the voice she had always thought with, but Donna's voice, flat and careful and measured. The thought was simple. Time to make coffee. And her body moved to do it before she could object, before she could remind herself that she had not decided to wake, had not decided to get up, had not decided anything. By afternoon, her thoughts were half Donna's. By evening, they were more Donna than not. The woman in the kitchen could feel herself shrinking, feel her consciousness compressing into a smaller and smaller space while Donna expanded around her, filling the gaps, claiming territory, making the body hers. At night, the woman dreamed she was drowning, sinking into dark water. And when she looked up, she could see the surface, but she could not reach it, could not swim, could only sink deeper while the light faded, and the water pressed in, and her lungs burned for air she could not find. The woman woke, gasping, and her body immediately calmed itself, breathing slowing, heart rate dropping, Donna's practiced control overriding the panic. And the woman understood that even her fear was no longer entirely her own. On the morning it finished, the woman woke in the white bedroom and did not know why she was there. The bed was wrong. The window faced the wrong direction. The air smelled wrong, too warm and thick. This was not the cabin. This was not Alaska. This was somewhere else. Somewhere she had been brought after the fire, but she could not remember agreeing to come here. Could not remember signing the papers or accepting the keys or walking through the door for the first time. The woman stood and crossed to the bathroom and looked in the mirror and saw a stranger's face. Too young, too thin, the wrong color eyes. This was not her face. Someone had taken her face and replaced it with something else. Someone else. She tried to speak her name aloud, and the name that came out was Donna. She tried again. The same name emerged, automatic, certain, the only name her throat knew how to shape. She said it again and again, listening to the sound, trying to determine if it was right or wrong. But after the fifth or sixth repetition, it started to sound correct. Started to sound like it had always been her name, like there had never been any other name. And underneath the repetition, underneath the sound of her own voice saying, Donna, 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 something whispered, faint, almost inaudible. Another name. A name she had been born with, a name she had carried for 20-some years before Alaska. She tried to hold on to it, tried to say it aloud, but her throat would not cooperate, and the whisper faded. And she was left with only Donna, only the name that fit, only the identity that belonged to her now. Donna turned from the mirror and walked to the kitchen. Poured coffee exactly the way she had always poured it. 2 sugars and cream heated separately in the microwave for exactly 18 seconds. Sat in her chair at the table, the chair closest to the window where the morning light came in at the angle she preferred. Looked out at the palm trees and the retention pond and the neighbors getting into their cars. This was not her life. Her life was the cabin, the cold, the careful silence, the husband who had stopped speaking to her except when he wanted to correct her. Her life was learning to be invisible, learning to anticipate his needs, learning to survive. That life was gone now. He was gone. The fire had taken him, and the workshop and the cellar and everything she had endured had burned it all away and left Donna here in this warm, bright place. Donna had done something terrible. She could feel it waiting at the edge of her thoughts, heavy and cold and true. There had been someone else, another woman. And something had happened in the fire, something that meant Donna was here and the other woman was not. The memory was there, she could feel it. But every time she reached for it, the details dissolved and she was left only with the weight of it, the certainty of guilt without the specifics of the crime. Donna stood and crossed to the bedroom. The bed was unmade. She pulled the covers tight, tucked the corners the way she had been taught, hospital corners, tight and perfect. Smoothed the wrinkles from the sheets with her palm, 3 strokes, always 3. The ritual calmed her. Order was control. Control was safety. Donna lay down on the made bed, fully clothed, shoes still on, and stared at the ceiling. The air conditioning hummed. Outside, a dog barked. Life continued in the gated community, ordinary and warm and utterly indifferent to the woman lying in the white bedroom with someone else's name. She closed her eyes and felt the presence inside her settle, felt it relax, felt it take full possession of the body it had been reclaiming piece by piece. The second heartbeat was gone now, merged with her own, indistinguishable. The cold was gone. The weeping was gone. Everything was quiet. Donna had come home. A woman in a pale stucco house in a gated community north of Palm Coast, Florida. A woman who pours her coffee with 2 sugars and cream heated separately. A woman who folds the towels in thirds with edges facing out. A woman who walks through the house avoiding floorboards she has never stepped on. A woman who waves to the guard at the gate, and he waves back without looking up. A woman whose neighbors make small talk about the heat and the traffic, and never ask how she is healing. A woman who speaks in a voice flat and careful and measured. The voice of someone who learned long ago that safety meant invisibility. A woman whose face in the mirror is aging into someone else's. Lines deepening in patterns she does not recognize. Gray spreading through her hair in a rhythm that is not hers. A woman who wakes sometimes in the night with the taste of smoke in her mouth and the smell of gasoline in her hair, and marks on her wrists where chains once rested. Even though she has never worn chains, even though she was the rescuer, even though she was the wife, even though the story everyone agreed was true said she was Donna Clifton, and Donna Clifton had never been kept in a cellar. A woman the world believes survived her trauma and is living a quiet, peaceful life. A woman who knows better and is forgetting. The house is quiet. The thermostat reads 72. In the white bedroom, frost forms on her fingernails even though the sun is bright, even though the air is warm, even though outside the palm trees sway, and the retention pond glitters, and the neighbors go about their lives, never knowing what is trapped behind the stucco walls. The frost melts and reforms, melts and reforms, a heartbeat made of ice. Grant Weaver had been standing at the front door of his house for perhaps 90 seconds, his right hand flat against the deadbolt, when the lock disengaged. He felt the mechanism slide through its housing, smooth as a ball bearing rolling across glass, and then the bolt withdrew into the door. No key had turned in the exterior lock. No hand had touched the interior hardware. He had time to think absurdly that he should have replaced the lock when he first noticed the slight play in the cylinder 3 weeks ago, and then the door swung open. The cold came in first. It was October in Packwood, and the nights dropped below freezing by 10 o'clock. But this was a different quality of cold, wet and profound, the kind that came off deep water or out of caves. Grant stepped back from the door. His left hand found the wall. The porch light was off. He had turned it off himself at 9:30, as he did every night, but now he could see nothing beyond the threshold except a darkness that seemed to have weight and texture. Then he heard Copper's claws on the hardwood floor behind him, and the dog pushed past his legs and walked out onto the porch. Grant opened his mouth to call him back, but the sound died in his throat. Copper was wagging his tail. The dog stopped at the edge of the porch, his scarred haunches visible in the faint light from the living room, and looked back at Grant with an expression that Grant had come to recognize over the past month as expectation. Copper wanted him to follow. Copper wanted him to see something. Grant did not follow. He reached for the door and pulled it shut, and this time the deadbolt engaged when he turned the thumb latch. He heard Copper's claws on the porch boards, a single scratch of protest, and then the dog went silent. Grant stood with his back against the door until his breathing slowed. He counted to 60. When he opened the door again, the porch was empty and the cold had dissipated. Copper sat in the entryway behind him, looking up with his brown eye, his tail sweeping the floor in slow, uncertain arcs. Inside, Grant said, though he knew the dog would not obey. Copper had not barked since the day Grant brought him home from the Lewis County Animal Shelter. The intake form listed him as a bloodhound mix, approximately 6 years old, with scarring on his hindquarters and shoulders, consistent with burn trauma. No owner had come forward. No microchip. The shelter staff said he had been found on the shoulder of Highway 12 near Randall, 20 miles east. lying in the gravel as if he had simply given up. They said he was anxious, that he paced his kennel at night and refused to settle. But when Grant knelt in front of the chain-link gate, Copper had walked up to him and pressed his scarred forehead against Grant's palm. Grant had not intended to adopt a dog. He had gone to the shelter because the woman at post office mentioned they were at capacity and would begin euthanizing intakes within the week. And Grant, who had been living alone in the house on Snyder Road for 2 years, felt a vague sense of obligation to at least look. He had owned a dog as a child, a German shepherd named Bridger, and he remembered the specific weight of responsibility that came with another living creature depending on you for food, for water, for the opening of doors. He had not wanted that responsibility again. But Copper had leaned into his hand with a desperation Grant recognized, and he found himself signing the forms. That had been 32 days ago. For the first 3 weeks, Copper slept in the corner of the living room on a fleece blanket Grant had purchased from the hardware store, and the dog's anxiety seemed to ease. He ate without hesitation. He walked the perimeter of the property each morning and evening, his nose low to the ground, and Grant observed that Copper moved with a professional efficiency as though he were inspecting rather than wandering. At night, Copper settled on his blanket and watched the front door. Grant had installed a dog door in the back door during the second week, cutting through the frame with a jigsaw and fitting the plastic flap into place. Copper had investigated it immediately, pushing his head through and then withdrawing, and that night he had gone out into the yard. Grant heard him return an hour later, the flap clicking shut. And when Grant came downstairs the next morning, Copper was asleep on his blanket, as though nothing had changed. It was on the 19th night. Grant counted later when he was trying to reconstruct the sequence, that he first heard the deadbolt. He had been lying in bed, not quite asleep, listening to the furnace cycle on and off when the sound reached him from downstairs. It was methodical and deliberate. The bolt retracting, the latch disengaging, the hinges sighing as the door opened. Grant sat up. He heard nothing else. No footsteps, no voices. Just the door, open, and the house breathing the night air. He found his flashlight in the drawer of the bedside table and went downstairs in his socks. The front door stood open. Copper was gone. Grant stepped onto the porch and swept the flashlight across the yard. The beam caught nothing but the dark trunks of Douglas fir and the pale gravel of the driveway. He called the dog's name twice, his voice swallowed by the trees, and then he went inside and locked the door. Copper returned through the dog door 40 minutes later. Grant heard the clatter of claws on linoleum, and when he came downstairs, the dog was drinking from his water bowl in the kitchen, his muzzle dripping. Copper looked at him and wagged his tail once, then walked to his blanket and lay down. Grant checked the front door. The deadbolt was still engaged exactly as he had left it. He wrote it down in the notebook he kept on the kitchen counter. The deadbolt mechanism had shifted on its own. The house was settling, as though recording an explanation were the same as having one. The sound came again 3 nights later. This time Grant was awake, sitting in the living room with a book he was not reading, and he heard the deadbolt retract at 3:02 in the morning. He stood and crossed the room in time to see the door swing open. Copper was already moving toward it, his tail wagging, and Grant grabbed the dog's collar before he could step outside. The cold poured in. Grant held Copper back and looked through the open door, and for the first time he saw them. There were 3 of them standing on the porch. They were tall, taller than Grant, perhaps 6.5 feet. And their shapes were wrong. They stood too still, their limbs held at angles that suggested joints in places where joints should not be. Water ran from them in thin streams pooling on the boards, and the smell that came off them was the smell of mud and rot and something deeper, something that made Grant think of the bottom of a well where no light reached. Their faces, if they had faces, were obscured by shadow or by the darkness itself, but he could see their hands, pale and swollen, and he could see the way they tilted their heads toward the door, toward Copper, as though listening. Copper pulled against Grant's grip, whining low in his throat, and the figures on the porch shifted. One of them extended a hand. Grant saw the fingers unfold, slow and deliberate, and Copper lunged forward with enough force that Grant had to brace himself against the doorframe. "No," Grant said, and his voice came out hoarse and unfamiliar. The figures did not move. They stood in their wrongness and waited, and Grant understood, in the part of his mind that was still functioning, that they were waiting for him to release the dog. He dragged Copper backward into the house, slammed the door shut, and turned the deadbolt. His hands shook. Copper barked once, a sharp, desperate sound, the first Grant had heard from him. And then the dog went silent and sat down, his brown eyes fixed on the door. Grant stood with his back against the wall and counted his breaths until the tremor in his hands subsided. He heard nothing from the porch, no footsteps, no voices, no sound of departure. After 20 minutes, he crossed to the window beside the door and pulled the curtain aside. The porch was empty. The boards were dry. Grant returned to the living room and sat in the chair by the bookshelf until the sky outside began to pale. Copper remained at the door, unmoving, and when Grant finally stood and walked into the kitchen to make coffee, the dog followed him and sat at his feet, leaning his scarred shoulder against Grant's calf. Grant did not go back to bed that night, and he did not write anything in the notebook on the counter. The invasions followed a pattern. Grant documented this in the notebook during the daylight hours, writing in careful block letters, as though accuracy might grant him some measure of control. The figures arrived at 3:02 in the morning, never earlier, never later. The deadbolt retracted with the same practiced smoothness each time. The door opened inward, always to the same angle, roughly 45 degrees, and remained open until Grant forced it shut, or until Copper returned from wherever he had gone. Because Copper did go. On the fourth night, Grant did not grab the dog's collar. He stood at the threshold and watched as Copper walked out onto the porch, his tail wagging in slow, deliberate arcs, and approached the figures. There were two of them that night, standing shoulder to shoulder in the space where the porch light would have illuminated them if Grant had left it on. Copper walked directly to the nearest one and sat, looking up at its obscured face, and the figure reached down with one pale, swollen hand and touched the top of the dog's head. Grant heard himself make a sound, something between a gasp and a moan, and the figure's head turned toward him. For a moment, Grant thought he saw eyes in the shadow where a face should have been, but then Copper stood and walked past the figures, down the porch steps, and into the yard. The figures turned and followed him. Grant watched them move across the gravel, their limbs bending in ways that made his vision swim, and then they passed beyond the reach of the light from the living room and disappeared into the trees. Copper returned 90 minutes later. Grant heard the dog door in the kitchen, and when he came downstairs, he had been sitting on the edge of his bed staring at the wall. Copper was drinking from his water bowl. The dog's fur was wet. His paws left muddy prints on the linoleum. Grant knelt and ran his hands over Copper's flanks, his shoulders, his scarred hindquarters, checking for injuries, but the dog was unharmed. Copper licked Grant's wrist once and walked to his blanket. The front door was closed. The deadbolt was engaged. Grant added these details to the notebook. He wrote down the time Copper left, 3:04, and the time he returned, 4:36. He wrote down the number of figures, 2. He wrote down the direction they had walked, northeast, toward the Forest Service road that dead-ended 3 miles into Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. Then he closed the notebook and went upstairs and did not sleep. On the seventh night, there were 4 figures. Copper greeted each one in turn, sitting in front of them, and waiting until they touched his head, and then he led them off the porch. Grant stood in the doorway and watched until they vanished into the trees. He noted the count in his notebook. 4. The pattern held in every other respect. On the 9th night, Grant tried to prevent it. He removed the dog door from its frame and sealed the opening with a sheet of plywood he found in the garage, screwing it into place with a cordless drill. He checked the deadbolt 3 times before going to bed, testing the mechanism, confirming that it required deliberate force to disengage. He brought Copper upstairs and shut him in the bedroom, though the dog whined at the closed door and scratched at the frame. At 3:02, Grant woke to the sound of the deadbolt retracting. He went downstairs. The front door stood open. Copper was gone. The plywood panel he had installed over the dog door lay on the kitchen floor, the screws still embedded in the wood, but the sheet itself had been removed cleanly, as though unscrewed by careful hands. Grant walked to the front door and looked out onto the porch. There were 5 figures waiting. They stood in a loose semicircle, their heads tilted toward the open door, and Grant understood that they were waiting for Copper to return, that they had come for him specifically, that the door would remain open until the dog emerged. Grant closed the door. He turned the deadbolt. He went to the kitchen and found the sheet of plywood leaning against the table, placed there with the same care with which it had been removed. He sat in the chair by the window and waited. 20 minutes later, he heard Copper's claws on the porch steps, and when Grant opened the front door, the dog walked past him into the house, his fur soaked, his breath misting in the cold air. The figures were gone. Grant reinstalled the dog door the next morning. He did not attempt to block it again. On the 11th night, he followed. He had been preparing for this. He had purchased a headlamp from the hardware store in Packwood, the kind used by hunters, and he had charged the batteries and tested the beam in the backyard, sweeping it across the tree line. He dressed in layers, thermal undershirt, fleece pullover, waterproof shell, and he laced his hiking boots while sitting on the edge of the bed, his hands steady despite the hour. When he heard the deadbolt retract at 3:02, he was already downstairs. The door opened. Copper walked out onto the porch. There were 3 figures waiting, and the dog greeted them as he always did, sitting before each one, receiving their touch. Then Copper walked down the steps, and the figures followed, and Grant stepped out onto the porch and followed them all. The cold was immediate and absolute. It sank through his jacket, through the fleece, through the thermal layer, and settled against his skin. Grant switched on the headlamp. The beam caught Copper's haunches 20 feet ahead, the dog moving at a steady trot. And beyond him, Grant could see the figures, their shapes black against the darker mass of the forest. They did not react to the light. They walked in their uneven gait, their limbs bending in ways Grant tried not to observe too closely, and Copper kept pace just ahead of them, glancing back occasionally as though to confirm they were still following. Grant stayed 30 feet behind. He tried to step quietly, but the gravel crunched under his boots, and twice he stumbled over roots he had not seen despite the headlamp. The figures did not turn. They moved through the trees with a kind of purpose, and Grant realized, after 10 minutes, that they were following a path, though he could see no trail. Copper seemed to know the route. The dog did not hesitate at the places where the undergrowth thickened or where the ground dropped away into shallow ravines. They walked for 40 minutes. Grant's legs burned. His breath came in short, visible clouds, and the cold had worked its way into his lungs so that each inhalation felt like inhaling shards of ice. He checked his watch. 3:48. They were deep in the forest now, far beyond the point where the service road ended, and Grant had lost his sense of direction. He thought they were moving east, but the canopy above blocked the stars and the headlamp illuminated only the few feet directly in front of him. Then the figures stopped. Grant stopped as well, his hand finding the trunk of a fir tree to steady himself. Copper had sat down in a small clearing, no more than 15 feet across, where the trees opened enough to admit a faint suggestion of moonlight. The figures stood in a loose ring around the clearing, motionless, and Grant watched as Copper turned his head and looked back the way they had come, directly at Grant. The dog's eyes caught the light from the headlamp and shone red. Grant took a step backward. Copper stood, walked to the center of the clearing, and lay down. The figures remained at the perimeter. They did not move. Grant waited, his breath shallow, and after 5 minutes he realized that nothing else was going to happen. The figures were simply standing there, and Copper was lying in the center of the clearing, and the cold was working its way deeper into Grant's chest with each breath. He turned and walked back the way he had come. The return took over an hour. He lost the path twice and had to double back, sweeping the headlamp across the ground until he found his own boot prints in the mud. By the time he reached the house, the sky to the east had begun to pale, and Grant's hands were numb inside his gloves. He climbed the porch steps, went inside, and locked the door behind him. Copper returned through the dog door at 5:11. Grant was sitting at the kitchen table, his boots still on, his jacket unzipped. The dog walked past him without looking and went to his water bowl. Grant did not write any of this in the notebook. He sat at the table until the sun rose fully, and then he went upstairs and slept for 3 hours. Over the next week, Grant attempted every intervention he could conceive. He moved Copper's blanket into his bedroom and closed the door, wedging a chair under the handle so that it could not be opened from the outside. At 3:02, he woke to find the chair on its side and the door standing open. Copper was gone. The deadbolt downstairs had retracted, and when Grant went to the front door, he found 3 figures waiting on the porch. They remained until Copper returned at 4:18. Grant purchased a chain at the hardware store, the kind used to secure bicycles, and he looped it through Copper's collar and locked it to the leg of his bed. He lay awake that night, listening, and at 3:02 he heard the metallic click of the lock disengaging. The chain lay on the floor beside the bed, still locked, but Copper's collar sat empty inside the loop. The dog had slipped free without unbuckling the clasp. Grant found the collar in the kitchen the next morning, placed neatly on the counter beside the coffee maker. He tried staying awake through the entire night, positioning himself in the living room with a view of both the front door and the staircase. But at some point between 2:47 and 3:02, he lost consciousness. He did not remember closing his eyes. He did not remember any sensation of falling asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the front door was ajar and Copper was already outside. Grant stood and walked to the threshold, his legs unsteady, and watched the dog lead 4 figures down the driveway and into the trees. His watch read 3:09. Grant considered calling someone. He sat at the kitchen table with his cell phone in his hand and scrolled through the contacts list, but he could not determine who he would call or what he would say. The police would ask questions he could not answer. His brother in Olympia had not spoken to him in 18 months, not since their mother's funeral. And Grant could not imagine the conversation that would follow if he called now to explain that his adopted dog was leading supernatural entities into the forest every night. He set the phone on the table and left it there. He tried locking Copper in the garage. The dog whined and scratched at the door, and Grant lay in bed and listened to the sound until it stopped at 3:02. When he went downstairs, the garage door stood open. Not the overhead door that required the remote control to operate it, but the side door that led into the yard, which Grant had locked with a deadbolt identical to the one on the front door. Copper was gone. The figures were waiting on the porch. Grant closed the front door and sat on the stairs until the dog returned. On the 15th night, Grant drove to the shelter. He had not planned this. He woke at noon after another sleepless stretch and found himself standing in the kitchen, staring at Copper's water bowl, and the thought arrived fully formed. He could bring the dog back. The shelter would take him. They had taken him once before, and they would take him again, and Grant could return to the life he had been living before he signed the intake forms. He would sleep through the night. The deadbolt would remain engaged. The house would stay closed. He loaded Copper into the bed of his truck and drove the 12 miles to the shelter without stopping. The dog sat in the truck bed with his head raised, his ears forward, watching the trees pass. Grant pulled into the gravel lot and turned off the engine. He sat with his hands on the steering wheel and looked through the rear window at Copper, who had turned and was now looking directly at him. The dog's eyes were brown and calm. He did not whine. He did not bark. He simply looked at Grant, and Grant looked back. And after 5 minutes, Grant started the engine and drove home. He did not try to take Copper to the shelter again. On the 17th night, Grant woke before 3:02 and went downstairs to wait. He stood at the front door with his hand on the deadbolt, his palm flat against the cold metal, and he felt the mechanism begin to disengage. He pushed against it, applying pressure to keep the bolt extended. But the metal moved under his hand with the same smooth inevitability it had shown every night since this began. The bolt withdrew. The door opened. Grant stood in the threshold and watched Copper walk past him onto the porch, where 2 figures waited in the cold. The dog looked back at Grant once, his tail wagging, and then he walked down the steps and into the yard. The figures followed. Grant closed the door and locked it, though he understood now that the lock served no purpose. He sat in the chair by the bookshelf and waited for Copper to return. He had been a medic in the Army, stationed at Fort Lewis for 4 years before his discharge. He had seen men die from wounds that should have been survivable, and he had seen men survive wounds that should have killed them. And he had learned that the body operated according to rules that were consistent and observable. Bones broke in predictable ways. Blood clotted, or it did not. Infections followed bacterial logic. The world made sense if you understood the systems that governed it. The figures on his porch did not follow any system Grant recognized. They defied the rules he had spent his adult life learning to trust. And yet they came every night with the same clockwork regularity as the deadbolt retracting or the furnace cycling on. And Grant found himself documenting their arrival in his notebook with the same clinical exactness he had once used to record vitals and dosages. He could not stop them. He had tried, and every attempt had failed. And he understood now that the attempts would continue to fail regardless of what he did. The figures wanted Copper. Copper wanted to go with them. And Grant, who had not wanted the responsibility of caring for another living creature, could not bring himself to abandon the dog to whatever waited in the forest. Copper returned at 4:52. Grant let him in through the front door, checked him for injuries, and watched him drink from his water bowl. Then Grant went upstairs and did not sleep. The veterinary clinic in Packwood occupied a converted gas station on the west end of town, its examination rooms carved out of what had once been the service bays. Grant had driven past it a dozen times without stopping, but on the morning of the 18th day, he loaded Copper into the truck and made the appointment. The receptionist told him Dr. Camus could see him at 2 o'clock, and Grant spent the intervening hours sitting in the truck in the clinic parking lot, watching Copper through the rear window. The dog slept in the truck bed, his head resting on his paws, utterly still, except for the occasional twitch of his ears when a car passed on the highway. Grant had brought a thermos of coffee, and he drank it slowly, the heat from the cup warming his hands. He had not slept more than 3 hours in any given stretch since the invasions began, and the exhaustion had settled into his bones in a way that coffee could no longer address. His vision blurred at the edges. His thoughts moved slowly, each one requiring deliberate effort to complete. He functioned, but only just. At 2 o'clock, he brought Copper inside. Dr. Camus was a woman in her 50s with gray hair pulled back in a braid and the kind of efficient, unhurried movements Grant associated with people who had spent decades doing the same work. She greeted Copper first, kneeling to let the dog sniff her hand, and then she looked up at Grant and gestured toward the examination table. Grant lifted Copper onto the steel surface, and the dog stood without resistance while Dr. Camus ran her hands over his flanks, his legs, his scarred shoulders. Grant had prepared a story. He would say that Copper had been acting strangely, that he seemed anxious at night, that Grant wanted to rule out any underlying medical issues. He had rehearsed this in the truck, shaping the sentences into something that sounded plausible. But when Dr. Camus asked him what had brought them in today, Grant found himself unable to speak. He stood with his hands in his pockets and said nothing. Dr. Camus waited. Then she returned her attention to Copper, palpating his abdomen, checking his teeth, examining his ears with a penlight. She worked in silence for several minutes, and Grant watched her hands move over the dog's body with the same clinical detachment he had once brought to his own work. She found the scars on Copper's hindquarters and traced them with her fingertips, her expression neutral. Finally, she straightened and looked at Grant. She said in a tone that invited no disagreement, "These scars are consistent with heat trauma. A fire, most likely." Grant nodded. He had known this or suspected it, but hearing it confirmed gave the knowledge a different weight. Dr. Camus checked Copper's microchip scanner, running the device over the dog's shoulders and neck. The scanner beeped once, a negative tone, and she set it aside. She pulled up Copper's intake records on the computer terminal in the corner of the room, scrolling through the file with one hand, while the other rested on the dog's back. Grant could see the screen from where he stood. A sparse document with no owner history, no previous veterinary visits, no information beyond what the shelter had recorded when Copper arrived. Dr. Camus closed the file and turned to face Grant. She said, her voice matter-of-fact, "No microchip, no regional records. He's a ghost in the system." Grant absorbed this. A ghost. The word settled into his thoughts and remained there. Dr. Camus completed the examination, declared Copper healthy aside from the old scarring, and recommended a follow-up in 6 months. Grant paid at the front desk and carried Copper back to the truck. He sat in the driver's seat for 10 minutes, staring through the windshield at the highway, and then he started the engine and drove home. The visit had provided no answers. Grant had learned nothing that changed his situation or explained what happened each night at 3:02. But the phrase Dr. Camus had used, a ghost in the system, circled through his mind as he drove, and by the time he reached the house on Snyder Road, he had made a decision. He would search for Copper's history himself. If the dog had been in a fire, there would be records. Fires were documented. They appeared in newspapers and incident reports in the archives maintained by county and state agencies. Grant was not an investigator, but he understood how to follow a trail of evidence, how to piece together a sequence of events from fragmented information. He had done this work in the Army, reconstructing what had happened to wounded soldiers when the soldiers themselves could not remember. He could do it now. That afternoon, while Copper slept on his blanket, Grant sat at the kitchen table with his laptop and searched for fires in Lewis County. He found the article immediately. Wildfire burns 2,400 acres in Goat Rocks, containment ongoing. September 2019. He scrolled to the casualties section and read, "One fatality confirmed. Victim identification pending notification of next of kin." No name. No follow-up, just one person dead in the fire. And 8 days later, a bloodhound with burn scars found lying in the gravel on Highway 12. Grant searched for missing search dog Goat Rocks 2019. No results. He searched the shelter intake records. Copper's file. No owner contact info available. The handler's name did not matter. The handler was gone. Copper had survived. And now Copper was still working, still tracking the lost, still bringing them to whoever would receive them. Grant was that person now. Grant closed the laptop and walked to the front door. Copper was waiting there, looking up at him, his tail wagging. Grant knelt and ran his hand over the scars on Copper's shoulders, tracing the burn marks from a fire no record would name, from a handler the system had erased. The figures that came each night, dripping and cold. He still didn't know what they were. Copper leaned into Grant's hand, and Grant stayed there until the light began to fade, trying to convince himself that he understood what was happening in his house. That night, Grant did not go to bed. He sat at the kitchen table with his laptop open and searched for information about search and rescue dogs, about their training protocols, about what happened to working animals when their handlers died. He read articles written by trainers and behaviorists. He watched videos of certification courses. He learned that search and rescue dogs were divided into categories: live find, cadaver, wilderness tracking, and that each category required hundreds of hours of conditioning to produce reliable results. Bloodhounds, the articles explained, were particularly suited for trailing work. Their olfactory capacity exceeded that of most other breeds by an order of magnitude, and they could follow scent trails that were days or even weeks old. A trained bloodhound did not forget its purpose: the drive to track, to locate, to bring the handler to the source of the scent. These behaviors became embedded in the dog's identity. They were not tasks the dog performed. They were what the dog was. Grant read about handler bonds. A working dog formed an attachment to its handler that went beyond simple affection or dependency. The handler was the anchor point, the reference for all behavior, the entity to whom the dog reported its findings. When a search and rescue dog located a victim, alive or dead, it returned to the handler and indicated the discovery through trained alert behaviors: barking, sitting, pawing, or leading the handler back to the location. The dog did not work for itself, it worked for the handler. Grant closed the laptop and looked across the kitchen at Copper, who was asleep on his blanket. The dog's sides rose and fell with steady breaths. His scarred shoulders gleamed faintly into the light from the overhead fixture. Copper's handler had died. Grant did not know the handler's name. He did not know if the body had ever been recovered. The 2019 fire records mentioned one fatality, identification pending, and then nothing. But Copper had survived alone and had somehow traveled 20 miles to the highway where the shelter found him. The dog had been lying in the gravel, lying there waiting, perhaps, for someone to come and take him back to work. And now Copper was working again. Every night at 3:02, the dog went into the forest and came back with the figures, the shapes that walked wrong, that smelled of mud and rot, that stood too still and waited. Grant had assumed they were threats. He had tried to protect himself, to protect Copper, to prevent whatever horror he believed was unfolding. But now, sitting in the quiet kitchen with the laptop cooling under his hands, Grant reconsidered. What if the figures were not threats? What if they were the lost dead? People who had died in the wilderness and whose bodies had never been recovered, whose spirits remained confused and isolated in the places where they had fallen? And what if Copper, still operating according to the training that had defined his entire life, was tracking them down and bringing them to Grant, because Grant was the handler now? The thought arrived with a clarity that felt inevitable. Grant stood and walked to the window above the sink, looking out into the dark yard. The trees were black shapes against a slightly less black sky. Somewhere beyond them, in the forest that stretched for miles in every direction, people had died. Hikers who had lost the trail, climbers who had fallen, hunters who had succumbed to exposure. The wilderness did not give up its dead easily, and some bodies were never found. Copper was finding them. Not their bodies. Those were long gone, decomposed or scattered. But their remnants, the impressions they had left. The cold and rotting presences that still wander the places where they had died. And Copper was bringing them home, one by one, because that was what he had been trained to do. He was a search and rescue dog. He was still on the clock. Grant returned to the table and opened his notebook. He wrote down everything he had learned, filling 3 pages with details about training protocols and handler bonds and the specific behaviors associated with cadaver work. Then he wrote a single sentence at the bottom of the 3rd page. Copper thinks I am his handler. He stared at the sentence, then added beneath it, or he thinks I am something else. He closed the notebook and sat in the kitchen until 3:02, when he heard the deadbolt retract. This time, Grant did not try to stop it. He walked to the front door and stood in the threshold as it opened. Copper emerged from the living room and walked onto the porch where 4 figures waited in the cold. The dog sat in front of each one, receiving their touch, and then he led them down the steps and into the yard. Grant watched them go. The figures moved with their wrong, jointed gait, and Copper trotted ahead of them with his tail raised, purposeful and steady. Grant closed the door and returned to the kitchen. He poured himself a cup of coffee and sat at the table, waiting. Copper returned at 4:41, his furs soaked, his paws muddy. The dog drank from his water bowl and then walked to Grant and sat at his feet, looking up with an expression Grant now recognized, not as expectation, but as something else. A request for acknowledgement, for confirmation that the work had been done correctly, for approval from the handler. Grant reached down and placed his hand on Copper's head. He said nothing. The dog leaned into his palm, and after a moment, his tail wagged once, slow and deliberate. And then he walked to his blanket and lay down. Grant finished his coffee and went upstairs as the sky outside began to pale. He did not sleep, but he lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about what he would do the next time the door opened. He could not save the figures. They were already dead. But perhaps he could do what Copper believed he was supposed to do. Perhaps he could sit with them, acknowledge them, give them the moment of human contact they had been denied when they died alone in the wilderness. Perhaps that was what they needed to move on. And perhaps that was what Copper needed as well. A handler who understood the work and participated in it, rather than a man who hid behind locked doors and tried to prevent what could not be prevented. Grant did not know if this would work. He did not know if the figures were capable of moving on, or if his presence would mean anything to them, or if Copper would understand what Grant was trying to do. But he knew he could not continue as he had been. He could not spend another night barricading himself in his bedroom while Copper performed the work he had been trained to do alone, without acknowledgement or support. The decision settled into Grant's thoughts with the same quiet weight as the deadbolt retracting. He would help. He would sit with the dead. He would be the handler Copper believed him to be. He rose from the bed and went downstairs. Copper was awake, sitting by the front door, watching Grant descend the stairs. Grant crossed the living room and knelt beside the dog. He placed both hands on Copper's scarred shoulders and looked into the dog's brown eyes. The next night, when the door opened, Grant would not close it. He would not hide. He would walk out onto the porch, and he would meet the figures Copper brought home, and he would do whatever needed to be done. Copper's tail wagged, slow and steady, and Grant remained there on the floor beside him until the afternoon light filled the room. That night, Grant dressed warmly and waited downstairs. He positioned himself in the living room with a clear view of the front door and sat in the chair by the bookshelf. his hands resting on his knees, his breathing slow and deliberate. Copper lay on his blanket, watching the door with the same steady attention he brought to this vigil every night. Grant did not look at his watch. He knew what time it was by the quality of the silence, by the way the house held its breath in the minutes before 3:02. When the deadbolt retracted, Grant stood. The door swung open, and the cold poured in, and Grant walked forward and stepped out onto the porch. There were 3 figures waiting. They stood in a loose arrangement near the steps, their shapes dark against the darker mass of the forest beyond, and Grant forced himself to look at them directly, rather than allowing his gaze to slide away. He had been doing that, he realized, letting his vision blur or shift whenever the figures appeared, because looking at them required an effort his mind resisted. But now he looked, and he made himself see. They were tall, as he had noted before, but the wrongness he had perceived in their proportions was not a function of impossible anatomy. It was the wrongness of bodies that had been subjected to trauma and then left to decompose in cold, wet conditions. Their limbs hung at angles that suggested broken bones poorly set, or not set at all. Their clothing, what remained of it, clung to them in rotted strips. Water ran from their hair, their shoulders, their hands, pooling on the porch boards, and the smell that came off them was the smell of earth and standing water and tissue breaking down over months or years. But it was their faces that stopped Grant where he stood. He could see them now. The darkness or shadow that had obscured their features was not an intentional concealment. It was the absence of the details that made a face recognizable. Skin mottled and sloughed away, eyes sunken or missing, mouths open in expressions that might have been surprise or confusion, or simply the slackness that came with death. They were not monsters. They were corpses, or the memory of corpses. The shapes that remained after the body had been taken by the wilderness, and what was left could not find its way out. Copper walked past Grant and approached the nearest figure. The dog sat and looked up at the figure's face, or the place where a face had been, and the figure reached down with one pale, swollen hand and touched the top of Copper's head. The gesture was slow and deliberate, almost gentle, and Grant watched the dog's tail wag in response. Then Copper stood and moved to the next figure, and the ritual repeated. Grant understood now what he was seeing. The figures were not reaching for Copper in hunger or threat. They were acknowledging him, thanking him, perhaps, in the only way they could for having found them, for having tracked them down in the places where they had died, confused and alone, and for having brought them here, to warmth and light and the presence of another living person. Because that was what Copper had been trained to do. Not just to locate the lost, but to bring them to someone who could help. In life, that someone had been Wade Drexler, the handler who would have coordinated the recovery, who would have brought the body home to the family waiting. In death, or whatever the state was, that someone was Grant, because Grant was the person Copper had, and Grant was the one the dog brought his findings to each night. The third figure received Copper's attention, touched the dog's head, and then all 3 of them turned and looked at Grant. He did not step back. He stood in the cold and met their gaze, or the empty spaces where their gazes should have been. And he saw in their stillness not patience or menace, but a kind of bewildered waiting. They did not know what to do. They had been found, brought here, acknowledged by the dog, but the process was incomplete. The handler was supposed to do something. The handler was supposed to finish the work. Grant descended the porch steps. His boot sounded loud against the wood, and his breath misted in the air between himself and the figures. He stopped 3 feet from the nearest one, close enough to see the fabric of the jacket it wore, a red windbreaker faded to pink and torn along the shoulder seam. And he forced himself to stand there, to remain present, to not turn away. The figure did not move. It stood in its wrongness and its ruin, and Grant could see now that beneath the rot and the damage, this had been a person. Someone who had gone into the wilderness with a red windbreaker and had not come home. Someone whose family might still be waiting, or might have stopped waiting years ago. Someone who had died alone, and cold and frightened, and whose remains had never been recovered. Grant did not know what to say. He did not know if the figure could hear him or understand him, or if speech was even relevant to whatever this was. But he opened his mouth and spoke anyway because it seemed important to try. He said, keeping his voice low and steady, "I see you." The cold struck him immediately. Not the ambient cold of the winter air, but something that came from inside the figure and poured into Grant's chest. His lungs seized, his vision narrowed, and then he was not standing in his yard anymore. He was in the forest, and it was dark, and he could not find the trail. His hands were numb. He had been walking for hours or days, and the trees all looked the same, and his flashlight had died, and he could not remember which direction led back to the road. The cold was inside him now, in his bones, and he knew he was going to die here. He knew no one would find him. The panic rose in his throat, thick and choking, and he tried to call for help, but his voice would not work. And the darkness pressed in from all sides, and he was so cold, and he was so alone. And Grant gasped and staggered backward. He was in his yard again. The figure stood 3 feet away, unchanged. Grant's hands were shaking. His chest ached. The memory of being lost, of dying lost, clung to him like oil. He forced himself to breathe. The figure waited. Grant understood now. This was the cost. To acknowledge them, he had to carry what they had carried. Or he had to feel what they had felt in the moments, before they stopped feeling anything. He steadied himself and looked at the figure again. He said, his voice rough, "You can go now." The figure did not vanish. It did not dissolve into light or mist, or any of the picturesque dissolutions Grant had read about in stories. It simply became less present, less insistent, less anchored to the space it occupied, and then it was gone. Not departed, not released, just absent, in the way that a sound stops being audible once it passes beyond the range of hearing. Grant stood alone in the yard, breathing hard, the phantom cold still lodged in his chest. Grant turned to the second figure. This one wore the remnants of hiking boots and cargo pants, and its hands were curled into loose fists at its sides. Grant stepped closer, looked into the ruined face, and said the same words. The cold came again. This time he was falling. His ankle had turned on loose rock, and he was sliding down the ravine, branches tearing at his face, and he could not stop, and the slope was steeper than he had thought, and he hit the bottom hard enough that something in his chest broke, and he could not get up, and the pain was enormous, and he tried to call for help, but his ribs would not let him draw breath, and the sun was setting, and no one knew where he was, and Grant pulled free. He was back in the yard. His ribs ached where the memory of broken bones had pressed against them. The second figure faded. He moved to the third. He spoke the words. The cold struck, and he was in water this time, deeper than he had expected, and his boots were filling, and the current was stronger than it looked from the bank, and he could not find his footing, and his pack was dragging him down, and his lungs were burning, and the water closed over his head, and he tried to swim, but his limbs would not respond, and the cold crushed the air from his chest, and Grant came back gasping. The third figure was gone. He stood alone in the yard with Copper, shaking. His chest ached, where 3 different deaths had pressed against his ribs. His lungs burned from phantom drowning. The cold the figures had left behind was not the cold of winter air. It was deeper, colder. The cold of bodies left too long in places where no warmth reached. Copper sat at his feet and looked up at him, his tail wagging once. The dog had done his job. Grant had done something, though he was not certain what. Grant knelt and placed both hands on Copper's scarred shoulders. The dog leaned into him, warm and solid and alive, and Grant stayed there on the cold ground until the shaking in his hand subsided. Then he stood, walked back to the porch, and climbed the steps. Copper followed. Grant held the door open, and the dog walked inside. Grant followed and closed the door behind them. The deadbolt engaged when he turned it. The house was warm. Copper walked to his water bowl and drank, and then he returned to his blanket and lay down, his head resting on his paws, his eyes already closing. Grant sat in the chair by the bookshelf and looked at the dog. The horror he had felt over the past weeks, the dread, the sleeplessness, and the certainty that something malevolent was stalking him through his own front door, had not dissolved. It had changed shape. He did not know if the figures were what he hoped they were. He did not know if what he was doing helped them or fed them. But he knew what Copper needed from him, and he knew the cost of providing it, and he knew he would pay that cost again tomorrow night when the door opened at 3:02. He rose from the chair and went into the kitchen. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it slowly, standing at the sink and looking out the window into the dark yard. Then he went upstairs and lay on the bed without undressing. He did not expect to sleep, but he closed his eyes, and sometime before dawn, he did. The pattern continued. Each night at 3:02, the deadbolt retracted, the door opened, and Copper walked out onto the porch to greet whoever he had found in the forest. Grant followed. He stood in the cold and looked at the figures Copper brought home. Sometimes 1, sometimes 3 or 4, once as many as 6. And he spoke to each of them in turn. Each time the cold poured into him. Each time he carried their deaths for the seconds or minutes it took for them to fade. And each time, some of that cold remained. Some nights the figures wore the remnants of hiking gear, their boots rotted through, their backpacks hanging from their shoulders in tatters. Other nights they wore ordinary clothing, jeans and sweatshirts, flannel shirts, work boots, the kind of attire someone might wear for a walk in the woods that was supposed to last an hour and instead lasted forever. Grant learned to look past the decay, past the damage, past the wrongness of bodies that had been left too long in cold, wet places. He looked for the details that suggested who these people had been. A wedding ring on a swollen finger, a watch still strapped to a wrist, a necklace tangled in long hair. He did not learn their names. The figures did not speak. They stood in their bewildered waiting, and Grant acknowledged them, experiencing their final moments, and they faded. Sometimes the process took minutes. Other times it took longer, and Grant would stand with a figure for half an hour, living through hypothermia, or drowning, or falling until the figure's presence softened enough to release. By the second week, Grant could not get warm. He kept the fire burning constantly. He wore layers even inside the house. Thermal underwear, flannel shirt, fleece pullover. But the cold had settled into his chest and would not leave. His breath puffed white in the kitchen. His joints stiffened. When he touched objects, they felt warm against his hands, and he realized it was not the objects that were warm. It was his hands that had gone cold. Copper worked with the efficiency of a professional. The dog knew the routes into the forest, knew where to search, knew how to track scents that were years old and no longer attached to anything resembling a body. Grant did not follow him on these nightly expeditions. That was Copper's work, and Grant trusted him to do it. Grant's work began when Copper returned with his findings. Grant was the handler. His role was to receive what Copper brought and to process it, to give the dead whatever it was they needed so they could stop wandering. The sleeplessness that had plagued Grant in the early weeks did not ease. His body could not adjust. The cold he carried from the figures interrupted his sleep. He would wake at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, shivering despite the fire, his sheets damp with condensation that should not have been there. His breath fogged the air above his bed. He wore gloves to make coffee. The exhaustion was constant, but it was not the exhaustion of someone performing necessary work. It was the exhaustion of someone whose body was shutting down by degrees. The house felt different. Grant had lived here for 2 years in a kind of voluntary isolation, going into town only when he needed supplies, avoiding conversations that might extend beyond the transactional exchange of goods and payment. He had preferred the quiet. He had preferred the absence of demands on his attention or his time. But now the house had a purpose. It was the end point of Copper's searches, the place where the lost came to be acknowledged, and Grant found a strange comfort in that, even as it killed him. He was no longer simply occupying space. He was doing something. The cost was simply that he was giving the figures the warmth they needed to pass on and taking their cold into himself in exchange. And eventually there would be nothing left of him but cold. On a night in late November, Copper brought home a figure who looked no older than 20. The young man wore a torn t-shirt and shorts, and his legs were mottled with the discoloration of prolonged exposure to cold water. Grant stood on the porch and looked at him, and something in the tilt of the figure's head, some residual gesture of confusion or fear, made Grant step closer. He said, his voice steady, "You're safe now. You can go." The cold struck. Grant was in the river, the water deeper than it looked from the bank, and the current pulled at his legs. He tried to wade back, but his feet slipped on the rocks, and then he was under, tumbling, his lungs burning, the cold crushing the air from his chest. He pulled free. The figure faded. Grant stood alone on the porch, gasping, and realized his hands were shaking. Not from fear, from cold. The kind of cold that came from inside. Copper sat at Grant's feet and looked up at him, and Grant placed his hand on the dog's head. His fingers felt numb. The two of them stood on the porch in the cold November air until Copper turned and walked back into the house. That night, Grant could not get warm. He added logs to the fire. He wrapped himself in blankets. But the cold he had taken from the young man's drowning remained lodged in his chest, and it did not leave. Winter came to Packwood in early December. The first snow fell on a Thursday night, and by Friday morning the yard was covered in 4 inches of white. Grant shoveled the driveway and the path to the porch, wearing 3 layers despite the moderate temperature, and still his breath fogged white even when he came back inside. Copper walked the perimeter of the property, his nose low to the ground, and Grant watched from the window, his hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that he could no longer feel the heat from. The dog's routine did not change. At 3:02 each night, the door opened, and Copper went into the forest and came back with the dead. And each night, Grant took more cold into himself. By January, Grant kept the fire burning constantly. He burned through a quart of wood in 2 weeks, an amount that should have lasted the entire winter. He wore thermal layers inside the house. He slept under 4 blankets, but the cold had settled into his chest and would not leave. When he exhaled, his breath puffed white even in the heated kitchen. His fingernails had taken on a faint blue tinge. He stopped writing in the notebook. There was no longer anything to document except the progressive transfer of warmth from his body into theirs. Copper found the lost dead. Grant gave them what they needed. they faded, and Grant grew colder. On Christmas Eve, Grant brought Copper a new blanket from the hardware store, a thick fleece in dark green, and he placed it in the corner of the living room where Copper slept. The dog investigated the blanket, circling it twice before lying down, and Grant sat in the chair by the bookshelf and watched the fire burn low in the hearth. Wade Drexler had trained Copper. Wade Drexler had died in the fire that scarred the dog's shoulders. Had Drexler tried to reach the dog when the flames closed in, or had he simply hoped Copper would survive? Grant did not know. He would never know. But he knew that Copper had survived, and that the dog was still working, and that Grant was doing what he could to help. The years passed in this manner. Winter became spring, but Grant did not feel the warmth return. Spring became summer, and he wore fleece pullovers in July, kept the fire burning through August. The wood delivery driver commented on the size of Grant's orders. Grant did not explain. He simply signed for another 2 cords and stacked them in the shed. Grant turned 57, then 58. His lips had taken on a permanent blue tinge. His fingers went numb if he stopped moving them. In summer, when the temperature outside reached 80 degrees, his breath still fogged white in the kitchen. He avoided going into town. The few times he did, people stared at him, at his pale skin, at the way he shivered despite wearing layers, at the wrongness they could not quite name. Copper's muzzle grayed. The scars on his shoulders faded slightly, though they remained visible under the right light. The dog moved more slowly in the mornings, though at night, when the door opened, he walked onto the porch with the same steady purpose he had always shown. Grant did not speak to anyone about what was happening. There was no one to tell. He bought his groceries at the market in winter clothing, even in June, exchanged brief greetings with cashiers who looked at him with concern and drove home. He lived quietly. He lived alone. But he was not lonely because he had Copper, and he had the work, and the work was killing him by degrees, and he knew this, and he continued anyway. On a night in October, 5 years after Grant had first opened the door and stepped onto the porch to meet the figures, Copper brought home a woman in a blue rain jacket. Grant acknowledged her, spoke the words he had spoken hundreds of times by now, and watched as she faded. When she was gone, he knelt beside Copper and ran his hand over the dog's graying muzzle. The dog's eyes were still brown and calm. His tail still wagged when Grant touched him. He was older, but he was still Copper, and he was still working, and Grant knew they would continue this way for as long as Copper was able. He stood and walked back into the house. Copper followed. Grant closed the door and locked it, and the two of them settled into their places. Copper on his blanket, Grant in the chair by the bookshelf, and waited for the morning. The winter that year was colder than usual. By mid-January, the thermometer on the porch read 8 degrees at night, and the snow accumulated in drifts that reached halfway up the front steps. Grant shoveled twice a day, clearing the path from the house to the driveway, and from the driveway to the road. And each time he finished, he would stand with the shovel in his hands and look out at the forest, his breath steaming in the frozen air. Copper walked beside him during these excursions, his paws leaving neat prints in the snow, his ears forward, alert to sounds Grant could not hear. The work continued without interruption. At 3:02 each morning, the door opened, and Copper brought home the lost. Grant met them on the porch, acknowledged them, and watched as they faded. Some nights there were more figures than usual, as many as 7 or 8. And Grant would stand in the cold for over an hour, speaking to each one, giving them the time they needed. Other nights there were only 1 or 2, and the process took less than 20 minutes. The numbers varied, but the rhythm remained constant. Grant turned 59 in February. He did not celebrate. He woke, made coffee with hands that shook from the cold he could not expel, shoveled the driveway in 3 layers of clothing, and sat in the chair by the bookshelf with a book he had been reading for the past 3 weeks. Copper slept on his blanket, his sides rising and falling, with the slow breaths of an old dog in deep rest. The house was warm. The thermometer on the wall read 72 degrees. But Grant's breath still fogged when he exhaled. He read until his eyes grew heavy, and then he set the book aside and closed his eyes for a few minutes before rising to prepare dinner. He had been feeling the cold constantly now. Not the cold of winter, which could be addressed with fire and layers, but the cold he had taken from the figures. It had accumulated in his chest over 5 years of nightly transfers. Each acknowledgement had left a residue, and the residue had built into something permanent. His core temperature was dropping. He knew this without needing a thermometer. His fingers were pale. His lips had taken on a faint blue tinge he could see in the bathroom mirror. When he touched his own chest, the skin felt like touching refrigerated meat. On a night in late February, Grant woke at 2:30, unable to feel his fingers. He lay in bed and flexed his hands, watching them move, but the sensation was absent. The cold had reached his extremities. He rose at 2:45, dressed in every layer he owned, and went downstairs to wait for the door to open. 3 figures came that night. Grant acknowledged them, experiencing their deaths, drowning in a creek, falling from a cliff, freezing in a snow cave. And when they faded, he stood in the yard, shaking so violently that Copper whimpered and pressed against his legs. The dog's warmth felt distant, as though Grant were touching him through thick fabric. Grant climbed the stairs and went back to bed. He slept until 8, woke with no sensation in his feet, and had to look down to confirm they were still attached to his legs. By 9, he could feel them again, barely, a distant tingling that suggested the nerves had not died completely. He knew what was happening. The cold he had taken from the figures was not metabolizing. It was accumulating. Each night, he gave them warmth, his warmth, the heat from his own body, and took their cold in exchange. The transaction was killing him. His core temperature was dropping below the threshold where human tissue could function. He was freezing to death from the inside out, one acknowledgement at a time. On the 1st of March, the temperature rose above freezing for the first time in 6 weeks. The snow began to melt, and by afternoon the driveway was slick with water running in rivulets toward the road. Grant stood on the porch and watched the drip from the eaves, the steady percussion of water falling onto the steps below. Copper sat beside him, his muzzle gray, his eyes half closed in the pale sunlight. The dog was 11 years old now, by Grant's estimation, and the years had slowed him in ways that were impossible to ignore. He moved stiffly in the mornings. He slept more during the day. But at night, when the door opened, Copper still rose with the same steady purpose and walked out into the forest to do his work. Grant placed his hand on Copper's head, and the dog leaned into his palm. Grant said quietly, "Good boy. Now let's get the fire started." They stood together in the thin March sunlight until the cold drove them back inside. That night, Grant felt the cold settle into his heart. He had spent the afternoon splitting firewood in the yard, stacking the pieces in the shed behind the house, and the exertion had brought no warmth to his limbs. He made a simple dinner, toast and soup, and ate it, standing at the kitchen counter, too weary to sit at the table. The soup steamed, but when he swallowed it, he could not feel its heat. Copper watched him from his blanket, and Grant saw the concern in the dog's eyes. He went upstairs at 9 o'clock, earlier than he normally would, and lay on the bed without undressing. His chest felt heavy. Not painful exactly, but cold, as though his heart were pumping ice water instead of blood. Going back downstairs, calling someone. A hospital. He knew what they would find. Core temperature too low to register. Tissue damage from sustained hypothermia. No external explanation. They would ask questions he could not answer. His watch read 9:14. He closed his eyes. The cold in his chest deepened. His breathing slowed, and then it stopped, and the room was silent. Grant opened his eyes to teeth clamped on his sleeve. He was lying in the snow. Something was pulling at him, dragging him, and he could hear whimpering, high and desperate and familiar. He tried to sit up. His arms would not respond correctly. His elbows bent backward. His shoulders moved wrong. He looked down at his hands and saw them pale and swollen, fingers bent at angles fingers should not bend. Water was running from his hair, from his shoulders, pooling in the snow around him. His mouth hung open, and he could not close it. He tried to move his jaw. The muscles would not respond. He tried to stand. His knees bent the wrong direction, and he collapsed back into the snow, his limbs splaying at impossible angles. A copper was pulling at his sleeve. The dog had his teeth clamped on something. The shape of Grant's thermal shirt, the ghost of fabric that Copper could see and smell and grip the way he had gripped all the dead Grant had sent away. Grant felt the pressure of teeth, but could not feel warmth, could not feel the dog's breath. The sensation was distant, like being touched through thick glass. Grant tried to speak, to tell Copper it was all right, to tell the dog to stop. But his throat would not make sound. His tongue lay thick and cold in his mouth. He was shaped like a person, but the mechanics of being a person no longer functioned. His joints moved wrong. His limbs hung loose. Water dripped from him the way it had dripped from all the figures he had acknowledged. He was one of them now. He was what he had been standing on the porch with for 5 years. Copper dragged him another 3 feet toward the house, then stopped to dig. His front paws tore at the frozen ground, throwing up clods of dirt and ice, and Grant understood what the dog was trying to do. Copper could see him. Copper had found him the way he found all the lost dead. And now Copper was trying to drag him to the porch, to the door, to reunite him with the body lying upstairs in the bed. The dog thought he could still save him. Grant tried to reach for Copper's head. His arm bent at the elbow, but the joint articulated backward and his hand flopped uselessly, passing through the dog without making contact. He tried again. The same result. Copper could touch him. Grant could not touch Copper. The dead could be acted upon. They could not act. He tried to call Copper's name. His mouth would not form the word. No sound came. He was trapped inside his own ruined body, shaped like himself but functioning like nothing human, and the dog pulling at his sleeve could not see him, could not hear him, could not understand that Grant was there. Copper stopped dragging and looked toward the house, whimpering. Then he clamped his teeth harder on Grant's sleeve and pulled again, desperate, trying to get Grant to the porch, to the door, to the body lying upstairs in the bed. Grant understood. Copper had found him, tracked his scent to where it ended in the yard, to the ghost that had formed where Grant's last living warmth had touched the ground. Copper had tracked his ghost the way he had tracked all the lost dead, and now Copper was trying to bring him home, trying to reunite the ghost with the body lying upstairs in the bed. But Grant was not lost in the wilderness. He was lost in death, and there was no handler who could help him. Grant tried to reach for Copper. His arm bent wrong. His hand passed through. Then he felt himself fade. The cold around him diminished. His edges grew less distinct. And then he was gone from Copper's sight. But he was still there. Invisible now, he watched Copper stare at the empty space, whimpering. The dog sniffed desperately, trying to reacquire the scent. then lowered his muzzle and began to dig. His claws scraped frozen dirt, raw and rhythmic and desperate. Between each bout, Copper would stop and look up, tail low, body trembling, waiting for the handler to give the release command, waiting for the praise, waiting to be told the job was done. Grant remembered the training videos he had watched on his laptop months ago. The dogs in those videos had vibrated with joy when they found the hidden volunteer, their tails whipping back and forth as they led their handlers to the source. The reward came immediately. A worn tennis ball produced from a pocket, or the handler dropping to their knees for rough, enthusiastic play, their voice high and warm. "Good boy. You found him. Good find. The job is finished." The dogs had lived for that moment. The game ended with warmth and contact and release. Grant understood. Search and rescue was a game that ended with reward. Copper had found Grant. But Grant could not give the command, could not speak the words, could not end the work. Grant knelt beside his dog, his spectral form bending at impossible angles. He could see the blood on Copper's paws, the exhaustion in his trembling limbs, the desperate terror each time Copper lifted his head and waited for praise that would never come. He reached for the ground where Copper was digging. His hand passed through the dirt. He tried again and again, willing himself into contact, and on the fourth attempt his fingers left a mark. Not a depression, but a disturbance in the snow's surface. A shadow that darkened the white for half a second before fading. Copper's head snapped up. The dog stared at the spot where Grant's hand had touched, whining, his nose working the air. Then he lowered his muzzle and dug harder, trying to reach whatever he had sensed. Grant pressed his palm flat against the frozen ground. The shadow appeared again, darker this time, and held for 3 seconds. Copper pawed at it, whimpering, then looked up at the empty air where Grant knelt and waited. Grant tried to form the words, "Good boy. You found him. The job is finished." His mouth shaped them. No sound came. The shadow faded. Copper dug. Grant pressed his hand down again, and again. Each time the shadow appeared, Copper would stop and search for the source, his tail lifting briefly in hope before he returned to digging. The shadow was not enough. It was not the voice. It was not the warmth. It was not the release command Copper had been trained to wait for. But Grant could not stop trying. He knelt in the snow and pressed his hand to the frozen ground, leaving the marks that appeared and vanished, while Copper dug and paused and dug again, both of them locked in a loop neither could escape. The sound of claws scraping frozen dirt, the wet panting, the occasional whimper. All of it filled the winter air. Grant made no sound, no breath, no footsteps, no voice. Only the fading shadows his hands left behind. Signals Copper could sense but not understand. Traces of a handler who could no longer give the words his dog was waiting for. Leo Turner set the cafe's menu aside and opened his notebook to the page he had been carrying for 11 days. Carmine Bruno's name was circled 3 times in blue ink, the loops slightly overlapping where his pen had returned to the same spot. Below it, in his own hand, Lethe, absolution, returned October 14th. The words meant nothing until you knew what Carmine Bruno had been. A bootlegger who ran rum from Havana to the Gulf Coast, who killed a federal agent in Biloxi and walked because the only witness disappeared. A man who smiled at prosecutors. Carmine Bruno, who 1 week in October had vanished into the Terrebonne Parish swamps and returned serene, his operation abandoned, his accounts closed, his enforcers suddenly working for other men. Across the cafe, a man in a linen suit was watching Leo over a glass of chicory coffee. Or Leo thought he was. The man's gaze slid past him to the door, and Leo returned to the notebook. He had seen Carmine Bruno 2 days after the man's return, outside the Monteleone Hotel on Royal Street. Leo had been covering a shipping fraud case and recognized Bruno from the federal courthouse. The same man who had stared down a prosecutor for 40 minutes without blinking, whose presence in a courtroom made stenographers pack up early. But the man outside the Monteleone had been someone else wearing Bruno's face. He stood with his hands loose at his sides, watching the traffic with a placid expression that reminded Leo of hospital patients after surgery. When a streetcar rattled past and backfired, Bruno hadn't flinched. A week ago, that sound would have put his hand inside his jacket. Leo had crossed the street to get closer. Bruno's eyes tracked him without interest, the way you might watch a pigeon land on the pavement. No recognition, no threat assessment. Just a man standing in October sunlight, empty. Leo had asked around. The waiters at Leo's restaurant knew Bruno used to eat there twice a week. Always the corner booth, always facing the door. He hadn't been back since his return. The bartender at the Sazerac said Bruno came in once, ordered a rye, and left it untouched on the bar for an hour, while he stared at the bottles on the shelf. When the bartender asked if something was wrong with the drink, Bruno had smiled and said it was fine, everything was fine, and walked out without paying. The bartender didn't chase him. He didn't chase Carmine Bruno over $2. But men who worked for Bruno told different stories. His bookkeeper said Bruno had called him to his office the day after his return and handed him a list of accounts to close and debts to forgive. Tens of thousands of dollars dissolved with a signature. The bookkeeper had asked if he was sure, and Bruno said he had never been more certain of anything in his life. His tone was cheerful. The bookkeeper quit the next morning. An enforcer named Giacomo, who had broken a journalist's fingers in 1931 for writing about Bruno's Algiers warehouse, told Leo that Bruno had shaken his hand, thanked him for his years of service, and given him $500 in walking money. When Giacomo asked where Bruno was going, Bruno said he wasn't going anywhere. He was staying in New Orleans. He just didn't need Giacomo anymore. He didn't need anyone. Leo flipped back 3 pages to the notes from his first interview with a dock supervisor who moved shipments for Bruno's operation. The supervisor had used the word peaceful 4 times in 5 minutes. Bruno was peaceful now. He looked peaceful. He seemed at peace. The repetition had stuck with Leo not because it was unusual to hear that word applied to a bootlegger, but because the supervisor had sounded envious. A man who had spent 2 decades greasing customs inspectors and bribing harbor police, who slept with a revolver under his pillow, envying Carmine Bruno's peace. The folklore came third hand, from a Cajun fisherman Leo found in a bar off Chupatulas Street. The fisherman's cousin worked the oyster beds south of Houma and knew the stories that came out of the deep swamps where the channels narrowed and the cypress grew so thick the water never saw full sun. If a man did something he couldn't live with, the guilt followed him. It sat in his chest. It turned his food to ash. And if the weight got heavy enough, and the swamp would pull him, he'd wake up one morning knowing he had to find the pardon man. He'd leave his wife, his work, his name, and walk into the Terrebonne marshes until he found the shack. Inside, the pardon man would listen to his confession. And when the man was finished, the pardon man would give him a cup of water from the swamp, boiled with a root that didn't grow anywhere else. Lethe water, the fishermen called it, after the river in the Greek underworld, that made the dead forget. 1 cup, and the sin lifted. The man could go home. He'd be quiet afterward, and he'd smile at nothing, but he'd be free. Leo didn't believe in magic, but he believed in opportunities. A shack in the swamp was a perfect place to run an operation the Federals couldn't touch. No roads, no witnesses, no jurisdiction. If Bruno had debts to settle or enemies closing in, vanishing into the bayou for a week made sense. The Serenity was an act, the abandoned empire a feint. Leo had built a career on finding men who wanted to disappear and exposing the infrastructure that hid them. But the fisherman's cousin had said something else, something that didn't fit the pattern. He said the men who came back from the Pardon Man weren't pretending. They'd forgotten how to pretend. You could insult them to their faces and they'd smile. You could cheat them and they'd thank you. They weren't scared of anything anymore because they couldn't remember what fear was for. Leo closed the notebook and drank the last of his coffee, gone cold. Across the cafe, the man in the linen suit folded his newspaper and left $1 on the table. He didn't look at Leo on his way out. The door swung shut behind him, and the ceiling fan turned in the humid air. Leo had a name now, a tracker named Boudreaux, who ran supplies into the Terrebonne channels and knew the unmarked cuts where the fishermen wouldn't go. Leo had found him through the fisherman's cousin, who said Boudreaux would take money to guide someone in, but wouldn't go all the way to the shack. No amount of money would get him that far. Leo had asked why, and the cousin said Boudreaux had guided 2 men to the Pardon Man in the past 5 years, and both times he'd come back silent, poling his pirogue like a man trying not to wake something up. Leo paid for the coffee and stepped into the heat of Magazine Street. He'd meet Boudreaux tomorrow at the Fisherman's Wharf in Houma. He'd bring a camera, a notebook, and enough cash to make the trip worth the tracker's trouble. If the Pardon Man's shack was a front for Bruno's operations, Leo would photograph it and file the story by the end of the month. If it wasn't, if the folklore had some other explanation, something he hadn't considered, he'd find that too. That was the job. You followed the pattern until it broke, and then you wrote about what you found where the pattern used to be. He walked 2 blocks before he realized the man in the linen suit was standing in the shade of a hotel awning half a block back, watching the street. Leo kept walking. Leo took the Southern Pacific line south from New Orleans at 6 in the morning, the train rattling through cane fields where the mist hadn't burned off yet. He carried a leather satchel with a notebook, a Kodak Brownie camera, $60 in small bills, and a steel canteen he'd bought from a pawn shop on Rampart Street. The canteen had dents in it from someone else's expedition, and the cap stuck when he tried to unscrew it in the rail car. He worked it loose with his jacket wrapped around the threading and made a note to buy a replacement in Houma. He couldn't count on finding clean water in the swamp, and boiling it meant stopping long enough to build a fire. The pawnbroker had told him the canteen came from a man who'd been guiding hunters into the Atchafalaya before the state started regulating seasons. The man sold it for $2 and never came back for the deposit. Leo didn't ask why. Houma appeared through the train window an hour later, a spread of low buildings and fishing docks where the intracoastal waterway cut through on its way to the Gulf. Leo stepped onto the platform into air that smelled like engine oil and mud. The Fisherman's Wharf was a quarter-mile walk south, past a row of supply shacks advertising bait and fuel. Men were unloading crates of shrimp from a trawler, their sleeves rolled up, their hands red from ice. Leo asked one of them where to find Boudreaux, and the man pointed to a pirogue tied at the end of the dock, a flat-bottomed skiff with a push-pole lashed along the gunwale. Boudreaux was older than Leo expected, maybe 60, with sun-damaged skin and forearms that looked like they'd been carved from driftwood. He was sitting on an overturned crate, mending a section of netting with a steel needle. He didn't look up when Leo approached. Leo waited, watching the man's hands work the twine through the mesh in a pattern too fast to follow. After a minute, Boudreaux tied off the thread, bit it clean, and set the netting aside. Leo introduced himself and explained what he needed. A guide into the Terrebonne channels as far toward the deep swamp as Boudreaux was willing to go. Leo didn't mention the pardoned man by name, but Boudreaux's expression suggested he didn't need to. The man studied Leo the way you'd study a wooden board before deciding whether it was worth planning. Boudreaux told him the rate. $20 to the edge of the navigable water, where the channels narrowed and the cypress roots made poling difficult. He wouldn't go past that point. Leo could continue on foot if he wanted, but Boudreaux would wait at the channel fork for 2 days. If Leo didn't return by sundown on the second day, Boudreaux would leave. Leo asked what happened to men who didn't come back, and Boudreaux said some men came back and some didn't, and the distinction stopped mattering after the second day. Leo paid him half up front. Boudreaux folded the bills into his shirt pocket and told Leo to meet him at the dock at dawn. They'd need the full day to reach the fork. He told Leo to bring food that wouldn't spoil and a hat with a brim wide enough to keep the sun off his neck. The drugstore 2 blocks north sold quinine tablets if Leo wanted them. Boudreaux didn't say what the quinine was for, but Leo bought a bottle anyway, along with a wide-brimmed straw hat and 2 tins of sardines. He spent the night in a boarding house on Main Street, a narrow room with a window that overlooked the railway yard. He couldn't sleep. The air was too thick, and the room smelled like mildew and the kerosene lamp the landlady had left burning in the hall. He lay on top of the sheets and listened to the cicadas in the oak tree outside. At some point he must have dozed because he woke to the sound of a train pulling out of the station, and the sky outside was the gray of pre-dawn. He met Boudreaux at the dock as the sun broke the horizon. The water in the canal was flat and dark, reflecting the pilings and the underbellies of the boats. Boudreaux was already in the pirogue, the push-pole across his knees. Leo stepped into the boat and sat on the plank seat near the bow. The pirogue rocked under his weight, and he gripped the gunwales until it steadied. Boudreaux didn't comment. He pushed off from the dock with the pole and guided them into the current. They moved south through water the color of tea, past docks where shrimp boats were tied and men were already hauling nets. The canal opened into wider channels lined with marsh grass that stood higher than a man's head. Boudreaux poled without speaking, his movements economical, the pole slipping into the water and catching the bottom with a muted thud that Leo felt through the hull. Birds lifted from the reeds as they passed, herons, egrets, something smaller that Leo couldn't name. The sun climbed and the air thickened. Leo took off his jacket and rolled his sleeves. Sweat pooled under the brim of his hat and ran down the sides of his face. By mid-morning they had left the marked channels. The water narrowed and the cypress closed in, their trunks rising out of the shallows like the pillars of a drowned cathedral. Spanish moss hung from the branches in curtains that brushed the top of Leo's hat when they passed underneath. The light changed. It came through the canopy in fragments, white and green, and the shadows under the trees were the kind of dark that didn't move when the sun did. Boudreaux poled them through gaps in the roots that looked too narrow for the pirogue, but the boat slipped through without scraping. Once Leo saw something large slide off a log into the water 10 yards ahead. Boudreaux poled past it without breaking rhythm. They stopped once near noon at a spit of muddy ground where a cypress had fallen and created a gap in the canopy wide enough to let the sun through. Boudreaux stepped out of the pirogue and tied the bowline to the fallen trunk. Leo climbed out after him, his legs stiff from sitting. The ground was soft under his boots, and when he stepped away from the water, his heel sank 2 inches into the mud. He ate one of the tins of sardines and drank from the canteen. The water tasted like metal. Boudreaux smoked a cigarette and watched the channel they'd just come through, his eyes moving over the surface in a pattern that suggested he was looking for something specific. Leo asked him how much farther to the fork, Boudreau said another 3 hours if the water stayed deep enough to pole. Leo asked if he'd been this far in recently, and Boudreau said not since spring. Leo asked what he was looking for in the water, and Boudreau ground out the cigarette under his boot and said nothing Leo needed to worry about yet. They continued. The channel split twice, and each time Boudreau chose the narrower route without hesitating. Leo tried to track their direction, but the bends in the waterway and the canopy overhead made it impossible to see the sun long enough to orient. He gave up and watched the water instead. It was darker here, almost black, and the surface was glassy in a way that made it look solid. The fisherman's cousin's words came back. The channels where the water never saw full sun. They were in those channels now. The fork appeared late in the afternoon, marked by a stand of bald cypress that rose from the water in a cluster, their roots forming a natural barrier across the wider channel. Boudreau poled them to a low shelf of ground on the eastern bank and stepped out, dragging the bow onto the mud. Leo climbed out and looked at the fork. One channel curved west, visible for maybe 30 yards before the trees swallowed it. The other ran south, narrower, choked with lily pads and duckweed. The water in the southern channel didn't look deep enough to pole. Boudreau told him the southern channel led deeper, toward the old trapping camps the Cajuns had abandoned in the 20s. If the Pardon man's shack was real, it would be back there, where the water was too shallow for boats and the ground too soft to build anything permanent. Leo asked how far, and Boudreau said half a day on foot if Leo didn't get lost. Leo asked what he should watch for, and Boudreau looked at him for a long moment, then said, "The water doesn't want you here." Leo waited for the rest of it, but Boudreau turned away and began tying the pirogue to a cypress knee. Leo didn't press him. He shouldered his satchel, checked the canteen, and stepped into the southern channel. The water came up to his shins, warmer than he expected, and the mud under his boots had the consistency of wet cement. He took 3 steps and looked back. Boudreau was sitting in the pirogue, the push-pole across his lap, watching Leo the way you'd watch someone walk into a building you knew was condemned. Leo turned south and kept walking. The water in the southern channel stayed shallow for the first 100 yards, warm against Leo's shins, the bottom soft enough that each step released bubbles that smelled like rotting vegetation. Then the channel narrowed and the water deepened to his knees, and he had to move slower, testing each step before committing his weight. The canopy overhead thickened until the light came through in shafts so narrow he could count them. 5, then 3, then none. The air under the trees was 10 degrees cooler than it had been in the open water, and it smelled like wet wood and something else he couldn't identify. Sweet, almost floral, but with a medicinal sharpness that reminded him of the ether the dentist used. He walked for what felt like an hour, though he couldn't check his watch without stopping, and stopping meant standing in water deep enough that his boots were already full. The channel curved east, then south again, then west. He tried to track the bends in his head, but lost count after the 4th turn. The trees looked identical. Bald cypress with trunks as wide as oil drums, their roots spreading through the water in configurations that forced him to climb over some and duck under others. Twice he had to backtrack when the channel split, and he chose a route that dead-ended in a wall of roots too dense to push through. The 3rd time the channel split, he stopped. Both routes looked navigable. The left channel was slightly wider, the water clearer. The right channel was darker, choked with duckweed, but something about the configuration of the trees suggested it had been used more recently. He looked for marks on the trunks, scratches, broken branches, anything that indicated passage, but saw nothing definitive. He chose the right channel because it ran south, and Boudreau had said deeper meant south. 20 yards in, he realized the water was moving, not current. There was no current this far from the main waterway. but movement. Small ripples spreading from points he couldn't see. Concentric circles overlapping and canceling each other out. He stopped and watched the surface. The ripples continued, appearing at random intervals from different locations, something under the water, or many somethings. The memory of what slid off the log surfaced. He pushed it away. He kept walking. The channel opened into a wider basin where the water was calm and black, and reflected the canopy above in perfect detail. Leo stopped at the edge of the basin, one boot on a submerged root, and looked across. The far side was maybe 40 yards away, difficult to judge in the fractured light. The water in the basin was deeper. He could tell from the color, the way it absorbed light instead of reflecting it past a certain depth. He couldn't see the bottom. He looked for a way around, but the basin extended in both directions, curving out of sight behind stands of cypress. Going around would mean backtracking or cutting through undergrowth, thick enough to hide the ground. He stepped into the basin. The water rose to his thighs, then his waist. He kept his satchel above his head and moved forward, feeling for the bottom with each step. The mud gave way to something firmer. Clay, maybe, or silt packed hard enough to hold his weight. He was halfway across when his boot came down on something that shifted under him. He froze. The thing under his boot moved again, a slow rolling motion, and then it was gone, sliding away through the water without breaking the surface. Leo didn't move for a full minute. When he did, he moved faster, lifting his knees higher, keeping his eyes on the far bank. He reached the far side and pulled himself onto a shelf of mud that held his weight. He set the satchel down and leaned against a cypress trunk, breathing harder than the exertion warranted. His shirt was soaked through, and his trousers clung to his legs. He drank from the canteen and ate the second tin of sardines, forcing himself to chew even though his throat felt too tight to swallow. The fish tasted like salt and oil and the inside of the tin. He drank again and screwed the cap back on. The canteen was half empty. He'd need to find water soon, or boil some from the channel, which meant stopping long enough to build a fire and wait for it to cool. He decided to wait until he found the shack. If the shack existed, it would have water. If it didn't exist, he'd need to turn back before the canteen ran dry. The ground beyond the basin was firmer, though still soft enough that his boots left deep prints. He followed what looked like a game trail, a narrow gap in the undergrowth where the palmetto fronds were bent back and the ground showed signs of repeated passage. The trail curved through a stand of live oaks draped with moss so thick it hung to the ground in curtains. He pushed through the moss and came out into a clearing. The clearing was small, maybe 20 feet across, and the ground was covered with a mat of dead vegetation that had compacted into something almost solid. In the center of the clearing was a structure. Calling it a structure was generous. 4 cypress posts driven to the ground, a roof of corrugated tin held down with stones, and walls made from sheets of tar paper nailed to a frame of saplings. The whole thing leaned to the left, and the tin roof had rusted through in spots. Leo approached slowly. The door was a section of canvas hung from a rope strung between 2 posts. He pulled the canvas aside and looked in. The interior was empty except for a wooden crate turned on its side and a pile of rags in the corner. The floor was dirt, and the walls let in enough light through gaps in the tar paper that he could see the space clearly. No one had been here in months, maybe years. The rags were stiff with mildew, and the crate had rotted until the wood came apart when he touched it. He stepped back outside and looked at the clearing again. An old trapping camp, exactly what Boudreaux had said he'd find back here. But not the shack. Not the Pardon Man shack. This was to ruin, to abandon. If the Pardon Man was real, his shack would be maintained. Functional. People came to him. You couldn't run an operation out of a structure that was falling down. Leo circled the clearing and found the trail continuing on the far side, heading south. He followed it. The ground sloped downward and the undergrowth thin. The trees here were different. Younger, smaller, growing closer together. He realized he was walking through an area that had been cleared at some point, maybe a decade ago, and was only now growing back. Someone had cut the old-growth timber and left the saplings. He found the first stump a few yards later, cut clean with a saw, the top weathered but still flat. Then another and another, a line of stumps running parallel to the trail, spaced 10 feet apart. He stopped at the fourth stump and ran his hand over the top. The wood was soft with rot, but the cut was precise. Whoever had felled these trees knew what they were doing. Leo looked ahead and saw more stumps, a grid of them extending into the trees. Not random clearing, planned clearing. Something had been built here, or was going to be built, and then abandoned. The trail ended at a second clearing, larger than the first, where the stumps formed a perimeter around a flat section of ground that looked like it had been graded. In the center of the clearing was a depression, roughly circular, filled with stagnant water that reflected the sky in fragments. Leo walked to the edge of the depression and looked down. The water was shallow, maybe a foot deep, and the bottom was covered with a layer of rust-colored sediment. He saw shapes under the water, straight lines, right angles. He crouched and reached in, his fingers finding metal. He pulled, and a section of chain came up, links thick enough to hold a boat, covered in rust and algae. He dropped the chain and stood. The clearing felt wrong in a way he couldn't name. Not dangerous. There was nothing here that could hurt him. But wrong in the way a sentence with a missing word felt wrong. Something should have been here and wasn't. Or something had been here and left. He heard it then. A sound from the south, beyond the far edge of the clearing. Not an animal sound. Rhythmic. Metal on metal or metal on wood. 3 strikes, a pause, 3 more strikes. Someone working. Leo picked up his satchel and moved toward the sound, keeping to the tree line at the edge of the clearing. The sound continued, steady, unhurried. 3 strikes, pause, 3 strikes. He reached the far edge and saw it through the trees. A shack. Not ruined, not abandoned. A structure with walls that looked solid and a roof that sat level. Smoke rising from a metal pipe that jutted through the tin. A door that was closed. And outside, a man splitting wood with an axe. Leo stepped behind a cypress trunk and watched. The man was in his 50s, heavy through the shoulders, wearing canvas trousers and a collarless shirt soaked through with sweat. He worked the axe with practiced efficiency, someone who'd split thousands of cords and didn't need to think about placement anymore. The wedge of the blade caught the center of each log and the halves fell away cleanly. He'd set up a chopping block in the shade at the side of the shack. A section of cypress stump waist high, the top scarred with axe marks. A pile of split wood was stacked against the shack's eastern wall, enough to last through winter, if winter meant anything this far south. The man bent, set another log on the block, straightened, and swung. 3 strikes, pause, 3 strikes. Leo counted 12 logs split before the man stopped, set the axe against the block, and walked to a water barrel near the shack's front door. He lifted a tin dipper from a hook on the side of the barrel, filled it, and drank. Then he poured the rest over his head and stood there with the water running down his face and neck, his eyes closed. He refilled the dipper, drank again, and hung it back on the hook. He picked up the axe and returned to the block. Leo studied the shack while the man worked. It was larger than the ruined trapping camp, maybe 12 feet by 16, built with milled lumber instead of saplings. The walls were vertical planks, painted white at some point, but weathered now to gray. The roof was corrugated tin, newer than the walls with minimal rust. The door was solid wood with iron hinges, and it sat flush in the frame. A single window on the front wall, covered from the inside with something that blocked the light. No curtain. The coverage was too complete. Wood shutters, maybe, or boards. The smoke from the pipe had thinned to a wisp. Someone had banked a fire. The clearing around the shack had been maintained. The undergrowth cut back. The ground raked smooth. A path led from the shack's door to the water barrel, and another path ran from the door to the tree line on the southern edge, disappearing into the cypress. Leo saw a second structure near the southern path. Not a building, just a lean-to made from sheets of tin propped against a frame. Under the lean-to were crates, stacked too high, and what looked like sacks of rice or flour. Storage. Supplies brought in from somewhere, which meant the man wasn't isolated. Someone was provisioning him. Leo looked at his hands. They were shaking, not from fear, but from the adrenaline that came with proximity to something you'd been chasing. He'd found it. The shack existed. The Pardon Man existed. A man in his 50s who split wood and drank from a barrel and kept a fire going in weather that made Leo's shirt stick to his back. Leo could photograph the shack, document the location, hike back to the fork, and file a story about a hermit operating a con in the swamps. Carmine Bruno paid this man to stage the folklore, and the man took the money and lived out here where the Federals would never find him. It was clean. It was simple. It was the kind of story Leo had built a career on. But it didn't explain the supplies. A con man didn't need crates of provisions unless he was feeding more than himself. And it didn't explain the maintained clearing, the fresh firewood, the functional roof. A man running a con would live in the ruined camp, not here. This was permanent. This was infrastructure. Leo stepped out from behind the cypress and walked into the clearing. The man saw him immediately. He didn't startle and didn't reach for a weapon, didn't stop mid-swing. He finished the stroke, split the log, and set the axe against the block. Then he turned to face Leo, his hands loose at his sides, and waited. Leo crossed the clearing, feeling the man's eyes on him the entire way. When he was 10 feet from the chopping block, the man spoke. His voice was measured, without accent, the kind of voice you'd hear in a lecture hall or a courtroom. "You've come a long way." Leo stopped. He hadn't expected the greeting to sound so ordinary, so professional. He didn't know what he'd expected. Something closer to the folklore. The man looked at him the way a doctor might look at a patient who'd walked into an examination room. Neutral assessment, cataloging symptoms, waiting for the complaint. Leo introduced himself, keeping his voice level. He said he was a journalist from New Orleans, that he'd been investigating reports of men returning from the swamps, changed, and that he'd followed the trail here. He didn't mention Carmine Bruno by name. The man listened without interrupting, his expression unchanged. When Leo finished, the man nodded once, slowly, as though Leo had confirmed something he already knew. The man told Leo his name was irrelevant, that men who came here didn't care what he was called, only what he could do. But if Leo needed something to write in his notebook, he could use the name the locals used, the Pardon Man. It wasn't accurate. Pardon implied forgiveness, and he didn't forgive anything. But it was easier than explaining what he actually did. Leo asked what that was. The man looked at him for a long moment and gestured toward the shack's door. Inside, he said, the sun was too bright for the kind of conversation Leo wanted to have. Leo hesitated, scanning the clearing for signs of other men, other threats. The man seemed to understand. He said Leo could leave his satchel outside if it made him feel safer, that there was nothing inside the shack worth stealing, and nothing Leo carried that the man needed. Leo kept the satchel. The man shrugged and walked to the door, opened it, and stepped inside. Leo followed. The interior was cooler by 15 degrees, the air smelling like wood smoke and something else. Sweet, almost floral, but underneath it the smell of wet leaves gone to mulch. Not decay exactly, but something that had stopped being fresh. The smell sat in the back of Leo's throat. The single room was divided by function. A sleeping area in the far corner. A cot with a wool blanket folded. The mattress ticking was stained dark in the center. The impression of bodies compressed into the fabric from men who'd slept there without moving. A work area near the window. A table, a chair, a kerosene lamp. Shelves along the eastern wall filled with glass jars and ceramic containers. And in the center of the room, a cast-iron stove with a pot on top, steam rising from the spout. The pot's rim was crusted with a pale residue, layers of it, years of the same substance boiled in the same vessel. The man crossed to the stove and lifted the pot with a rag wrapped around the handle. He poured the contents into a tin cup and set the cup on the table. Then he sat in the chair and gestured for Leo to take the cot. Leo sat, the satchel still on his shoulder. The cot frame creaked under his weight. The man said Leo looked like he'd been walking for hours and should drink something before they talked. The water in the barrel outside was safe, but the tea was better. It helped with focus. Leo looked at the cup on the table, the steam curling from the surface, and felt his throat tighten. The man saw the expression and laughed. Not unkindly, but with the weariness of someone who'd seen the same reaction many times. Not that tea, the man bet. That tea was on the shelf. This was just root bark and chicory, the same thing Leo probably drank in New Orleans. The man stood, walked to the shelf, and took down a jar. He opened it and held it out so Leo could see inside. Dried mushroom, brown and wrinkled, packed in layers. The smell from the jar was stronger than the room's ambient sweetness, fungal, earthy, with that same medicinal sharpness. This, the man said, was what Leo had come to see. Leo looked at the mushrooms, then at the man. The man screwed the lid back on the jar and returned it to the shelf. He sat down again and folded his hands on the table. He said if Leo wanted the story, he'd give it to him. The whole story. What the tea did, how it worked, why men came here, and why they left different. But Leo would need to understand what he was looking at first, because without context, it sounded like folklore. And folklore was what men told themselves when they didn't want to understand the truth. Leo took out his notebook. The man stood and walked to the shelves, running his finger along the jars until he found the one he wanted. He took it down and set it on the table next to the cup of tea Leo hadn't touched. The jar was smaller than the first, filled with a pale powder that looked like ground bone. He unscrewed the lid and tilted the jar so Leo could see the texture. Fine, almost crystalline, with a faint yellow tint when the lamplight hit it. This was the processed form, the man said. The mushrooms were harvested, dried, ground into powder, then boiled for 6 hours and reduced. 1 tablespoon of concentrate per cup of water. The result was a tea that tasted bitter, slightly sweet, and left a numbness on the tongue. Men drank it willingly because by the time they found this shack, they would drink anything. Leo asked where the mushrooms grew. The man said they grew in one location, a sinkhole 3 miles south where the water table dropped and created a flooded cavity. The mushrooms grew on submerged cypress roots in clusters dense enough that a month's supply took less than an hour to harvest. He'd found it by accident in 1927, following a channel that looked like it led nowhere. He'd been looking for a place to build a still. Instead, he found the mushrooms. He hadn't known what they were at first, but he'd been trained in neurology at Cook County Hospital in Chicago, and he recognized the symptoms in the men who came to buy his liquor, and mentioned that the water near his operation made them feel calm, not drunk, calm. He started paying attention. The men who drank from the sinkhole slept better. They stopped flinching at loud noises. One man said his hands had stopped shaking for the first time since the war. He had taken samples. He examined them under a lens he'd brought from Chicago. He found the spores, traced them to the mushrooms. And then he started testing. Leo asked what kind of tests. The man looked at him with an expression Leo couldn't read. Not defensiveness, not pride, something closer to the patience a teacher shows a student who's asked the right question too early. He said the kind of test that would have gotten him censured in Chicago, which was why he wasn't in Chicago anymore. He tested the concentrate on himself first, in small doses, documenting the effects, reduced anxiety, flattened emotional response, difficulty recalling traumatic memories. At higher doses, the effects became permanent. He'd kept his doses low because he needed to remain functional, but he'd gone far enough to confirm the mechanism. The man, a neurologist, Leo now understood, walked to the cabinet near the sleeping area and opened the top drawer. He took out a ledger, leather-bound, the pages thick with ink. He brought it to the table and set it in front of Leo, but didn't open it. He said the ledger contained the names of every man who'd come here, the date they arrived and the date they left. Leo could look at it if he wanted, but he'd need to understand what he was reading first. Before Leo could reach for it, the neurologist opened the ledger himself and turned it so Leo could see a page near the middle. The page was divided into columns, but what caught Leo's attention was the handwriting. The name column showed signatures, not printed names, but cursive signatures, each one different. Some were shaky, the letters barely legible, ink blotted where the pen had trembled. Others were neat, precise, the letters uniform as typeset, and the neurologist said the men signed their own names when they arrived. They signed again before they left. Leo looked closer. Next to each shaky signature was a second signature in the departure column. The same name, but the handwriting was different, steady, controlled, empty of the urgency that had made the first signature shake. The neurologist closed the ledger and set it aside. He said men started coming to him in 1928. Word spread through the channels. A man in the swamp who could take away what haunted you. He didn't advertise. He didn't charge. Men came because they had no other options. Leo asked how many men. The neurologist said 73 over 6 years. Laborers, fishermen, trappers, men who'd done things they couldn't live with. The weight was killing them. Insomnia, alcoholism, violence turned inward. One man hadn't slept more than 2 hours a night since he'd beaten his son to death in a gin house fight in 1925. Another man had watched his crew drown when their rig collapsed in a storm, and he couldn't go near the water without vomiting. Leo asked what they were like after they drank the tea. The neurologist's expression changed, not satisfaction, but something closer to the look a craftsman gets when describing work he's proud of. He said they were calm. He described a trapper who'd come in 1929, 3 days after arriving. The man had walked into the shack, bent forward, his hands shaking so badly he couldn't hold the cup. He'd killed his brother-in-law in a hunting accident, mistook him for a deer in the morning fog. He couldn't stop seeing it. Couldn't stop hearing the sound his sister made when she understood what had happened. The neurologist had given him the tea. The man had slept 14 hours. When he woke, the neurologist asked him if he remembered the accident. The man said yes, he remembered all of it. The neurologist asked how he felt about it. The man thought for a moment, then said it was an unfortunate event. That was the phrase he used. Unfortunate event. Not tragedy, not the worst thing he'd ever done. Just an unfortunate event that had occurred, the way weather occurred, and now it was over. The man had signed his name in the departure column. Neat, even strokes, and walked back to his life. The neurologist described another patient, a fisherman who'd come in 1931. The man's 7-year-old daughter had drowned while he was pulling nets. He'd been 50 feet away, hadn't heard her go under, found her an hour later. He came to the shack because every time he closed his eyes, he saw her face under the water. After the tea, the neurologist asked if he still saw her. The man said yes, but now when he saw her, it was just information, a thing that had happened. He could think about other things now. He could work. One man's wife wrote to thank the neurologist. Her husband had been a stranger for 8 years, and now he was back. He didn't laugh as much as he used to, didn't cry when their daughter got married, but he was present. He was there. That was enough. Leo set his pen down. He said the neurologist understood what he was describing. You're destroying the part of the brain that makes people human. The neurologist said Leo was using the wrong language. He wasn't destroying. He was severing. And the part he severed wasn't what made people human. It was what made them prisoners. He explained it simply, without the medical drawings Leo had expected. The brain has a structure that stores fear. It's supposed to keep you alive by remembering threats. But in some men, the structure doesn't know when to stop. It catalogs every mistake, every injury, every moment of helplessness. A door slamming becomes a mortar. A raised voice becomes an attack. The brain does this to protect you, but the protection becomes a cage. The concentrate disabled the structure. Not sedation, removal. A man who drank the tea could still remember killing someone. He just couldn't feel the weight of having done it. Leo asked if the effect was permanent. The neurologist said yes. The pathways didn't regenerate. Once severed, they stayed severed. A man who drank the tea would never feel guilt again, never feel fear, never feel the physiological response to trauma. He would be, in the most literal sense, unburdened. Leo asked what happened to empathy. The neurologist said a man without fear could still understand another person's suffering. He just wouldn't feel compelled to act on it. He wouldn't feel compelled to do anything. Compulsion came from the structure the tea destroyed. Without it, a man experienced the world as a series of neutral facts. He could choose his response instead of being forced into one. Leo asked if the neurologist understood that the men who came here didn't know they were trading their capacity for fear for their capacity for everything fear protected. The neurologist said the men who came here were dying. The fear was killing them. They couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't look at their children without seeing what they'd done. He gave them relief. If that relief also made them incapable of pulling a child out of traffic or waking when the house was on fire, that was a trade they made willingly. They signed their names twice. Once when they arrived, shaking, once when they left, steady. Leo looked at the jar of powder on the table, the pale yellow granules catching the lamplight. He asked what happened if someone drank it who didn't want to. The neurologist's expression didn't change. He said that would be unconscionable. The tea was a gift, not a weapon. It only worked if the recipient understood they were choosing relief. If someone forced it on another person, the recipient would wake up unable to feel fear or guilt, but without the context of having sought that outcome. They'd be confused, disoriented. They might hurt themselves trying to understand why they felt nothing. The neurologist had never given the tea to anyone who didn't ask for it. He never would. Leo asked how the neurologist could be certain the men who came here were asking for it freely. The neurologist said he could tell. A man who'd been sent by someone else, who'd been told to come here under threat, carried that coercion in his body. His hands shook differently. His eyes moved differently. The neurologist had turned away 11 men in 6 years because they'd been forced to come. Leo asked what the tea tasted like. The neurologist said it was bitter, slightly sweet, with a numbness that started on the tongue and spread to the throat. Men usually finished the cup in 3 swallows. After that, they slept. When they woke, the weight was gone. Some men cried, though they didn't know why. Tears without the feeling that usually caused them. The neurologist would give them water, food, and directions back to the main channels. Most left the same day. None of them came back. Leo asked why. The neurologist said because they didn't need to. He picked up the jar of powder and returned it to the shelf. Then he turned back to Leo and folded his arms across his chest. He said Leo could write about this however he wanted. He could call it a miracle or call it butchery. It wouldn't change what the tea did. It wouldn't change the fact that 73 men were walking around Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama right now, free of the things that had been killing them. The neurologist didn't need Leo's approval. He'd found a way to do what Cook County's ethics board said was impossible, and he'd done it without grants, without oversight, without asking permission. Leo asked what the neurologist got out of it. The man smiled for the first time since Leo had arrived. Not warmth, but the kind of smile you'd give someone who'd asked an obvious question. It removes the capacity for regret. He let the words sit in the air between them. Then he walked to the door and opened it, letting the afternoon light spill into the shack. Leo could leave now, the neurologist said, or he could stay and look at the ledger. Either way, the interview was over. Leo had the story he came for. Leo stood and walked to the door. The neurologist stepped aside to let him pass, but Leo stopped in the doorway, one hand on the frame, looking out at the clearing. The afternoon light was different than it had been when he'd entered. Lower, angling through the cypress at a steeper pitch. He'd been inside for over an hour. The chopping block stood where the neurologist had left it, the axe leaning against the stump, a scatter of wood chips on the ground. The water barrel sat near the door, its surface reflecting a fragment of sky. Everything looked exactly as it had when Leo first saw it, but now he understood what he was looking at. Infrastructure. A medical practice operating under the cover of folklore, performing irreversible brain damage on men desperate enough to accept it. The 73 names in the ledger, each one signed twice, once shaking, once steady. Men who'd come here carrying guilt or trauma, who'd walked out the next day chemically incapable of feeling either. The neurologist had said they returned to their families, to their work, to their lives. But what returned wasn't the same man. It was a version of the man with critical architecture removed, a body that remembered how to function, but couldn't remember why it had cared. The neurologist had said it with such certainty. Removing the fear structure made a man free, but freedom required choice, and you couldn't choose if you didn't understand what you were losing. The men who came here didn't know they were trading their capacity for their capacity for everything fear protected. The neurologist had stripped that from 73 men and called it a cure, and the neurologist believed he was helping. That was the part Leo couldn't reconcile. The man wasn't lying, he wasn't performing. He genuinely thought he'd found a solution to suffering, and the fact that the solution destroyed part of what made suffering meaningful didn't register as a problem. He'd stood in the shack and described permanent brain damage the way another doctor might describe setting a bone. Leo turned back into the shack. The neurologist was standing near the stove, watching him with the same neutral expression he'd worn since Leo arrived. Leo said he had what he needed. He'd write the story, and he'd name the neurologist in it. He'd describe the shack's location, the fungus, the mechanism. He'd include the testimonies from the men who'd seen Carmine Bruno return from the swamps, transformed. The neurologist would be arrested. The shack would be shut down, and the men in the ledger would become evidence in a criminal trial. The neurologist listened without interrupting. When Leo finished, the man nodded once, slowly. He said Leo was free to write whatever he wanted. He'd known from the moment Leo stepped into the clearing that this outcome was possible. He didn't regret it. The men who'd been treated were still treated. Whatever happened to the neurologist afterward wouldn't undo what had already been done. Leo said that wasn't the point. The point was preventing it from happening to anyone else. The neurologist said nothing. He walked to the shelf and began moving jars to different positions. Small adjustments, no practical purpose. His hands were occupied. Leo asked where his satchel was. The neurologist pointed to the cot without looking at him. Leo crossed the room and picked it up, checking inside to make sure the notebook and camera were still there. They were. He slung the satchel over his shoulder and moved toward the door. But as he reached for the frame, he heard something. A sound from outside, faint but distinct. A cough quickly stifled, and underneath it, the creak of boot leather on wood. Leo froze. The neurologist was still at the shelf, his back to Leo, continuing to rearrange jars that didn't need rearranging. Leo looked past him to the window, but the shutters blocked any view of the clearing. He listened. Nothing now. Just the sound of the wind moving through the cypress. He turned back to the neurologist. The man had stopped moving the jars, but hadn't turned around. Not tension, exactly. Recognition. Leo said he thought he heard something outside. The neurologist said the swamp made sounds. Leo said it sounded like a person. The neurologist said men passed through sometimes, trappers, fishermen. Leo walked to the table where the ledger sat. He flipped it open, scanning the recent entries. His eye caught on something he hadn't noticed before. The most recent entry, the one at the bottom of the current page, showed an arrival date. November 12th, 1934. Today. The ink was still wet. Leo looked at the neurologist. He asked who arrived today. The neurologist said no one had arrived. Leo pointed to the entry. The neurologist walked over slowly. He didn't look at the page. He looked at the door. Leo asked why the ink was still wet. The neurologist said nothing. Leo closed the ledger and picked it up. He said he was taking this with him. The neurologist said Leo couldn't do that. The records were private medical documents. Leo said they were evidence of criminal activity. He opened his satchel and slid the ledger inside. The neurologist stepped toward him. Leo stepped back, putting the table between them. The neurologist stopped. He said if Leo took the ledger, he'd be stealing. Leo said if the neurologist tried to stop him, Leo would know this was more than a medical practice. They stood there, 3 feet of table between them, neither moving. Then the neurologist stepped aside. Leo moved toward the door, the satchel heavy on his shoulder now. He stepped outside into the afternoon light and stopped. The wood chips around the chopping block had been scattered. When Leo had entered the shack, they had been in a neat pile where the neurologist had let them fall. Now they were spread across the ground in a pattern that looked like boot prints. Leo looked at the water barrel. The tin dipper was hanging on the wrong side. The neurologist had hung it on the eastern hook. It was now on the western hook. Leo took 3 steps toward the southern path and heard it. Not a sound this time, but the absence of sound. The swamp had gone silent. No birds, no insects, no movement in the undergrowth. The kind of silence that came when something larger had moved through, and everything else was waiting to see what it would do. Leo looked back at the shack. The neurologist was standing in the doorway now, watching him. Not moving to follow, just watching. Leo turned and walked quickly toward the path, his hand tightening on the satchel strap. He pushed through the palmetto fronds and live oak moss, moving faster than he had on the approach. The urgency that had been building since he'd seen the wet ink was overriding caution now. He needed to reach the fork before dark. He needed to get back to Boudreaux. He needed to... He stopped. On the ground in front of him, pressed into the soft mud, was a boot print that hadn't been there when he'd walked this path 2 hours ago. The print was fresh. Water was still seeping into the impression. Leo stepped over it and kept moving. 20 yards ahead, he pushed through a curtain of moss and stopped again. A man was standing on the path 15 feet ahead, blocking the route south. He was younger than the neurologist, maybe 40, wearing a suit that had been expensive before the swamp humidity warped the wool. His hands were in his pockets, his posture relaxed. He didn't move when Leo stopped. He just stood there waiting, his expression pleasant. Leo recognized him from the photograph he'd seen in the federal courthouse records. Carmine Bruno. Leo's first thought was to turn and run back to the shack. But a second man stepped out of the undergrowth behind him, cutting off that route. This one was heavier, with a face Leo didn't recognize. Canvas work clothes, boots caked with mud. One of the enforcers, probably. The man who'd escorted Widow Theriot to the shack, or someone like him. He didn't speak. He just stood there 10 feet back, close enough that Leo couldn't get past without a confrontation. Leo turned back to Carmine. He asked how long Carmine had been waiting. Carmine said, long enough. He'd been in the area when word reached him that a journalist from New Orleans was asking questions about the Pardon Man. Carmine had business near Houma anyway. Deliveries to make, people to see. And it made sense to stop by the shack and see who was curious. Leo asked what Carmine wanted. Carmine said he wanted to know what Leo planned to do with the story. Leo said he planned to file it with his editor, publish it, and let the authorities handle the rest. Carmine nodded slowly as though Leo had confirmed something. Carmine already suspected. He said that would be a problem. Leo had documentation. The notebook, the ledger. He had enough to build a case. If that case went public, it would complicate Carmine's operation significantly. Leo said that was the point. Carmine said he understood, but he was hoping they could reach an arrangement. Leo said there was no arrangement. Carmine had been using the neurologist to chemically lobotomize his enemies. Carmine said Leo was using charged language. Lobotomize implied coercion, and everyone who drank the tea chose to drink it. Leo asked if Widow Theriot's treatment was incidental. Carmine said Widow Theriot was suffering. Her husband's death had destroyed her, and she'd been scheduled to testify in a proceeding that would have required her to relive the worst night of her life. The tea spared her that. Everyone benefited. Leo took a step backward, testing the distance to the enforcer behind him. The man didn't move, but his weight shifted, ready. Leo stopped. He asked what Carmine planned to do. Carmine said that depended on Leo. If Leo agreed to destroy the notebook and leave the ledger, then Carmine would let him walk back to the fork. Leo said he wouldn't do that. Carmine said he'd expected that answer, but he'd wanted to offer it anyway. Civility mattered, even in negotiations that were going to end badly. Leo asked what happened if he refused. Carmine gestured toward the shack behind Leo. He said the neurologist had explained what the tea did. Removed the capacity for fear, for guilt, for emotional distress. It was a remarkable substance. Leo understood before Carmine finished. He tried to pull away, but the enforcer's hand was already on his shoulder, firm but not violent. The hand stayed there, holding Leo in place. Carmine said Leo was carrying evidence that could destroy Carmine's operation. That evidence needed to disappear. The simplest way was to make the person carrying it forget why it mattered. Leo would still remember everything. He just wouldn't care. He'd hand over the notebook and the ledger willingly, walk back to New Orleans with a smile on his face, and never write the story because the story wouldn't feel important anymore. Leo asked if the neurologist knew about this. Carmine said the neurologist would find out in a minute when they brought Leo inside. The neurologist might object, might refuse, but Carmine doubted it. The neurologist had already treated 7 people Carmine referred. The man had a pattern. Once he was faced with someone suffering, and Leo would be suffering by the time they finished explaining what was about to happen. The neurologist would offer the cup. Leo tried to pull away from the enforcer's grip. The hand tightened, and a second enforcer stepped out of the trees to Leo's left. 3 men now. Carmine in front. 2 enforcers flanking. Leo looked toward the shack. The neurologist was still standing in the doorway, watching. Leo called to him, asked if he was going to let this happen. The neurologist didn't answer. Carmine said they should go inside. The enforcers walked Leo back to the clearing with a hand on each arm, their grip firm but not punishing. Carmine walked ahead. Leo tried once to pull free, twisting his shoulders, but the hands tightened, and he stopped. They emerged into the clearing. The neurologist had moved to the side of the shack, near the water barrel. His expression was unreadable. Leo called to him again, louder. He said the neurologist had told him the tea was never given to anyone who didn't ask for it. The neurologist didn't respond. When they reached the doorway, Carmine stopped and turned to face Leo. The enforcers held Leo between them. Carmine studied him for a moment, his head tilted slightly. "You should have stayed in New Orleans." The words were conversational, almost sympathetic. Carmine stepped aside and gestured toward the open door. The enforcers moved Leo forward. He braced his feet against the threshold, but there were 2 of them, and his boots couldn't find purchase. They walked him inside. The shack's interior looked the same. The table, the chair, the stove, the shelves with their jars. Nothing had changed except that Leo was no longer here by choice. Carmine followed them in. The neurologist came last, stopping just inside the doorway. He looked at Leo, then at Carmine, then walked to the shelf where the kerosene lamp sat. He moved it to the table without being asked, adjusting the wick so the light fell cleanly across the chair where Leo would sit. Then he shifted the glass jars on the shelf, the ones with specimen labels, moving them to the far end, away from where the struggle would happen. His movements were unhurried, deliberate. Carmine told the enforcers to put Leo in the chair. They guided him to it and pushed him down. Leo gripped the armrests but didn't try to stand. One enforcer stayed beside him, a hand on Leo's shoulder. The other moved to the door. Carmine walked to the table and picked up the ledger from Leo's satchel. He opened it to the most recent page and read through the entries. Then he closed it and set it down. He looked at the neurologist and said they'd need a new entry. The neurologist didn't move. Carmine said the neurologist could write it himself, or Carmine could write it. But either way, the record needed to be maintained. The neurologist said this was different. The people Carmine had referred before had come willingly, or at least had agreed to drink once they understood what the tea would do. Leo hadn't agreed. He didn't want to be here. Forcing the tea on him would violate every principle the neurologist had used to justify the treatments. Carmine said the neurologist had violated his principles the moment he accepted the first referral. He'd known what Carmine was doing. He'd seen the pattern. Witnesses, widows, enforcers. He'd treated them anyway. The neurologist had told himself they were suffering, that the tea helped them. But that was rationalization. This was just the next step. The neurologist said he wouldn't do it. Carmine said the neurologist would. Because Leo was suffering right now, he was terrified. The neurologist had said his purpose was to eliminate suffering. Here was a man suffering. The neurologist could treat him, or he could watch him suffer. The neurologist looked at Leo. Leo met his eyes and said, "Don't." The neurologist looked away. Carmine walked to the shelf and took down the jar of powder. He set it on the table. Then he took down the jar of dried mushrooms and set that down too. He said the neurologist could prepare the tea, or Carmine's men would prepare it themselves. They'd watched the neurologist work. The neurologist said if they prepared it wrong, the dose could be lethal. Carmine said he'd take that risk. The neurologist walked to the table. He opened the jar of powder and measured a tablespoon into a tin cup. Then he took the pot from the stove, poured water over the powder, and stirred it. The liquid turned cloudy, then settled into a pale amber. He set the cup on the table and stepped back. He said it needed to steep for 5 minutes. Carmine thanked him. Leo asked what would happen if he just didn't swallow. Carmine said they'd hold his head back and pour it down his throat. If he choked, they'd wait and pour more. Eventually, he'd swallow enough for it to work. It would take longer and be more unpleasant, but the outcome would be the same. Leo looked at the neurologist. He said the neurologist had called the tea a gift, had said it was unconscionable to give it to someone who didn't ask for it. The neurologist had said those things an hour ago in this room. Leo asked if the neurologist still believed them. The neurologist said he did. Leo asked what the neurologist was going to do about it. The neurologist said nothing. Carmine checked his watch. He said the tea had steeped long enough. He picked up the cup and walked to where Leo sat. The enforcer's hand on Leo's shoulder tightened. Carmine held the cup in front of Leo's face, close enough that Leo could smell it. Bitter with a sweetness underneath and something else. Mineral, earthy, wrong. Leo looked at the cup. He looked at Carmine's hand holding it, steady and patient. He looked past Carmine to the neurologist standing against the wall, watching with an expression Leo still couldn't read. The neurologist had built this. He'd found the fungus, isolated the mechanism, refined the concentrate. He'd convinced himself he was curing suffering, and now his cure was being used exactly the way he'd said it shouldn't be. Leo said he wouldn't drink. Carmine nodded to the enforcers. The one by the door crossed the room and grabbed Leo's other shoulder. Together they forced him forward, bending him over the table, pressing his chest against the wood. Leo tried to twist away, but their weight pinned him. His cheek was flat against the ledger's leather cover. He could see the jar of mushrooms at the edge of his vision, the dried brown caps packed in layers. Carmine moved around the table to where Leo's head was pinned. He said they'd need to tilt Leo's head back to prevent choking. One of the enforcers grabbed Leo's hair and pulled, forcing his head up, his neck extended. Leo's jaw clenched. Carmine said they'd need to open his mouth. The enforcer pressed his thumb and forefinger into the hinges of Leo's jaw, and Leo's mouth opened before he could stop it. Carmine brought the cup to Leo's lips. Leo tasted it on his tongue before he could stop himself. Bitter, astringent, the sweetness almost floral. The liquid was warm. It filled his mouth, and he couldn't spit because his head was tilted back, and the enforcer's hand was clamping his jaw. He felt it slide toward his throat. He tried to hold it there, but the swallow reflex fired without his permission, and the tea went down. Carmine poured more. Leo swallowed again and again. The cup emptied. The enforcers released him. Leo slumped in the chair, his hands gripping the armrests, his mouth still open, gasping. The taste sat on his tongue, numbing it the way the neurologist had said it would. The numbness spread to his throat. He could feel the liquid in his stomach, warm and heavy. Carmine set the cup back on the table. He told the enforcers to help Leo to the cot. Leo's legs were shaking, but he stood when they pulled him up. They walked him to the sleeping area and sat him on the edge of the cot. Carmine said the alkaloids would start working in 20 minutes. Leo would feel tired first, then disoriented. Then he'd sleep. When he woke, the pathways would be severed. He'd remember everything. The interview, the ledger, the story he'd planned to write. He'd remember being forced to drink the tea. He'd remember all of it with perfect clarity. He just wouldn't care. Leo felt the numbness spreading past his tongue, into his throat, down into his chest. The warmth from his stomach was moving outward, creeping through him in waves. He tried to focus on something, anything, that would let him hold on to why this mattered. Widow Theriot. Her name in the ledger, written in two different hands. He could see it clearly. Widow Theriot. Grief testimony. Referral, C. Bruno. He knew what it meant. He knew she'd been brought here, forced to drink, sent to court chemically incapable of caring that her husband had been murdered. He knew that mattered. He knew it was wrong. But the knowing was starting to separate from the feeling. Like watching something through a pane of glass that was slowly frosting over. He could still see the shape of it, the wrongness, the injustice, but he couldn't reach it, couldn't make his body respond to it the way it had 10 minutes ago. He tried to summon anger at Carmine. He called up the memory of the enforcer's hand forcing his jaw open, the bitter taste flooding his mouth, the humiliation of his body betraying him with the swallow reflex. The memory was there, perfect and clear, every detail intact. But the anger wouldn't come. It was like reaching for a limb that had been amputated. He could remember what it felt like to be angry, could remember the sensation. But when he tried to feel it now, there was nothing, just the memory of the memory. His hands were resting on his knees. He looked down at them and realized they were steady. They should be shaking. He'd been held down and force-fed a neurotoxin designed to hollow out his brain. His hands should be shaking, but they were perfectly still. And then he realized something worse. He was smiling. He could feel it. The muscles in his face pulling his mouth into a slight upward curve. He tried to stop it, tried to force his expression back to neutral, but the smile stayed. It wasn't connected to anything he felt. It was just happening, the way a muscle might twitch. Carmine was still talking. Something about the notebook, about Leo walking back to New Orleans, about filing other stories. The words were losing shape, bleeding into each other. Leo tried to focus, but the effort felt pointless. Why did it matter what Carmine was saying? Why did any of this matter? He knew it mattered. The knowing was still there, a fact sitting in his head like any other fact. This matters. This is important. This is the story that will expose Carmine and shut down the neurologist and prevent this from happening to anyone else. But the why was evaporating. Like water on hot stone, there one moment and gone the next. And when he tried to remember why he'd cared about the story, he couldn't find the reason. He just found the memory that he had cared once, the way you might remember a meal you'd eaten last week. The warmth was in his chest now, spreading toward his shoulders. His vision was starting to blur at the edges. Carmine's face was swimming in and out of focus. Leo tried to hold on to one more thing, just one thing that would let him remember who he was and why he'd come here. The bitterness was still on his tongue, fading as the numbness spread. And with it, the knowledge, clear and sharp and already losing its weight, that by morning he would hand over everything he knew with a smile. Then the darkness came, warm and soft, and Leo stopped fighting. Leo woke to gray light coming through the gaps in the tar paper walls. His mouth was dry. He sat up slowly, testing his balance. He was lying on the cot, still dressed, his boots still on. Someone had pulled the wool blanket over him. He stood and walked to the table. The neurologist was sitting in the chair. He looked up and asked how Leo felt. Leo considered the question. He felt rested. His legs were steady. He said he felt fine. The neurologist stood and poured Leo a cup of water. His hand trembled slightly as he set the cup on the table. Leo drank. The water was cool and tasted like metal, but underneath, faint, almost unnoticeable, was a trace of vegetable sweetness. He set the cup down and looked at the table. The ledger was still there. His satchel was on the cot, but when he checked inside, the notebook was missing. The neurologist said Carmine had taken it sometime during the night. Leo nodded. It didn't matter. The neurologist said Carmine had left the ledger. He'd looked at it and said there was no point taking it. Once Leo signed the departure column, he could carry it all the way back to New Orleans if he wanted. He could show it to his editor, to the police, to anyone. It wouldn't change anything. Leo nodded. And that was true. The neurologist asked if Leo remembered what happened. Leo said he did. All of it. The neurologist asked if Leo understood what the tea had done. Leo said yes. The neurologist asked how it felt to know that. Leo said it felt like knowing any other fact. The neurologist looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned away and walked to the window, his back to Leo. He stood there without speaking. Leo watched him. After a while, the neurologist's shoulders moved. Not a full breath, just a small adjustment. The kind of motion a man makes when he's trying to hold something down that wants to come up. The neurologist said there was one more thing. He walked to the table and opened the ledger, turning it to the most recent page. Leo's name was there in the arrival column, written in his own hand. The letters shaky, the ink blotted where his pen had trembled when Carmine's men brought him in. The neurologist set a pen beside the ledger and said Leo needed to sign the departure column before he left. It was how the record was kept. Leo picked up the pen. He found the line next to his arrival signature and wrote his name. The letters came out steady even, each stroke controlled. When he finished, he set the pen down and looked at the two signatures side by side. The same name, but the handwriting looked like it had been done by different people. The neurologist closed the ledger without comment. He said Leo was free to go. The path back to the fork was clearly marked. Boudreaux would still be waiting. Leo stood. He picked up his satchel and walked to the door. Behind him, the neurologist remained at the window, motionless, looking at nothing. Leo stepped outside into the morning light. The clearing looked the same. The chopping block, the water barrel, the stacked wood. He would walk back to the fork. He would ride the pirogue to Houma. He would take the train to New Orleans. He would go to the cafe on Magazine Street, where he used to work, sit at his usual table. And when his editor asked about the story, Leo would smile and say there was no story, just folklore. He'd checked and found nothing worth writing, and he would mean it. The bitterness still coated his tongue, fading now, with it the knowledge, clear as ever, light as air, that he would return to his life and participate in its routines with unfailing politeness, and never once feel the absence of what had been taken. Russell Foster's headlights caught the barricade 30 yards out, and he eased off the accelerator, letting the car drift while his eyes adjusted to what the beam showed him. The sawhorses were the county's standard yellow and black chevrons, weather-faded but reflective paint still good, and behind them the covered bridge sat like a tunnel mouth, its eaves dripping with rot. He knew the bridge, Widow's Bridge, closed since the center span gave way in 1989. The detour added 4 miles, but he'd left Bloomington late, after work at the archives, and the old route was faster if you were willing to ignore the sawhorses. Russell Foster was willing. He'd crossed it on foot as a kid, back when other kids still dared each other to walk the span. That was before the county closed it, before the barricades went up. He knew the deck planking on the approach was sound even if the center wasn't. You could walk it. He wasn't planning to walk it. He was planning to ease around the barricade, roll across the near third of the bridge where the span was intact, and pick up the road on the other side where it curved toward Spencer. He'd done it twice before, both times in daylight, both times without incident. He pulled the wheel left to angle past the sawhorse and the engine coughed. Not a sputter, a cough. deep in the block, and then a shudder that traveled up through the steering column into his hands. The headlights dimmed, the dashboard lights browned. He pressed the accelerator and got nothing, and then the engine died completely and the car coasted another 10 feet on momentum before it stopped, nose pointed at the bridge entrance, close enough that the headlights shone into the covered tunnel and showed him the first 20 feet of decking before the darkness ate the beams. Russell sat with his hands on the wheel and listened to the ticking of the cooling engine. The headlights stayed on, running off the battery. The car had stalled, but the electrical system was still live. He turned the key. The starter motor ground once, twice, then clicked and went silent. He tried again. Same click. He popped the hood release and got out. The air smelled like creosote and wet leaves. October in southern Indiana, the trees half stripped. The night cool enough that his breath showed faintly in the headlight scatter. He lifted the hood and looked at the engine. He wasn't a mechanic, but he knew what things were supposed to look like, and nothing looked obviously wrong. The battery terminals were clean. The belts were intact. No fluid leaking onto the gravel. He checked the fuel line connection by touch, feeling for wetness, and found nothing. He lowered the hood and stood beside the car, looking at the bridge. The covered span sat heavy in the darkness, white oak framing gone gray over the decades. Russell remembered crossing it barefoot on a dare when he was 12, remembered the rough planks under his feet, and the way his voice had echoed off the roof beams. He remembered the smell, too, creosote and rot and the limestone creek below. The county closed it in 1989 after a coal truck punched through the center during spring thaw. The truck sank into Raccoon Creek, and the county decided the repair cost wasn't worth it. They put up the barricades and left the bridge to rot. He looked back at his car. The headlights were still on, still pointed into the tunnel. He could see the deck planking, the roof beams, the vertical siding. He couldn't see the center span from here. That would be 40 feet in where the darkness thickened. And then he saw the light. It was faint, white, and it was moving. Not swinging, not bobbing, moving slowly from left to right inside the bridge, visible through the gaps in the siding where the boards had warped away from the frame. A small light, dim enough that he almost convinced himself it was a reflection. But it moved again, and he knew it wasn't. Russell stood beside his car and watched the light cross from the left side of the bridge to the right, disappear behind a section of intact siding, then reappear closer to the center. It moved with purpose. It moved like someone was carrying it. He thought about the legend. Everyone in Owen County knew the legend. A widow's husband had died in a logging accident in 1891, caught under a rolling oak trunk on the bank of Raccoon Creek, and she'd come to the bridge every night for a year, carrying a lantern, waiting for him to come home. She died in the winter of 1892, pneumonia, and after that people said they saw her light in the bridge on certain nights, swinging in the dark, still waiting. Russell had heard the story a dozen times and never believed a word of it. But the light was real. He reached into the car and turned off the headlights. The darkness came down like a lid, absolute and immediate, and for 3 or 4 seconds he couldn't see anything. Then his eyes adjusted, and he could make out the shape of the bridge against the slightly lighter sky, the tree line black beyond it, and inside the tunnel, still visible through the siding gaps, the small white light. It was moving toward the center of the bridge now, toward the collapsed span. Russell closed the car door quietly and started walking. The gravel shoulder gave way to packed dirt and then to the bridge approach, where the original roadbed was still intact. The planking started 10 feet from the entrance. Gray oak boards laid perpendicular to the traffic direction, each one 6 inches wide and worn smooth by decades of tire passage. Russell stepped onto the first plank and felt it solid under his weight. He stepped onto the second. Solid. The third creaked, but held. He stopped at the threshold where the covered section began, where the roof beams came down and the walls rose up and the darkness started. The white light was still visible deeper inside, maybe 30 feet in, still moving slowly from right to left now. He could hear something. Not footsteps. A faint scraping sound, irregular, like wood moving against wood. Russell's eyes had adjusted enough that he could see the interior structure. The roof beams were massive, 12 by 12 timbers mortised into the vertical posts every 8 feet, and above them, the board roof slanted up to a central ridge. The walls were vertical siding, 1 by 12 boards nailed to a frame, and in places the boards had shrunk or warped and left gaps an inch wide. Moonlight came through the gaps in thin lines, and through one of those lines he could see the white light more clearly now. It looked like a lantern, a small camping lantern or a flashlight with a diffuser, casting a general glow instead of a focused beam. It was moving at walking speed, and whoever was carrying it was being quiet about it. Russell stepped into the covered section. The temperature dropped immediately. The bridge held the cold air the way a cellar did, and the smell changed from creosote and leaves to something older, a combination of standing water and wood rot and the limestone smell of the creek below. He could hear the creek now, faint but steady, running over the rocks 8 feet beneath the deck. He moved forward, staying close to the right wall, stepping carefully on each plank before committing his weight. The planking was sound here. He was maybe 15 feet inside the tunnel now, and the light ahead of him had stopped moving. It was stationary, somewhere near the center of the bridge, and the scraping sound had stopped too. Russell stopped walking and stood still. He could hear his own breathing, louder than he wanted it to be, and under that he could hear the creek. Nothing else. The light didn't move. He waited 10 seconds, 15, and then he heard a different sound, a footstep. A single footstep on the planking, somewhere ahead of him, in the dark, and then silence again. Russell's hand found the wall beside him, and he steadied himself against it. The boards were cold and slightly damp, and one of them shifted under his palm. He pulled his hand back and wiped it on his jacket. His eyes were fully adjusted now, and he could see the interior in shades of gray. The roof beams overhead, the vertical posts, the deck stretching ahead into darkness, and 40 feet in, where the center span should be, he could see a difference in the light quality, a suggestion of open space, and he realized he was looking at the gap where the planking had collapsed. The white light was positioned just before that gap, right at the edge. He took another step forward, and the planking under his foot gave a long, low creak that seemed to fill the entire tunnel. He froze. The light ahead didn't move. He could see it more clearly now. Definitely a lantern of some kind, sitting on the deck or held at waist height, and near it he could make out a shape. Vertical. Human-sized. Russell opened his mouth to speak and then closed it. He didn't know what he was looking at yet. He needed to get closer. He took 3 more steps, moving slowly, testing each plank, and now he was 30 feet inside the bridge, and the light was 10 feet ahead of him. He could see the figure clearly now, a person, standing near the edge of the collapsed section, holding something, not the light, something else, something rectangular. And then the figure moved, turning slightly, and Russell saw the phone. The person was holding a phone, and the screen glowed distinct from the lantern, and they were pointing it toward the gap in the deck. They were filming. Russell stopped. The figure hadn't seen him yet. They were focused on the phone, on whatever they were recording, and the lantern sat on the deck beside them, a battery-powered camp lantern with a white dome. The person shifted position, and the lantern light caught their profile. Young, male, teenager, maybe 16 or 17, wearing a dark hoodie and jeans. Russell exhaled slowly. Not the widow's lantern, just a kid's red camping lantern and a YouTube project that hadn't considered what it might lure inside. He took another step forward and spoke. "You shouldn't be here." The teenager spun around, the phone light swinging wild, and the lantern tipped over on the deck. It didn't go out, just rolled slightly and threw shadows up the walls in a way that made the tunnel seem to contract. The kid grabbed for the lantern, righted it, and then looked at Russell with an expression that cycled through fear, embarrassment, and something like defiance in under 2 seconds. The teenager didn't say anything for a moment, just stood there with the phone in one hand and the other hand on the lantern handle, breathing hard enough that Russell could hear it. Then he seemed to decide Russell wasn't a threat, and some of the tension went out of his shoulders. The kid said Russell had scared him badly. Russell stayed where he was, 10 feet back from the teenager, and looked past him at the gap in the deck. From this angle, he could see it clearly. The center span was gone, not just collapsed, but absent. A 12-foot section of planking that had fallen through into the creek and been carried away or rotted in place. The gap ran the full width of the bridge, and on the other side of it, he could see the far third of the deck, intact and leading to the opposite entrance 40 feet away. Russell told him the bridge was closed, condemned. The teenager said he knew that he wasn't crossing it, just filming. Russell asked what he was filming. The kid hesitated, then shrugged. "The bridge," he said. "The legend." He was trying to get footage for a project. Russell asked what kind of project. "YouTube," the teenager said. And there was a defensive edge in his voice now. He did paranormal stuff. Abandoned places, local legends. This bridge was supposed to be haunted, right? The widow with the lantern? He thought he'd come out here, film the interior, maybe catch something. Russell looked at the lantern on the deck between them and told him that was his lantern. The kid confirmed it. Russell said the teenager was hoping someone driving by would see it and think it was the ghost. The teenager's expression shifted, caught between denial and admission. He said it was just for the video, to show what people might see if they came out here at night. He wasn't trying to hurt anybody. Russell told him he was trying to scare them. The kid said it was just a prank, not serious. Russell looked at him for another moment, then looked past him again at the gap in the deck. The collapsed section was directly in front of where the teenager had been standing, and if someone came running into the bridge without a light, someone who believed the legend and thought they were following the widow's lantern to safety, they'd go straight through that gap into the creek below. 8 feet wasn't high enough to kill someone, but it was high enough to break bones, and the creek ran shallow over limestone rocks that would do worse. Russell asked how long he'd been out here. "About 20 minutes, the kid said. He'd gotten there around 11:30. Russell asked if he'd walked. "Bike," the teenager said. He'd left it in the trees over there and gestured vaguely toward the far side of the bridge. Russell processed that. The kid had come from the opposite direction, crossed the bridge on foot, and set up near the gap to film, which meant he knew the deck was unstable, which meant he knew what would happen if someone ran toward his light without looking where they were going. Russell said the teenager realized that if someone saw his light and came in here looking for it, they could fall through that gap. The teenager looked at the collapsed section, then back at Russell. He said he wasn't going to leave it. He was just getting some shots. He was going to pack up after. Russell asked how many cars had gone by since he'd been there. "None," the kid said. The road was pretty dead, Russell said, until his car came. The kid's eyes shifted toward the entrance behind Russell, toward where the car sat with its dead engine. He asked if that was Russell's car out there. Russell confirmed it was. The teenager asked about engine trouble. "It stalled," Russell said. The teenager looked uncomfortable now, like he was realizing Russell might need help and he'd been caught doing something stupid, and the two things were colliding in a way he didn't know how to navigate. He picked up the lantern and held it by the handle. He offered to take a look at Russell's car, saying he wasn't a mechanic, but he knew some stuff. Russell almost said no, then reconsidered. The kid was here, the car was dead, and standing in a collapsing bridge arguing about YouTube videos wasn't accomplishing anything. He agreed. The teenager seemed relieved. He started walking toward Russell, toward the entrance, and Russell stepped aside to let him pass. The kid moved carefully, testing each plank, and when he reached Russell, he stopped and looked at him more closely in the lantern light. He asked if Russell was going to call the cops or anything. Russell said no. The kid said that was cool and thanked him. He nodded and kept walking, and Russell turned to follow him. They were halfway back to the entrance, 20 feet from the open air, when Russell glanced at the lantern in the kid's hand and noticed something he hadn't seen before. The dome wasn't white. It was red. Russell stopped walking. The teenager kept going another 3 steps before he realized Russell wasn't following, and then he stopped too and turned around. He asked what was wrong. Russell stared at the lantern. Red dome, red light inside, casting a faint reddish glow that looked white if you weren't close enough to see it clearly. He looked at the teenager's face, visible now in that red light, and then he looked back toward the center of the bridge, toward the gap in the deck where the kid had been standing. The light he'd seen from outside the bridge, the light moving through the gaps in the siding, had been white, pure white, not red. The teenager was looking at him now with an expression of confusion starting to shade into concern. He asked again what was wrong. Russell turned and looked toward the bridge entrance, toward where his car sat in the darkness with its dead engine and its headlights off. He couldn't see the car from here. The tunnel blocked the view, but he could see the opening, the rectangle of slightly lighter darkness that marked the way out. And beyond that, nothing. He turned back to the teenager and asked how long he'd been in the bridge. The kid said he'd told him already about 20 minutes. Russell asked if he'd seen another light, white light moving inside the tunnel. The teenager shook his head. Just his, he said. Why? Russell didn't answer. He was thinking about the light he'd seen from outside, the white light that had moved from left to right, then toward the center, then stopped. The light that couldn't have been the teenager's red lantern, which meant there had been another light source inside the bridge, which meant someone else had been in here. Russell looked past the teenager, back toward the center span, and his eyes tracked along the interior wall, looking for gaps in the siding, looking for places where light could show through from outside. He found 3 gaps, each one a vertical slot where boards had warped, and through the middle gap he could see something he hadn't noticed before. A faint glow, not red, not the teenager's lantern. White. Russell stepped around the teenager and walked back toward the center of the bridge, moving faster now, his eyes on the gap in the siding. The white glow was steady and unmoving, and as he got closer he could see it wasn't coming from inside the bridge. It was coming from outside, from beyond the wall, shining through the gap. He reached the gap and looked through. On the other side of the siding, maybe 3 feet away, was a vehicle. It was parked parallel to the bridge, nose pointed toward the far entrance, and it was running. He could hear the engine now, a low idle he'd mistaken for the creek. And the white glow was coming from a single headlight, the driver's side, the passenger side dark. The vehicle was old, a truck or a van, dark-colored, and through the gap he could see part of the driver's door and the front wheel well. Russell stood very still and looked at the vehicle. This vehicle had been here the whole time. It had been parked in darkness on the far side, running dark on the roadside, just a single headlight pointed inward through the siding gaps, which meant whoever was driving had known the bridge was here, had known it was dark, and had positioned their vehicle to shine a headlight through the siding gaps into the interior. The white light he'd seen moving inside the bridge hadn't been moving. The light source had been stationary, parked outside, And what he'd seen moving had been the light's projection, shifting as he changed position while approaching the entrance. He'd followed a headlight. He'd walked into the bridge, chasing a headlight shining through the gaps. Behind him, the teenager said something that Russell didn't process. He was looking at the vehicle, at the dark shape of it through the siding gap, and he was thinking about the sequence of events. His engine had died at the entrance. He'd gotten out to check under the hood. He'd seen the white light inside the bridge. He'd walked toward it. And while he'd been walking toward it, someone had driven a vehicle to the side of the bridge and parked it with the headlight pointed inward. Russell turned away from the gap and looked at the teenager. The kid was standing 15 feet back, holding the red lantern, looking confused and a little frightened. The teenager asked if that was another car. Russell didn't answer. He was looking toward the bridge entrance now and the rectangle of darkness that led back to his car. He couldn't see the car from here. He started walking. The teenager followed, asking Russell to wait, asking what was going on. Russell kept walking, moving fast. And when he reached the entrance, he stopped at the threshold and looked out. His car was gone. The gravel shoulder where he'd parked it was empty. The barricade was still in place, the sawhorse chevrons reflecting faint moonlight. But the car wasn't there. Russell stood at the entrance and stared at the empty space where his car had been, and his mind tried to process what he was looking at. The teenager came up beside him and stopped. He looked at the empty shoulder, then at Russell. He asked where Russell's car was. Russell didn't answer. He was listening. He could hear the creek below the bridge, steady and quiet. He could hear the wind in the trees. And from somewhere outside, from the direction of the near entrance, he heard an engine start. His engine. It turned over on the first try, smooth and clean, no hesitation, no clicking starter. The sound he'd been trying to get for the last 10 minutes and couldn't. Someone had started his car, and it was running perfectly. Then the sound changed, grew fainter, and Russell realized the car was being driven away. The engine note faded into the distance toward Bloomington, and then disappeared completely. Russell stepped back into the bridge. The white headlight glow was still visible through the siding gaps, but it was dimmer now, and as Russell watched, it shifted. Not the projection shifting. The vehicle itself was moving. He heard the engine note change, a low grinding of gears, and then the headlight glow slid backward along the siding and disappeared. The vehicle was backing up. Russell moved to the nearest siding gap and looked through. He saw the dark shape of the vehicle reversing along the side of the bridge, moving toward the far entrance. It was a van, old and boxy, dark blue or black, and through the dirty rear windows he could see at least two shapes inside. People. The van reached the far entrance and stopped. The engine went quiet. For 5 seconds there was silence, and then Russell heard doors opening. 2 doors. Driver's side and sliding side door. Footsteps on gravel, multiple sets. Russell pulled back from the gap and looked at the teenager. The kid's face had gone pale in the red lantern light. He asked what was happening. Russell put a finger to his lips. The teenager went quiet. The footsteps moved from gravel to wood, and Russell realized they were entering the bridge from the far end. At least 2 people, maybe 3, walking on the deck, planking 40 feet away on the other side of the collapsed center span. Russell's car was gone, driven away with an engine that had started perfectly. The van had moved to the far entrance. People were entering the bridge from that side, and the near entrance, the one Russell and the teenager had just come through, was still open behind them, empty, dark. They could leave right now. They could run back to the road, flag down a car if one came, disappear into the trees. But Russell didn't move. He was listening to the footsteps on the far side of the gap, counting them, trying to understand how many men there were and what they wanted. The teenager stood beside him, holding the lantern, looking at Russell like he expected him to make a decision. The footsteps stopped on the other side of the gap. Russell could hear them clearly now, two distinct sets, heavy boots on wood. He moved closer to the collapsed section and looked across the 12-foot gap at the far third of the bridge deck. Two men stood there, 20 feet back from the gap, visible in silhouette against the rectangular opening of the far entrance. They were looking into the tunnel, looking at Russell and the teenager, and neither of them moved or spoke. Russell stayed still. The teenager was behind him, lantern in hand, and the red glow threw enough light that the men on the other side could see them clearly. There was no point in hiding. One of the men stepped forward, closer to the gap, and stopped at the edge. He was heavy-built, wearing a canvas jacket and work boots, and his face was shadowed, but Russell could see the general shape of it. The man didn't speak. He looked at Russell, then at the teenager, then back at Russell. He seemed to be assessing something. His head tilted slightly, the way someone might tilt their head when examining an object from a different angle. The movement was too smooth, too measured. After a long moment, the man stepped back from the gap. He turned to his companion, and the two of them stood close together, facing each other, but not speaking. Their heads moved in small, synchronized nods, like they were communicating through a language Russell couldn't hear. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then the heavy man walked back toward the far entrance and disappeared into the darkness outside. Russell heard the van's sliding door open, a metallic scrape, something being pulled across the van's floor, then footsteps on gravel again, multiple sets now, moving along the outside of the bridge. The second man stayed where he was on the far side of the gap, visible in silhouette, watching them. He didn't shift his weight, didn't move at all, just stood there with a stillness that made Russell think of hunters, people who could stand motionless in the woods for hours. Russell glanced back at the near entrance, still open, still empty. The men were on the far side of the gap, 40 feet away across a 12-foot hole in the deck. He and the teenager were on this side, 20 feet from the exit. They could leave, they could run, but something stopped him. The deliberate way the men had positioned themselves, the synchronized communication, the sound of something being dragged from the van. This wasn't random, this was planned. And running might be exactly what they wanted. From deep in the bridge, Russell heard the scrape of metal on wood. He turned and looked back into the tunnel. The man who'd been watching them from the far side was gone now, but Russell could hear movement. Something being dragged across the deck, planking on the far third of the bridge. Something heavy being positioned carefully. The teenager moved closer to Russell and whispered something Russell didn't catch. Russell held up a hand and listened. The dragging sound stopped. Then he heard footsteps again, multiple sets, and Russell realized they were coming back inside. At least two men, maybe three, walking on the far third of the deck. And then Russell heard something else, a low humming. 3 notes repeated. One of them was humming the same 3 notes over and over, and the sound made the hair on Russell's arms stand up in a way he couldn't explain. The men appeared at the far edge of the gap. 3 of them now. The bearded man from before, a younger man in a denim coat, and a third whose features Russell couldn't make out in the darkness. And the younger one was humming 3 notes, over and over. His eyes were on Russell and the teenager, but his expression was blank, and the humming came from his mouth like a sound divorced from any emotion. None of them crossed the gap. They stood on the far side, looking across at Russell and the teenager, and Russell understood. They weren't trying to trap them. They were waiting to see what Russell and the teenager would do. The bearded man gestured toward something on the deck beside him. Russell looked and saw what they'd been dragging. A ladder, an extension ladder, aluminum, fully extended. 2 of the men picked it up and carried it to the edge of the gap. They laid it across, resting it on the deck planks on both sides of the 12-foot gap like a bridge. Russell stared at the ladder. It wasn't an invitation. It was a test. Cross the gap, and they'd be on the far third of the deck with the men and the van. Stay on this side, and the near entrance was 20 feet behind them, still open, still unblocked. The choice was theirs. The bearded man stood on the far side of the ladder and looked at Russell, waiting. The teenager saw the ladder and understood at the same time Russell did. His breathing went shallow and fast, and the lantern light shook badly enough to throw the shadows into a jerking dance on the walls. Russell looked at the men on the far side, looked at the ladder, looked back at the near entrance, still open, still offering escape. But Russell didn't move. He stood there with the exit 20 feet behind him, and he didn't move. And afterward, he would tell himself it was because they'd orchestrated everything, because they'd been waiting, because running would only delay it. He knew even as he thought it that this wasn't true. He simply didn't run. He stepped onto the ladder. The aluminum was cold under his hands, and the whole structure shifted slightly as he put his weight on it. The men on the far side watched him cross. He moved carefully, hands on the side rails, feet on the rungs, and crossed in 6 steps. When he reached the far side, he stepped off onto the deck planking. The bearded man stepped forward closer, and Russell could see his face now in the faint backwash of moonlight through the siding gaps. 40s, graying at the temples. He looked at Russell with an assessment Russell recognized from livestock auctions, the silent calculation of value. Behind Russell, still on the near side of the gap, the teenager hadn't moved. The kid was looking at the ladder, at Russell standing on the far side, at the men waiting. The bearded man called across the gap. Not loud, just a single word. Come. The teenager didn't move. The bearded man waited 5 seconds, then nodded to the third man. The third man turned and walked back toward the far entrance, toward the van. And Russell understood what was about to happen. The man would circle around through the trees to the near side, same way they'd moved the van. It would take him maybe 3 minutes. And when he arrived at the near entrance, the teenager's choice would be gone. The kid understood, too. The open exit was about to close. He could wait for the man to reach him from behind, or he could cross the ladder while he still had the choice. The teenager stepped onto the ladder. He moved slowly, the red lantern in one hand, the other hand gripping the side rail. The aluminum flexed under his weight. When he reached the middle, he stopped and looked down at the gap below him, at the darkness where the deck had collapsed into the creek 8 feet below. The bearded man made a sound, not quite a word, just a grunt, and the teenager jerked his head up and kept moving. He crossed the rest of the way and stepped off onto the deck beside Russell. The third man was already gone, disappeared into the darkness, past the far entrance. The exit had never been real. The test had been whether they'd choose to cross or wait to be collected. Russell and the teenager had chosen to cross. The bearded man reached into his jacket pocket and pulled something out. A flashlight, heavy mag light. He clicked it on and shone it directly into Russell's face, holding it there for a long moment while Russell squinted and turned his head slightly. Then the man lowered the beam and played it over Russell's body, not looking for weapons. The light lingered on Russell's hands, his neck, his face again. Then the beam moved to the teenager. The flashlight stayed on the kid longer. The man stepped closer, 6 feet now, and brought the beam up to the teenager's face. The kid squinted and turned away, but the man made a sound. Not quite a word, just a grunt. And the teenager froze. The beam moved down to the kid's hands, then to his mouth. The bearded man stepped even closer, 4 feet, and said something Russell couldn't quite hear. It sounded like open. The teenager didn't move. The bearded man repeated it louder, open. The kid's mouth opened slightly, and the man brought the flashlight beam close to the teenager's face, shining it directly into his mouth, looking at his teeth. The examination lasted maybe 5 seconds, and then the man clicked the flashlight off and stepped back. He turned to the younger man, and they looked at each other. No words. Just the look that lasted 3 seconds, and then the bearded man nodded once. The younger man stopped humming. He walked past Russell and the teenager, heading toward the far entrance, and disappeared into the darkness. Russell heard him speaking to someone out there, a brief exchange in low voices, then footsteps. The man was coming back, and this time he was carrying something. A camera, old, Polaroid, the kind Russell hadn't seen in years. The man stopped in front of the bearded man and handed him the camera. The bearded man gestured toward the teenager. The younger man raised the camera and pointed it at the kid's face. The teenager jerked back, but the bearded man moved faster, stepping forward and putting one hand on the kid's shoulder. Not rough, almost gentle, but firm enough that the teenager stopped moving. The flash went off. The camera whirred and ejected a photo. The younger man caught it, shook it once, and handed it to the bearded man without looking at it. The bearded man studied the photo for a moment, then slipped it into his jacket pocket. The outside pocket, left side. He looked at Russell, raised the camera. Russell didn't move. He looked into the lens and the flash went off. The camera whirred. The photo came out, and the bearded man took it, examined it briefly, and put it in a different pocket. Inside pocket, right side, close to his chest. Then the bearded man reached out and touched Russell's jaw, just 2 fingers, under the chin, tilting Russell's head to the right, examining the side of his face in the dim light. The touch was cold and impersonal, like someone examining livestock. After a moment, the man let go and stepped back. He pulled something else from his pocket, a small notebook, spiral-bound, the cover worn soft. He opened it, pulled a pen from the wire spiral, and wrote something. 2 entries, one for the teenager, Russell assumed, one for him. The handwriting was small, and Russell couldn't read it from where he stood, but he saw the man put a mark beside one entry and left the other blank. The bearded man closed the notebook and put it back in his pocket. He looked at the younger man and made a gesture with 2 fingers. The younger man nodded and walked back toward the far entrance. This time he didn't come back. The bearded man looked at Russell and the teenager for a long moment. Then he reached out and took the teenager's backpack off the kid's shoulders. The teenager resisted for a second, then let it go. The man unzipped it, looked inside, and pulled out the kid's phone. He looked at it, turned it over in his hand, then put it in his jacket pocket. He dropped the backpack on the deck. He didn't take Russell's wallet, didn't ask for it, didn't even look at Russell's pockets. Russell understood. The notebook mark and the different pockets told him everything he needed to understand about what had happened. The bearded man turned and walked back toward the far entrance. He paused at the threshold, looked back at them once, and then stepped out into the darkness and was gone. Russell stood motionless, listening. He heard footsteps on gravel fading away, voices from outside the bridge, low and brief. Then an engine starting. The van. It idled for a moment, and then the sound changed, grew louder, and Russell realized it was being driven away. The engine note faded into the distance and then disappeared completely. The silence that followed was absolute, except for the creek running below the bridge and the teenager's harsh breathing beside him. Russell waited. 30 seconds. A minute. No sound of his car returning. No second engine. Just silence. He walked slowly back toward the ladder, testing each plank. The teenager followed. They crossed the ladder back to the near third of the deck, and Russell picked it up and slid it back across the gap to the far side where the men had left it. He didn't want it behind them. Didn't want the connection. They walked to the near entrance, and Russell stopped at the threshold and looked out. The gravel shoulder was empty. The barricade was undisturbed. The trees on both sides were dark and still. He listened for engines, for voices, for any sound that would tell him where the men had gone. Nothing. He stepped out of the bridge and walked to the edge of the roadbed, looking in both directions along Route 46. Empty. He walked to the tree line and looked into the woods. Too dark to see anything. He listened and heard only wind. They were gone. The teenager came up beside him, still holding the red lantern. The kid's face was white, and his eyes were too wide. His backpack was still inside the bridge where the bearded man had dropped it, but he made no move to go back for it. He asked Russell if they were gone. Russell said he thought so. The teenager looked back at the bridge entrance, then at Russell. He asked what they wanted. Russell didn't answer for a moment. He was thinking about the sequence, the flashlight examination, the camera, the notebook with the marks, the way the bearded man had taken the teenager's phone but left Russell's wallet, the way he'd put the photographs in different pockets. He looked at the teenager and asked where his bike was. The kid's face changed as he understood. "Other side," he said. "In the trees past the far entrance." Russell nodded. The bike would be gone, same as his car. But that wasn't what the men had come for. The teenager understood that too, even if he didn't want to. He looked down at the red lantern in his hand, then at the bridge entrance, then at Russell. The question was obvious, even though he didn't ask it out loud. What had just happened? Russell didn't answer. The men had taken his car and the teenager's bike. They'd photographed them both, examined the teenager's teeth, written something in a notebook, taken the kid's phone, and then left. Russell checked his pockets. Wallet still there. Keys. Useless now, but still there. The teenager checked his pockets and found the same. Everything except the phone. So it wasn't robbery. Not in the way Russell understood robbery. Russell looked at the teenager in the red lantern light. The kid was 16, maybe 17. Healthy, young. Russell was 43. Graying at the temples. A few extra pounds around the middle. Old enough that his knees hurt when the weather changed. The nearest house was 2 miles back toward Bloomington. Russell told the teenager they needed to start walking. The kid asked if they should wait, if maybe a car would come by. Russell said no, they needed to move. They walked east on Route 46, staying on the shoulder. The teenager asked questions Russell didn't answer. What did they want? Why did they take the photos? What was the notebook for? Russell kept walking. They reached the farmhouse 40 minutes later. Russell knocked on the door until an elderly man answered, bleary and annoyed. Russell explained that his car had broken down, that they needed to use a phone. The man looked at them for a moment. Russell's jacket dirty from the bridge, the teenager's face pale and frightened, and let them inside. Russell called the county sheriff's office and reported his car stolen. He gave them the location. Widow's Bridge on Route 46, and described what had happened. Car trouble. Walked into the bridge to investigate a light. Came back and the car was gone. He left out the men, the photographs, the examination. Just a stolen vehicle. The dispatcher said a deputy would meet him at the farmhouse. The deputy arrived 30 minutes later. Young, early 20s, probably new to the job. Russell and the teenager gave statements, and the deputy wrote everything down and said he'd file a report. He asked if they'd seen the people who took the car, and Russell said no, it was too dark. The deputy nodded like he'd expected that answer. He asked if they wanted to file a report about the bike too. The teenager said yes. The deputy offered to drive them home. Spencer first to drop off the teenager, then Bloomington for Russell. They drove in silence. The deputy tried to make conversation, asking about the bridge, about the legend, but neither Russell nor the teenager responded. The deputy gave up after a few minutes. They reached Spencer just before 4:30 in the morning. The deputy pulled up to the address the teenager had given. A small house on Walnut Street. Porch light on, one car in the driveway. The kid opened the door and got out. Russell watched him walk up the driveway toward the front door. The teenager moved slowly, exhausted, the red lantern still in his hand. He reached the porch steps and started climbing. The deputy put the car in gear, ready to pull away. Russell kept watching. The teenager reached the front door, reached for the handle. The deputy's radio crackled. He answered it, his attention on the dispatcher's voice. Russell watched the teenager at the door, watched him knock. The deputy finished with the radio and pulled away from the curb. Russell turned in his seat, looking back through the rear window. The teenager was still on the porch, waiting for someone to answer, still outside. Russell watched until the deputy turned the corner and the house disappeared from view. He'd seen the kid reach the porch, seen him knock on the door, but he hadn't seen him go inside. The deputy drove Russell to his apartment in Bloomington. It was nearly 5 in the morning when Russell walked through his door and locked it behind him. He went to the window and looked down at the parking lot. His car was there, parked in his assigned space, exactly where he always parked it. Russell stood at the window and looked at it for a long time, his reflection visible in the glass, and behind the reflection, the car sitting 3 floors below in the sodium vapor light. He walked downstairs in his socks, not bothering with shoes. The night air was cold and his breath showed. He walked across the parking lot to his car and looked at it. No damage, no broken windows. The doors were locked. He pulled his keys from his pocket, the keys he'd been carrying all night, the keys he'd thought were useless, and unlocked the driver's door. The interior light came on. Everything looked normal. His sunglasses in the cup holder, the parking stub from the university garage on the dash, the air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. He opened the glove box. His insurance card was there, the owner's manual, a tire pressure gauge. He checked the back seat, empty. He closed the door and walked around the car, looking at the tires, the body panels, the exhaust. Everything was exactly as he'd left it. He crouched beside the driver's door and reached under the seat frame. Found the magnetic box he kept there, the one that held his spare apartment key. He pulled it free and opened it. Empty. They'd found it, used it, put it back empty so he'd know. He stood and opened the hood. Under the hood, near the firewall on the driver's side, Russell found something that hadn't been there before. A small magnetic device the size of a matchbox stuck to the frame rail. 2 wires ran from it, one to the ignition coil, one to ground. When triggered remotely, the device grounded the circuit and killed the spark. Russell touched it, still warm. He looked at the device for a long moment. Garage door technology, radio receiver, magnetic mount, wire to ignition. Low-tech, untraceable. They'd planted it on his car earlier, maybe at the university parking garage, maybe at the archives, maybe in his apartment lot, and triggered it when he approached the bridge. He pulled the device free and examined it. No markings, no serial numbers. He dropped it in his pocket and closed the hood. On the dashboard, tucked under the driver's side wiper blade, was a Polaroid photograph. Russell pulled it free and held it up to the parking lot light. It was a photograph of his bedroom, taken from the doorway looking in. His bed was visible, the covers turned down the way he'd left them that morning, his reading glasses on the nightstand, the lamp he'd forgotten to turn off still burning. The room was empty. He hadn't been home to sleep in it yet. Russell turned the photo over. On the back, written in small, neat handwriting, was a number, 43. He turned the photo back over and looked at his empty bed again, at the glasses on the nightstand, at the lamp still burning. They'd been in his apartment tonight, while he was at the bridge. They'd walked into his bedroom and photographed his bed and his nightstand and his lamp, and they'd left this photo on his car to let him know. Russell put the photograph in his pocket and walked back to his apartment. He locked the door behind him, checked the windows, checked the closets, checked under the bed. Everything was exactly as he'd left it. The lamp in his bedroom was still on. His reading glasses were on the nightstand, right where they appeared in the photograph. He sat on the edge of his bed and pulled the photograph out of his pocket again, looked at his empty bed, looked at the number on the back, 43, his age. He put the photo on his nightstand and lay down on top of the covers, fully dressed. He didn't sleep. He listened to the building settle around him and watched the window lighten with dawn. At 8:30 in the morning, his phone rang. Bloomington Police Department. An officer, polite, slightly skeptical, informed him that his vehicle had been located in his apartment parking lot, Space 3C. Locked, undamaged, no signs of forced entry or tampering. The officer asked if Russell wanted to come down to the station to amend his report. Russell said no, said it was a misunderstanding, said thank you and hung up. The officer's tone had made it clear what he thought. False report. Maybe panic over car trouble. Maybe drunk. Either way, Russell's credibility was gone. Russell sat at his kitchen table and thought about calling back, about explaining what had really happened, the men, the photographs, the examination, the notebook with the marks. But he knew what would happen. They'd ask why he didn't mention it in his initial report. They'd ask why his car was returned. They'd ask what he expected them to do with a story about men who took photographs and examined teeth and then left without taking anything but a bicycle and a teenager's phone. They'd think he was crazy, or lying, or both. Russell put the phone down and looked at the Polaroid on the kitchen table. His empty bedroom. The number 43. He'd been evaluated, inspected, photographed, and returned. The teenager was 16 and maybe 17. Healthy, young, Russell picked up his phone. Put it down, picked it up again. He didn't have the kid's number. Didn't know his last name. The deputy had dropped him off at a house on Walnut Street in Spencer, but Russell couldn't remember the exact address. Hadn't thought to get it. He could call the sheriff's office, ask for the teenager's contact information from the report. But what would he say? That he wanted to check if the kid was okay? That he was worried about something he couldn't explain? Russell put the phone down and looked out the window at the parking lot. At his car, sitting in its assigned space. He tried to remember the last image he had of the teenager, standing on the porch, knocking on the door, waiting. Russell hadn't seen him go inside. He told himself the kid was fine, that his parents had answered the door, that he'd gone inside and gone to bed and woken up late and probably called the sheriff's office about his stolen bike and told his parents about the weird night at the bridge. Russell told himself that for 2 weeks. And then he saw the flyer. He was shopping at the Kroger on College Avenue when he saw it. Taped to the community board near the entrance. Missing. Tyler James Pruitt, age 16. Last seen October 18th. Approximately 4:45, walking toward his residence on Walnut Street, Spencer, Indiana. 5'9", 145 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. If you have any information, please contact Owen County Sheriff's Office. The photograph showed a teenager in a dark hoodie. The same kid. The same face Russell had seen in the red lantern light inside a widow's bridge. Russell stood in front of the flyer for a long time. Other shoppers moved past him, reaching for carts, checking their phones, talking about groceries and weekend plans. Last seen October 18th. Approximately 4:45, walking toward his residence. Russell had watched him walk up that driveway, had watched him reach the porch, had watched him knock on the door. And then the deputy had pulled away, and Russell had turned the corner, and he'd never seen Tyler go inside. Russell pulled out his phone, looked at the number for the sheriff's office in his recent calls. He stood there for another minute. Then he put the phone back in his pocket. He left the Kroger without buying anything. He drove home, taking the long route, avoiding Route 46, and sat in his apartment and looked at the Polaroid he'd kept on his nightstand, his empty bedroom. The number 43. He thought about the bearded man's hand under his chin, tilting his head to examine his jaw. The way the man had put Russell's photograph in a different pocket than the teenager's. The mark in the notebook beside a one entry, left blank beside the other. Russell sat at his kitchen table and looked at the missing person flyer he'd photographed with his phone. Tyler's face on the screen. The same face the bearded man had photographed with the Polaroid camera. Last seen walking toward his residence, 30 feet from his front door, almost home, almost safe. Russell deleted the photo of the flyer from his phone. He put the Polaroid in a drawer, and he tried to sleep. Every night he checked the windows, checked the locks, checked the closets, and under the bed. Every night he lay awake and thought about the teenager's face in the red lantern light, about the bearded man's hand on Tyler's shoulder, about the mark in the notebook, about the number 43 on the back of a photograph, about watching Tyler walk up his driveway and turning the corner before he went inside. Russell never drove Route 46 again. He never went back to Widow's Bridge. He never called the sheriff's office about Tyler. And 2 months later, when he saw another missing person flyer, this time a 17-year-old girl from Bloomington, last seen on Route 46 near Spencer. He looked at it for a long time and then walked away. He knew what the men were doing. He knew the bridge was still operating. He knew they were still out there, still watching the road, still using the legend to lure people inside. And he knew he couldn't stop them, because he'd been evaluated, inspected, marked in a notebook and photographed and returned. Because he was 43 years old, and that had saved his life. Because he'd watched a 16-year-old boy walk toward his front door and driven away before making sure he got inside. He lived knowing the only difference between him and Tyler Pruitt was 27 years. Ray Molina was sitting in his armchair at 9:30 on a Thursday night in October, trying to decide if the sound he'd just heard was someone picking his front door lock, or just the house settling the way houses settled in Youngstown when half the block had gone empty, and the foundations shifted because nobody was heating the places anymore. When the sound came again, metal on metal, deliberate, and the specific click of a tension wrench finding resistance. And he understood that they were here. He'd been expecting them for 3 days, ever since the phone call, ever since the voice, not threatening, not angry, just factual. The way you'd tell someone their dental appointment had been moved, had told him he had 72 hours to get the full amount together, 28,000, not 20 like he'd tried to offer last month when he'd opened his mouth and made the worst mistake of his 4 decades and change, and that someone would come to collect it, and that the collector would be dressed in a way that might seem unusual, but that Ray should not be alarmed, should not call the police, should simply hand over the bag he'd been given to hold and say nothing, and his daughter Jessica would be safe, and his debt would be cleared, and the Molina family could go back to living their lives. The voice had said the collector would be wearing a costume. Like they were going to a kid's birthday party, the voice had said, which Ray had understood to mean a clown, though the voice hadn't used that word, had just said costume, and let Ray's imagination do the rest. And Ray's imagination had been doing the rest for 72 hours straight, had been playing scenarios, had been seeing his daughter Jessica, 17, living with her mother in Austintown, but staying with him on weekends, a good kid, honor roll, wanted to study nursing at Youngstown State. Seeing her in situations Ray couldn't let himself finish imagining. So when the lock clicked and the door opened, and Ray heard footsteps in his hallway, he felt something that surprised him. Something he hadn't expected to feel, which was relief. They were here, and it would be over soon, and Jessica would be safe. 3 facts Ray had been holding in sequence for 3 days, like the combination to a lock he hadn't been able to turn until now. Ray stood up from the armchair. The same armchair he'd bought in 1997, when he'd still been working at the GM plant in Lordstown, before the layoff and before the divorce, before he'd taken the courier job that had seemed like easy money, until the moment he'd opened a package he wasn't supposed to open and seen something he wasn't supposed to see, and turned toward the living room doorway. The figure standing there was dressed exactly the way the voice had described. White costume, white face makeup, some kind of mask covering the top half of the face, the whole effect somewhere between mime and something from a theater Ray would never attend. And Ray's first thought was that it looked ridiculous, looked like someone had raided a Halloween store. But his second thought was that the ridiculousness was the point, was designed to make you feel crazy if you tried to explain it later. If you tried to tell someone that a person dressed as a sad clown had come to your house at night to collect money you owed to people whose names you didn't know. The figure was standing absolutely still in the corner by the bookshelf, and Ray realized it must have been standing there for maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute, just watching him. And the thought made his skin feel wrong, made him aware of how long he'd been sitting with his back to the doorway, but he pushed that aside because this was it. This was the moment, and all he had to do was give them the bag and say the words the voice had told him to say, and it would be over. "I have it," Ray said, and his voice came out steady, which surprised him. "It's ready. I didn't call anybody. I swear to Christ I didn't call anybody." The figure didn't move. Ray took a step toward it. Toward her, he thought. The build looked female, though it was hard to tell with the shapeless costume, and raised his hands, palms out, the universal gesture of, "I'm cooperating, I'm not a threat, please don't hurt my daughter." "It's okay," Ray said. "I know what this is. I know why you're here. Just wait. Let me get it. It's upstairs. I'll be 30 seconds. Don't leave." He moved past the figure, close enough to smell something synthetic. Makeup, he thought, grease paint or whatever they called it, and took the stairs 2 at a time and didn't let himself think about what happened if it didn't work. Didn't let himself imagine the phone call that would come if they decided the payment wasn't good enough. The bag was in his bedroom closet, exactly where they'd told him to keep it after he'd tried to make the partial payment last month. They'd taken his $20,000, the money he'd pulled from Jessica's college fund, money her mother had been setting aside since Jessica was 6, and they'd given him this bag instead, told him it was collateral, told him to keep it safe, told him someone would come for it when the time was right. And now the time was right. And Ray grabbed the bag with both hands and felt its weight, substantial, heavy enough to be real, and carried it downstairs. The figure was still standing in the corner, hadn't moved, was just watching him with those dark hollows where eyes should be, and Ray held the bag out, arms extended, and said the words, "Tell your boss the debt is settled. Tell him the Molina family's good for their word. Tell him we won't forget this." The figure looked at the bag, looked at Ray, didn't take the bag. Ray's arms stayed extended, the weight pulling at his shoulders, and he said, "Please, it's all there. 28,000. Just like he said, I didn't short it. I didn't try anything." The figure stepped back. Ray's arms were shaking now, the weight of the bag pulling at his shoulders, and he heard himself talking faster, saying things he hadn't planned to say. Things about Jessica, about how she was a good kid, about how she didn't know anything about this, about how there were pictures of her on the fridge if they wanted to check, about how Ray needed them to tell their boss that the payment was complete, that the Molinas were squared up, that nobody needed to... The figure reached for its mask. "Don't," Ray said, sharp, louder than he meant to, because the voice on the phone had been very clear about this part. "Don't try to see their face. Don't try to identify them. Don't give them a reason to think you're a liability. Just give them the bag and let them leave and forget it happened. The figure's hand stopped. Ray said, I don't want to see your face. I don't want to be able to identify you. That's better for both of us, right? You just take the money and go, and we both forget this happened. The figure stood there for maybe 5 seconds. Ray was counting, couldn't help counting. 1,000, 1,000. The way he used to count when Jessica was little and playing hide and seek. And then the figure's hands moved, took the bag, and Ray felt the weight leave his arms and wanted to cry with relief because it was working and Jessica was safe. The figure stood in the doorway holding the bag, and Ray could see its arms drop a little under the weight. And Ray wanted to say something else. Wanted to make sure they understood that he appreciated this, that he knew he'd made a mistake, but that he'd fixed it, that the Molinas paid their debts. But before he could speak, there was a sound from outside, sharp and metallic. The front door's deadbolt sliding shut. From the outside. Which didn't make sense, which shouldn't be possible, because the deadbolt required a key from both sides, and Ray hadn't given anyone a key, and the figure was inside the house, not outside. So who? The lights went out. Everything went out. The television, the lamps, the digital clock on the cable box, the house dropping into darkness so complete that Ray couldn't see the figure anymore, couldn't see his own hands, could only hear his own breathing, and the sound of the bag hitting the floor somewhere near the doorway. What? Ray started to say and then stopped, because what was he going to ask? What question made sense in a situation that had just stopped making sense? And he heard the figure moving in the dark, heard footsteps, heard something that sounded like hands on the door, on the deadbolt. And Ray's brain was trying to catch up, was trying to understand why someone who'd just collected money would be trying to open the door like they were trapped, like they hadn't expected this either. Ray took a step toward where he thought the light switch was, hit his shin against the coffee table, heard himself curse, and reached the wall, found the switch, flipped it up and down uselessly because the power was cut. Someone outside had cut the power the same way someone outside had locked the door, and Ray said into the darkness, "What's happening? Who are you?" No answer, just breathing. Someone else's breathing, fast and shallow, the breathing of someone who was scared, and that scared Ray worse than anything else had scared him in the past 72 hours, because the person the voice had sent to collect the money was supposed to be professional, was supposed to know what they were doing, was not supposed to sound like they were as confused and trapped as Ray was. Ray heard movement again, heard what sounded like someone on their hands and knees, searching for something on the floor, and he said, did they lock you in too? Is this... He didn't finish the sentence because he didn't know how to finish it, didn't know what question he was asking, and then he heard a sound that made his whole body go cold. Sirens, distant but getting closer, police sirens, and Ray understood. Understood that this wasn't the collection. Understood that the voice on the phone had lied, or had been lying all along, or had set him up, had set them both up, because why else would the police be coming? Why else would someone have locked the door from outside and cut the power, unless this was supposed to look like something it wasn't? Unless Ray was supposed to be found here, in the dark, with someone dressed like this, with a bag full of... Ray's brain caught up to what his hands were already doing, was already moving across the living room, was already reaching for where he remembered the bag being. And his fingers found canvas, found the bag, pulled it open, and even in the darkness he could feel that something was wrong with the money, could feel that the bills weren't banded the way bank money would be banded, weren't organized, weren't right. The figure said something, said it quietly, and said, "I think there's been a mistake." The voice was young, female, scared, not professional, not a collector. Ray said, "Who are you?" I'm a student, the voice said. And the sirens were maybe a block away now, maybe less. I thought I was doing a performance exam. For school, the Grimaldi Institute. I don't work for anyone. I don't know what's happening. Ray's hands were still in the bag, still touching the money that didn't feel right, and he pulled out a bill, held it up to where the window was, where faint light was starting to paint the curtains red and blue, police lights, and in the intermittent wash he could see that the bill looked wrong, felt wrong, and he thought about the voice on the phone telling him to keep the bag safe, thought about how they'd taken his real money, Jessica's real college fund, and given him this bag instead. And he understood with a clarity that felt like falling that he'd been robbed twice. Once when they'd taken his $20,000. Once when they'd given him this bag to hold. And now the police were outside, and Ray was in his house in the dark with someone in a costume and a bag full of money that wasn't money, and the voice on the phone had told him what would happen if he let the collector leave. Had told him what would happen to Jessica, and Ray didn't know what to believe anymore, but he knew one thing, knew it with absolute certainty. If this person left before the police arrived, Ray didn't know if Jessica would be safe. The figure was moving toward the door again, was doing something with the lock, and Ray heard metal on metal, heard the specific sound of someone picking a lock from the inside, and he crossed the room in 3 steps and grabbed the figure's wrist. "Don't," Ray said. The figure tried to pull away, tried to yank its arm free, and Ray felt tools fall, heard them clatter against the door and hit the floor, and the figure was saying something about being sorry, about this being a mistake, and Ray said, "I can't let you leave. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're telling the truth. I don't know who you are, but they told me if I let you leave." He couldn't finish the sentence. The figure shoved him hard enough that Ray stumbled back, caught himself against the wall, and then the figure was on the floor searching for the tools, and Ray knew he should stop her, should grab her again, should do what the voice had told him to do, but he couldn't make himself move, couldn't make himself put his hands on this person who sounded young and scared and lost. The sirens were right outside now, multiple vehicles, and Ray could hear car doors slamming, boots on pavement, radio chatter, and the figure was at the door again, was working the lock, and Ray heard metal clicking, heard pins lifting one by one, heard the meticulous sound of someone who knew what they were doing, and he thought about Jessica, about her face when he dropped her off at her mother's place on Sunday, about how she'd asked him if he was okay because he'd looked tired, and he'd told her he was fine, had told her not to worry, had lied to her the way he'd been lying to her since the day he'd opened that package. The figure was almost through the lock. Ray could tell by the sound, could tell she was maybe 30 seconds from opening the door, from running, and he moved across the room and put his hand on her wrist again. But this time he didn't pull, didn't grab, just held it still and said quietly, "If you run, my daughter dies. That's what they told me. Do you believe them?" The figure's hand stopped moving. Ray could feel her pulse under his fingers, could feel it racing, and he said, "I don't know if you're lying. I don't know if you're really a student. I don't know if any of this is real, but I have a daughter and I can't take the chance. Do you understand?" The figure didn't answer. The police loudspeaker came from outside, distorted and metallic, someone telling them to come out with their hands visible, to exit through the front door to comply immediately. The figure's hands came off the lockpicks. Ray heard her slide down until she was sitting on the floor, heard her pull her knees up, heard her breathing in the darkness, and he thought he should say something, should apologize or explain or ask her again who she was. But before he could speak, she said, "Is your debt real?" Ray sat down too, found the armchair in the dark. The same armchair he'd been sitting in 15 minutes ago when this had still been simple, when all he'd had to do was hand over a bag and save his daughter. "I don't know anymore," Ray said. They sat in the darkness together, Ray in his armchair and the figure on the floor by the door, and waited for what came next. The waiting lasted maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10. Ray had lost his sense of time, had lost his sense of everything except the sound of boots circling the house and the figures breathing and the hum of the refrigerator still running, because whoever cut the power had hit the breaker for lights and outlets, but not appliances. A detail so mundane it made Ray want to laugh or scream, he couldn't tell which, and the question that kept cycling through his head was whether Jessica was safe right now, whether she'd ever been in danger, whether the debt had been real, or whether Ray had given away her college fund for nothing. The phone started ringing. Landline in the kitchen, the old-fashioned bell ring Ray had never bothered to change. 4 rings, then silence. Someone checking to see if anyone would answer. Someone confirming the trap had worked. The figure said something, said it quietly, said she'd been set up too. Said she thought she was performing a theater exam for a school called the Grimaldi Institute, but the school had sent her here deliberately, had timed it so she'd arrive when Ray was expecting a collector, had given her a costume that would make Ray think she was from the people he owed. Ray listened to this and thought about the voice on the phone, about how it had known exactly when to call, about how it had told him exactly what the collector would look like. And he understood that someone had been watching both of them, had been moving them like pieces on a board Ray couldn't see. Ray had never heard of the Grimaldi Institute. He said, "Why would a theater school send you to collect money from me?" "I don't think it's a theater school," the figure said, and her voice was flat, distant, like she was working through something she didn't want to understand. "I think it's a crime organization that uses theater as cover. I think I've been learning how to commit burglaries, and I thought I was learning performance art." Ray thought about this. Thought about the voice on the phone, about how professional it had sounded, and about how the whole operation had felt organized, institutional, like a business that had been running for years. He said, "They took my daughter's college fund, $20,000. Then they gave me that bag and told me to keep it safe. I think the money in the bag is fake." "It's fake," the figure said. "When you handed it to me, the paper felt wrong, too smooth. And there's something hard in the bottom seam. I felt it when I dropped the bag. I think it's a transmitter." Ray closed his eyes in the darkness and thought about $20,000 gone. 6 years of Denise setting aside money from her nursing shifts. Jessica's college fund vanished with a voice on the phone that hadn't even bothered to threaten him directly. And he was sitting in his house in the dark with fake money, and a person in a costume, and the police outside. And he didn't know if his daughter was safe. Didn't know if she'd ever been in danger. Didn't know if anything the voice had told him was true. The loudspeaker came again, different voice this time, calmer, saying they understood. This was difficult. They wanted to help. They needed whoever was inside to communicate. Ray thought about responding. Thought about trying to explain that he'd been set up, that he'd been told his daughter would be killed if he didn't cooperate, that the person in his house wasn't a criminal, was just a student who'd been used the same way Ray had been used. He thought about how that would sound. He stayed silent. More vehicles arriving. Ray counted them by sound. 5 now, maybe 6. Multiple units for something they thought was serious, something they thought was organized crime. And Ray understood that he was going to be arrested, that there was no explanation he could give that would make this look like anything other than exactly what it looked like, which was a man in his house with counterfeit money and a person in a costume. The figure asked if Ray was going to talk to them. Ray said he didn't know what to say. Said if he told them she'd broken in, That was what the people he owed wanted him to say, but if what she'd said was true, if the debt was fake, then maybe he didn't owe them anything. Maybe he could tell the police the truth. The figure said the truth was that they were both inside a system neither of them could see, and anything either of them said would be used by someone, the school, the police, whoever. And the only certainty was that she was going to be arrested, and Ray might or might not be safe, depending on whether the threat against Jessica had been real or manufactured or both. Ray thought about Jessica. Thought about calling her, but his phone was upstairs, and anyway, what would he say? What would he tell her that wouldn't scare her worse than not calling? He said her name out loud. Just the name. Jessica. Testing whether it still meant what it had meant an hour ago, whether the shape of her existence had changed now that he knew the threat against her might have been theater, might have been just another performance. The figure didn't respond. The radio chatter outside changed pitch. Someone was talking about authorization, about forced entry, about moving to tactical positions. They were preparing to breach. Ray stood up, found the wall in the darkness, made his way to the hallway, found the stairs, went up to his bedroom and got his phone from the nightstand, came back down and sat in the armchair again. He pulled up Jessica's number. Didn't call. Just looked at her name on the screen, the only light in the room, and thought about what he would say if he called, what he would tell her about where her college fund went, about why her father was about to be arrested, about what he'd done to try to keep her safe. The loudspeaker clicked off, the radio chatter went quiet. The kind of quiet that meant the decision had been made. Final warning. Someone shouting through the door that they were making entry. Anyone inside should move away from doors and windows, should lie flat with hands visible. Ray set his phone on the TV stand, screen down so the light wouldn't draw their attention, and moved to the middle of the room, away from the door, and put his hands on top of his head. The figure said something, asked if he was going to move, if he was going to comply. Ray said he was tired, said he'd been scared for 72 hours and he didn't know how to be scared anymore, said he didn't know if anything he'd done had protected Jessica or if it had all been for nothing. The figure didn't respond. The breach came 30 seconds later. Ray heard the ram hit the door, and the wood splintered, and the deadbolt mechanism tore from the frame, and flashlight beams flooded the room, white LED brightness that made Ray squint after the darkness, and voices were shouting, "Police, show me your hands, get on the ground." And Ray tried to say that his hands were already up, that he was complying, but before he could speak, someone was on him, was pulling his arms behind his back, was securing them with something plastic that bit into his wrists. Face down on the carpet, knee between his shoulder blades, radio chatter above him. Male subject secured, living room, hands were raised, cooperative. Second subject secured, white female, early 20s, theatrical costume. Evidence visible, large duffel bag, currency scattered near door, lockpicks recovered. Someone pulled Ray to his feet, and he could see the room now in the harsh flashlight glare. Could see the figure, the student, if that's what she was. Face down near the door with an officer standing over her. Could see the duffel bag exactly where it had fallen. Could see officers photographing everything. Someone was reading Ray his rights, and he heard the words, but they wouldn't connect to anything real, wouldn't mean anything. And when the officer asked if he understood, he said yes automatically, because that was the only answer that wouldn't make this worse. Someone asked his name, Ray Molina. Someone asked what happened here tonight. Ray opened his mouth and then closed it, because what had happened here tonight, what could he say that would make sense? That would explain why he'd been sitting in the dark with fake money and a person in a costume and his daughter's college fund gone. The officer was waiting. Ray said, They told me someone would come to collect a debt. They told me the collector would be wearing a costume. They told me if I didn't cooperate, my daughter would be hurt. I gave them $20,000 last month, and they gave me that bag and told me to keep it. That's all I know. The officer wrote this down, asked for names, for phone numbers, for details Ray didn't have because the voice on the phone had never given names, had never identified itself, had just been a voice. Another officer was talking to the student, was asking why she had lockpicks, and Ray heard her answer, heard her say, theater, and heard the long pause that followed, and he understood that no one would believe her. The same way no one would believe Ray, because the truth sounded insane and the evidence looked exactly like crime. They were preparing to transport them. Someone saying something about processing, about taking them in separate vehicles, and Ray was being walked toward the door, and as he passed the student, he looked at her. Really looked at her for the first time in the light, and saw her face was smeared with white and black makeup. Saw her costume was soaked with sweat, saw her looking back at him with an expression Ray couldn't read, something between guilt and confusion, and the flat recognition of two people who'd been used by the same system. Then an officer stepped between them, and Ray was being walked outside onto his porch, and he could see the patrol cars, the strobing lights, the yellow tape, the neighbors standing on their porches watching. And he thought about how many of them had been waiting for this, had been waiting for the day Ray Molina finally got arrested, because everyone on Sheridan Avenue knew Ray had lost his job, knew he'd been doing courier work for people who didn't ask questions, knew he'd been one bad decision away from exactly this. They walked him to a patrol car, opened the back door, put a hand on his head to guide him into the seat, and Ray bent forward, slid in, zip ties cutting into his wrists behind his back. Through the window, Ray could see them bringing the student out, could see her being guided into a different patrol car, and he watched as she pressed her palm against the window, watched as she pulled it back and left a white smudge on the glass, grease paint residue. And he thought about how she'd said she was a student, about how she'd thought she was performing art, about how someone had taught her to break into houses and told her it was theater. The officer in the front seat was saying something into his radio, case numbers, suspects in custody, something about counterfeit currency and organized crime patterns. Ray's patrol car pulled away from the curb first, and through the rear window he could see his house getting smaller, could see the police lights still strobing against the vinyl siding, could see officers still moving in and out documenting the scene. And he thought about Jessica, about whether she was asleep right now in Austin town, about whether she knew yet that her father had been arrested, about what he would tell her when she asked why. His phone was still in the house on the TV stand, and he couldn't call her, couldn't tell her he'd tried to protect her, couldn't tell her the college fund was gone, couldn't tell her anything except that her father had been sitting in the dark with fake money and a stranger in a costume, and the police had found them exactly the way someone had planned for them to be found. The officer in the front seat was still talking on the radio. Ray closed his eyes. The patrol car accelerated toward whatever came next. They processed Ray at the Mahoning County Justice Center on Market Street, downtown Youngstown, a building Ray had driven past maybe 1,000 times and never thought he'd be inside. They took his belt, his wallet, his watch, photographed him, fingerprinted him, asked him the same questions the officer at the scene had asked, wrote down the same answers that didn't explain anything. They asked if he wanted to make a phone call. Ray said yes. Called Jessica's mother, Denise, got her voicemail, left a message saying he'd been arrested, saying Jessica was safe as far as he knew, saying Denise should keep Jessica in Austintown for now, saying he was sorry, saying he'd explain when he could, but right now he didn't understand it himself. Hung up before the beep cut him off. They put him in a holding cell with 2 other men, neither of whom looked at him, and Ray sat on the bench and thought about the student, about whether she was in a cell somewhere in the same building, about whether she'd been telling the truth about the theater school, about whether it mattered. One of the men in the cell asked what Ray was in for. Ray said he didn't know, said someone had given him fake money, and someone had broken into his house and the police had found them together. And that was all he could say because that was all he understood. The man nodded like this made sense, like everyone in here had a story that didn't quite add up, and went back to staring at the wall. Ray sat on the bench and waited. They released him 16 hours later. No charges filed. The assistant prosecutor said they were still investigating, said the case was complicated, said they'd confirmed the money was counterfeit, and they'd confirmed Ray had made a $20,000 withdrawal from his savings account 4 weeks prior, but they couldn't prove Ray had known the money in the bag was fake, couldn't prove he was part of whatever organization had produced it. And without testimony from the student, who wasn't talking, who'd asked for a lawyer immediately and hadn't said a word since, they didn't have enough to hold him. Ray asked what would happen to the student. The prosecutor said that wasn't Ray's concern, said Ray should consider himself lucky, said if they found evidence linking him to the counterfeiting operation or the home invasion ring they'd been tracking, they'd be back. Ray signed papers he didn't read and walked out of the Justice Center into afternoon sunlight that felt wrong, felt too bright, and stood on Market Street trying to decide what to do next. His phone was still in his house. His car was still in his driveway. He started walking. Sheridan Avenue was 40 minutes on foot from downtown, and Ray walked it in a straight line, down Market to Indianola to Glenwood, through neighborhoods that looked like his neighborhood, houses with for sale signs and plywood windows and lawns gone to weeds, the whole south side emptying out, and he thought about the voice on the phone, about whether it would call again, about whether the debt was cleared, or whether this was just the beginning of something Ray didn't understand yet. His house looked exactly the same as it had looked yesterday. Police tape across the door, but otherwise untouched. No damage except the splintered door frame where they'd used the ram. Ray ducked under the tape, went inside. The duffel bag was gone. The lockpicks were gone. The money was gone. Everything was evidence now, cataloged and photographed, and locked in an evidence room downtown. His phone was still on the TV stand where he'd left it. 17 missed calls, 12 from Denise. 5 from a number he didn't recognize. He called Denise back. She answered on the first ring, said, "Where the hell have you been?" Said she'd been calling for hours, said Jessica was asking questions. Denise didn't know how to answer. Ray said he'd been arrested, but they'd let him go. Said the charges were complicated. Said he couldn't explain it yet because he didn't understand it himself. Denise asked if Jessica was in danger. Ray said he didn't know. Said he thought maybe not. Said he thought maybe the whole thing had been a setup, but he couldn't be sure. Couldn't promise anything. Denise said Jessica wasn't coming back to Ray's house until he figured this out. Said if Ray had gotten mixed up in something, if he'd put Jessica at risk, Denise would make sure he never saw his daughter again. Hung up before Ray could respond. Ray sat in his armchair, the same armchair he'd been sitting in 24 hours ago, and thought about a school that would teach someone to pick locks and break into houses and tell them it was theater. Thought about how you'd run an organization like that, how you'd recruit people, how you'd keep them from asking questions. Thought about how elegant it was, how perfect. To give someone a skill and a costume and a vocabulary that made crime sound like art. His phone rang, unknown number. Ray answered. The voice on the other end was the same voice from 3 days ago, calm and factual. And it said, "Mr. Molina, we need to talk about your payment." Ray said, "You took my money, you gave me fake bills, you set me up," the voice said. We took $20,000 as partial payment on a debt of $28,000. You still owe $8,000. We'll be in touch regarding collection." Ray said I opened a package. That's all I did. I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. I didn't steal anything. I didn't tell anyone. I just looked. The voice said, "The terms were explained when you accepted the courier position. Breach of operational security carries a penalty. You've paid 70%. We'll contact you about the remainder." The line went dead. Ray sat in his armchair holding his phone and thought about Jessica, about her college fund, about the $8,000 he didn't have, about the voice that would call again and again until Ray found a way to pay or until something worse happened. He thought about the student, about whether she was still in a cell downtown, about whether anyone believed her story about the theater school. He thought about going to the police, about telling them everything, about the voice and the packages and the debt. He thought about how that had worked out last time. Ray set his phone on the TV stand, screen down, and sat in the dark house on Sheridan Avenue and thought about the student, about whether she'd been telling the truth, about whether she really was a 22-year-old theater student who thought she was performing an exam, or whether that was the story she'd been trained to tell if she got caught. The cover narrative, the performance within the performance. Ray's mind cycled through the evidence. She'd had lockpicks, professional tools, had known how to use them. He'd heard her working the deadbolt from the inside, heard pins lifting one by one, meticulous, practiced. That wasn't amateur, that was training. The costume had been perfect. Exactly what the voice had told Ray to expect. The timing had been perfect. She'd arrived within minutes of when Ray had been told the collector would come. That wasn't coincidence. But her voice when she'd said theater to the police officer, the confusion in it, the genuine bewilderment of someone who'd just discovered their entire education was a lie. The way she hadn't taken the bag immediately when Ray had held it out. The way she'd stepped back, like she didn't understand what was happening, like the script had gone wrong. Her breathing in the dark, fast, shallow, scared. Not the breathing of a professional who'd been caught. The breathing of someone who was lost, 22 years old. Jessica would be 22 in 5 years. Ray thought about this, thought about whether he'd just helped destroy someone's daughter to protect his own. Thought about whether the student, if that was even her real name, was sitting in a cell right now the same way Ray had been sitting in a cell 16 hours ago, except she wouldn't be released. She wouldn't get lucky because she'd had the lockpicks and the costume and the counterfeit money, and Ray had told the police she'd broken into his house. Which was true. She had broken in. But if she'd thought it was a school assignment, if she'd believed she was performing art, then she'd broken in the way someone commits a crime in a dream, doing something terrible without understanding it was terrible. And when she woke up, she was in handcuffs, and nobody believed her story about theater school because the story sounded insane. Ray would never know. That was the thing he kept coming back to, the thing that sat in his chest like a weight. He would never know if the student had been a professional criminal using a brilliant cover story, or if she'd been an innocent kid who'd been groomed by a school that taught crime and called it art. And either way, Ray had held her wrist, had stopped her from running, had kept her in the house until the police arrived, had done exactly what the voice on the phone had told him to do. To protect Jessica, who might never have been in danger at all. Ray sat in his armchair and looked at the corner by the bookshelf, the spot where the student had been standing when he'd first seen her, and he tried to remember her face, tried to remember if he'd seen anything in her eyes that would tell him who she really was. But he'd told her not to take off the mask, had told her he didn't want to see her face, had told her it was better for both of us if he couldn't identify her. So he didn't know. Would never know. Would sit in this house for however long he had left before the voice called again, before the debt came due again. And he would look at that corner and wonder if he'd saved his daughter or if he'd destroyed someone else's daughter for nothing. Outside, a car drove past slowly, and Ray watched its headlights paint the wall, watched them move across the corner where the student had stood, watched them disappear. The room went dark. Ray sat in his armchair and waited.